defecting to Hueco Mundo for a century I will ultimately conquer the Spirit King's palace. Chapter 1 Trapped in Jail at the Beginning. Brain Storage. Anyone who has some brains will receive a time travel ticket. At the same time, Rukia, Ranjaku, Nimue, Hanaja, Senjimaru, Orium, Yuryuaki, Niru, Hija, Bambi, Jiji, choose one and take it away. The deputy captain of the 11th Division of the Godi I-13, Tojiki Ayaya. He massacred the Rukanga, violated the Soul Society nobles, and seriously endangered the peace of the three realms. We are hereby sentenced. In a dark rotunda, serious sounds came from all around. A young black-haired Shinigami was tightly bound, his devouring eyes hidden under his loose black hair, and he let out a disdainful laugh. Do you think you are worthy of passing judgment on me? As soon as these words came out, the big shots around the curtain instantly became angry. He is a treasonous person. Do you really think that just because you are the deputy captain of the Godi I-13, you can be exempted from punishment, death penalty? You must die. Not only that. We also need to use double death to frighten those who are disrespectful to our nobles. Behind curtain number 1, a gloomy and aging voice sounded, the Tsuneya Shiro family, now the head of the nobility in the Soul Society. The Tsuneya Shiro family is responsible for managing the Soul Book Corridor and knows all the history and information of the Soul Society. It is said that they have a bloodline very similar to the king, and have an inseparable relationship with the Soul King and the 46 Chambers. The old man behind curtain number 1 is Tsuneya Shiro Toki, the current head of the Tsuneya Shiro family. He said sadly, there is no need for more trials. Let's prepare to kill both of them tomorrow and prepare for the execution. Then he paused and spoke slowly, baring his teeth like an ugly lion. Majesty, if you kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times now, maybe I will forgive you a little and let you live longer. The Tsuneya Shiro family can be called the culprit of all evils in the Soul Society. In the later period, whether it was Tisan Kaname, Jinjo Kago's blackening, or even Aizen and Waiwaka's attack on the Soul Society, the initial reason was Tsunade. The heinous crime committed by the Yayoi family. And Tsuneya Shiro Toki's proposal just now was by no means a sudden outburst of goodwill, but he liked to see someone kneel at his feet, and then was ruthlessly rejected by himself and then got the feeling of torture and tearing others to pieces. As soon as Tsuneya Shiro Toki said these words, the entire trial seemed to explode. It can't just be like this. At least 10,000 heads will give him one more hour to live. This man is unruly and rebellious, so it's easier for him to deal with it this way. There are also some words of praise and flattery. Tsuneya Shiro-sama is really kind. I agree to forgive all these offenses. Your presence is truly a blessing to the Soul Society and the three realms. Looking at the farce happening in front of her, Tohiro Ayaya just sneered, then closed her eyes and recalled the scene that happened a few days ago. That's right, Tojo Ayaya is a time traveler. As for what your name was in the past? It has been in Soul Society for nearly 100 years. Come on, this is no longer important. When he first traveled through time, he thought he would be like other time travelers, with the system turned on and the cheat in place, then pushed all the way. And finally lived a happy life with a lot of harems. But no. It was only in an accident that he was rescued by the captain of the 11th Squadron at the time, Kariya Shiki, and was recommended by him to study at the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. In the end, he obtained and successfully liberated his Zanpakut. In order to repay Kariya Shiki's kindness, he joined the 11th Division right after graduation. After several years of fighting, he became the youngest vice-captain in the history of the 11th Division. Until some time ago. It was originally just a routine trip to deal with a few Jillians, but I didn't expect that I would encounter an incident where several nobles openly robbed civilian girls in Rukanga. When Tohiro Ayaya saw the injustice on the road, he took action directly and quickly settled the matter. Unexpectedly, the subdued noble directly provoked Tohiro Ayaya. In the face of provocation, Dao King naturally did not waste any words, and quickly raised and lowered his sword to kill the nobleman who led the provocation. However, this nobleman also has another identity, Tsuneya Shiro. Ever since Dao King knew the identity of this noble, he originally thought about the aristocratic circle in the Soul Society taking action against him, but he didn't expect it would come so unexpectedly and so quickly. The corruption of Soul Society has far exceeded his imagination. The Godii 13, a killer group that originally held the name of the Godii thousands of years ago, has been transformed into minions protecting the interests of the Soul Society's nobles after the leader Yamamoto's edge faded. Don't watch the anime. Everything in Shinigami seems to be quite interesting, but in fact, the cruelty here is no less cruel than anywhere else. There is an insurmountable gap between ordinary people and nobles. In front of room 46, his vice-captain is no different from an ordinary Shinigami. At best, he is just an ordinary vice-captain who has not yet learned Bankai. He can do whatever he wants. After the Tsuneya Shiro family knew what Tojo had done, they were embarrassed to argue in front of them in order to maintain the face of the nobles, but they had planned everything secretly. They first massacred ordinary souls in several districts of Rukanga, and then sent people to pretend that it was Ayaya Tojo, and then ordered the Godii 13 team to hand them over to their 46th chamber for trial. From then on, Tojo life and death are completely in their hands. Do you think there is no evidence? For evidence, they can easily create more than 10 of them. And what was revealed in Hiro Ayaya's eyes was endless murderous intent, as well as hatred for her own weakness. After Twashi Ayaya's recollection, Tsuneya Shiro Toki said, "How about it? Kowtow? If you kowtow 100 more times, I might be able to let you live a few more days." Hiro Ayaya said coldly, "Just you? I just didn't expect everything in the Soul Society to be so dark. Maybe I should have killed you 46 chambers before." As soon as Hiro Ayaya said these words, Tsuneya Shiro Toki felt as if he had been slapped in the face in public. The smile on his face immediately froze, and the surrounding nobles sitting in the 46th room also stood up and stood up. "You kid, you are insulting room 46 one after another. It seems you are tired of living. Immediately. Immediately. I want to see his soul evaporated completely. There is no need to prepare for double death. Lord Tsuneya Shiro, please quickly order the killing of this person who disrespects Soul Society." Tsuneya Shiro clapped his hands heavily, pointed at Hiro and said angrily, "This man has evil intentions, despises authority, and has committed many crimes such as the torture of Rukanga's soul. Letting him continue to live is a great disrespect to Soul Society." Tsuneya Shiro looked at the Shinigami attendants in the 46th room and shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you take this heinous person into custody quickly? Go and break the seal of the twins. Execute this evil person quickly." Person. When Shinigami of the 46th room on the side escorted him to the execution ground, Tuki couldn't help but feel miserable. His Zanpakuto had already been confiscated. He was surrounded by special troops who had their own exclusive use of the 46th room. There was also Yamamoto outside. The Godii 13 at the head stood in line, and he had nowhere to escape. Just when Hiro Ayaya was resigned to his fate, he suddenly heard a voice in his ears, "Congratulations host, the system has awakened. Tomato Shinigami doesn't write much. I beg for her support." Chapter 2: A Belated Glimmer of Hope. System. Hiro Ayaya can no longer remember the last time she longed for the system. From the ambition when she first came to Soul Society 100 years ago, to the disappointment in the future that this standard equipment for time travelers has not arrived. What is supposed to come has finally come. Although it is not too early, it is never too late. Dao King thought in his heart. Poof. Hiro Ayaya was roughly pushed by the 46th room guard behind him, but he did not have time to delve into this matter. After all, there was not much time left. He had to study this system as soon as possible. This is related to his life and death. Byte. Congratulations to the host God level sign-in system that has been successfully bound. Binding is successful. You can receive rewards by completing the sign-in within a specific time every year. Excuse me, host, I have received a gift package for newcomers. Do you want to open it? This situation did not allow Ayano Tojo to think too much. All kinds of emotions, including surprise, anger, and surprise, were intertwined in his mind. Turn it on. Turn it on quickly. Tohiro Ayaya quickly responded to the system in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the negation experience card, one time. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting a captain level spiritual pressure pack. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the full Kid Grandmaster. Daokeng quickly read in his mind the rewards from the novice gift pack. Negation experience card. It can be turned on at any time to use the light beam to save the same kind of people. The inside and outside of the light belong to mutually isolated worlds. Once the target is surrounded by the negation light, it is equivalent to being in another space. This is an experience card, limited to one use. A captain level spiritual pressure package. After use, your spiritual pressure can be increased by one level of an ordinary captain's. Full Kid Grandmaster card. After use, all Kid techniques of the Grandmaster will be used. Had, Bakud, Kide. Tohiro Ayaya looked at the rewards he had received, and his nervous expression could not help but relax. Looking at the negation experience card lying in his system space, he knew that no matter what, his life would not be lost this time. At the time of Tsuneyashiro and the other nobles of the 46 houses, they were also surrounded by guards, following Tohiro Ayaya all the way. At this time, they all couldn't wait to see what Tohiro Ayaya looked like before his death, and how his soul was completely evaporated by the double death. Only in this way can they feel a little better in their hearts, and can they rediscover the sense of superiority of the nobility. Tsuneyashiro thought about the tragic scene of Ayaya Tohiro before his death, and the corners of his mouth rose, which was harder to suppress than AK. Shuangshu no Oka soon arrived. There are two total captains of the Godi I-13, Yamamoto and Kiraku. Unlike Kiraku, Captain Yamamoto came from the era of killing thousands of years ago. Because he came from the era of disorder, after establishing the system, more stubborn than anyone else. What he fears is nothing more than another collapse of order. Although Captain Yamamoto's persistence was a bit stubborn, it was undeniable that it brought peace to Seoul society for thousands of years. But if we talk about the truly authoritative representatives of Seoul society, there is one topic that cannot be avoided: double death. Double execution is used to execute people who have committed crimes in Seoul society. This is an order that has lasted for thousands of years in Seoul society. However, in the original work, the arrival of the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo broke this rule. With the arrival of Ichigo, the twins were destroyed with the help of Kiri and Jushiro. The destruction of the twins meant that the peace of Seoul society was destroyed, followed by Aizen's rebellion. In the later period, the final goal of Akira Yuhabok was directly to destroy the three realms. He was more ruthless than Aizen and Ichigo, and even the two Death Hill was completely destroyed by him. The establishment of Shuangxia means the establishment of order, and the destruction of Shuangxia means that the corrupt rules of Seoul society are broken. Tohiro Iya looked at Shuangshu Hill quietly, waiting for the liberation of Shuangshu. The setting of Shuangshao is said to be equivalent to 1,000,000 Zanpakut, but in reality it is not that exaggerated. The so-called Zanpakut is only equivalent to a Zanpakut that has not yet been liberated, that is, 1,000,000 Zanpakut. Strength. With the liberation of the twins, the captains of the Godi I-13 also noticed this situation. A Shunpo from Kuriyashiki Kenpeiga came over and said, "Tuki? You." He also noticed the execution team in the 46th room, and then the liberation of Shuangshu and the escorted Daokeng. He had already vaguely felt this terrible ending. Hero Ayaya still respects this mentor who saved her life and led her to the path of Shinigami. Hero said helplessly, I never thought that the laws of Soul Society would be so corrupted. Degree. Watch your words. Kid. Tsuneyashiro Toki on the side glared at Hero fiercely, if you, a heinous person like you, want to say a final farewell to your captain, kowtow to me 100 times again, I might be able to relax a little. Old ghost. You just want to live longer, right? Daokeng said disdainfully. Evil brat. You asked for it. Captain Yamamoto also arrived at this moment. He also squinted his eyes and had no objection to the judgment made by Room 46. Rather than protecting a vice-captain, he values protecting the Order of Soul Society more. Tsuneyashiro was originally under the protection of the guards of Room 46, but when he saw the captain and his party, he was completely calm. Under the nose of the strongest combat force in the Soul Society, an ordinary deputy captain couldn't make any sparks. Tsuneyashiro said to Captain Yamamoto, Captain, this person despises the king's laws of Soul Society, is rebellious by nature, and wants to kill us. In addition to the previous massacre of Rukonga's soul, in order to maintain the peace of Soul Society, we have made a quick verdict and immediately launched the double death penalty. Here, Tsuneyashiro Toki deliberately said that protecting the nobility of Soul Society was to protect the peace of Soul Society, so that the Godi I-13 team could not refute, and it would convince them more, and make the process of killing the Sword City smoother. Hearing this, Kuriyashiki couldn't help but retorted, Captain, Tsuneyashiro-sama, the deputy captain of Tojo is my subordinate. I know his situation best. There is no way he could do such a thing. Yes. There must be something hidden in this. After hearing this, Tsuneyashiro Toki said angrily, Captain Kuriyashiki. Watch your words. Are you raising objections to the authority of Room 46? The commander-in-chief did not reply. At this moment, he took a deep look at Daokeng and said, Don't say any more, Kaya. But... Captain. Tsuneyashiro said coldly, the captain has agreed. Captain Kuriyashiki, if you plead like this again, I seriously suspect that you have a deep collusion with such a traitor. It will inevitably be detrimental to you at this time. The man wearing a bamboo hat and colorful clothes looked at the captain thoughtfully, and then smiled bitterly. A man with white hair wearing captain's haori also shook his head and looked at Daokeng with a look of unbearability. Daokeng looked around, and most of the other captains also had expressionless faces. No one knew what they were thinking in their minds. P.S. According to the description of Kuriyashiki, he defeated the 6th generation Kenpeki hundreds of years before the Aizen Rebellion, there is no description of the specific time, and became the captain of the 11th Division. He tested Bankai in the Broken World 250 years ago. I will pushing his timeline back to about 300 years ago. Chapter 3 The Trump Card for Defection Negation. Kiriko Shunsui, ever since Tojo Ayaya was announced by Chamber 46 to massacre Soul Society souls, he felt that there was too much fishiness in this matter. Although he was not very familiar with Daokeng, he was the deputy captain of the 11th Division after all, so it was inevitable that he would have to say hello. But from ordinary contact, he also clearly felt that Tojo Ayaya was not a murderous guy, and based on his feelings, he would not do anything like massacre Rukonga. On the contrary, Room 46 has always been suspicious, everything happened too fast. Just after Rukonga was massacred, the deputy captain of Daokeng was quickly escorted and handed over to them for trial. Moreover, as a member of a high-class noble family, Kiryu also knew about the corruption at the top in private. Kiriko Shunsui asked, Mr. Yama and Tsuneyashiro, do you really want to do this? We still don't understand the trial process at all, so we can liberate both parties at will. Are you sure? His tone was still toneless. It seemed that Jinraku still didn't intend to directly provoke Room 46 at the moment. But Kiriko Shunsui's words directly pierced Tsuneyashiro's nerves. He roared, "You still need to ask? Isn't the trial of room 46 right in front of you? It is already a fact that this traitor openly massacred Rukanga. How can we not kill the sinner who is despising the laws of the Soul Society and destroying the peace of the three realms again?" Finally, Tsuneyashiro pretended to be righteous and said, "Don't use the double execution? Captain Kaiband, how do you want us to explain to Rukanga's innocent soul?" At this time, Captain Yamamoto slowly opened his eyes and said, "The deputy captain of the 11th Squadron, Ayatocho, seriously destroyed the peace of Soul Society and flouted the laws of Soul Society. He is guilty of the death penalty. We have no objection." Yamamoto still chose to compromise. He knew that once the order was destroyed and he broke with the top leaders of Soul Society, things would become much more difficult in the future. After all, as the captain, he only needs to fight hard to kill the enemy, while the 46th room in the rear has many things to consider. Captain Yamamoto said this without hesitation, he is so old after all. Hearing that the captain had no objections to the judgment of room 46, Tsuneyashiro's expression improved slightly. After all, the massacre of Rukanga was done by the high-ranking nobles of Soul Society in order to frame Tojoho Ayaya. If the Godai 13 were determined and investigated on their own, they would naturally be able to see what was wrong. But the captain actually had nothing to say, which was a great help to them. Then Tsuneyashiro turned his head and looked at Tohiro fiercely. How could a mere untouchable who started out as a Rukanga dare to go against Soul Society's top brass, room 46? He must personally see Ayaya Tojo's soul being killed by both hands. Evaporated completely. Seeing the captain's acquiescence in everything, Tojiki Ayaya's last hope for Soul Society disappeared, and at the same time his feelings for Team 13 were wiped out. It seems that from now on, there will be no end to the fight. After seeing the captain's statement, the captains of other divisions still looked calm. The captain of the 2nd Division, Shifunjin, had an expressionless face. He is also one of the 5 nobles in the Soul Society. It is reasonable to protect the decision of the 46th Chamber with Tsuneyashiro. Anohana, the captain of the 4th Division, is still smiling, but based on her identity as first-generation Kenpeki, she doesn't know what is behind this smile. The captain of the 12th Division, Hikifun Kiryu, did not come out. It seemed that she was still studying her so-called putting a temporary soul into the body technique behind closed doors. Kiriko Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division, also showed a helpless look after advising the captain that it was unfavorable. In addition, Jushiro originally wanted to plead with Captain Yamamoto and Tsuneyashi Toki, but seeing Yamamoto's softness and Tsuneyashi Toki's attitude of eager to kill Tokyo, he was speechless even when he wanted to speak. The escort also escorted Tojiki Ayaya to continue walking, and soon arrived at the 2 Death Hill. Captain Yamamoto and the Godai 13 were watching everything. TCH. I should have done it earlier. I was only here to study the system. Tohiro Ayaya looked at the captains around and suddenly thought, Tatsuki was also upset that he didn't seize the opportunity to kill Tsuneyashiro today, so he patronized research the system. There are also captains all around, so killing him is troublesome. It's better to wait until you counterattack in the future before taking action. As a criminal, what are you talking about? The escorting officer from room 46 reprimanded Tohiro Ayaya. Daokeng said disdainfully, I'm laughing at you. After graduating from the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, I neither chose to purify the void to maintain the stability of the 3 realms, nor stayed to pass on the fire to the next generation. Instead, I chose to become the leader of the 46th chamber. Dog, this is so sad. What a treacherous person. He actually slandered Shinigami who dedicated himself to Soul Society like this. Tsuneyashiro's shouting voice came again, it seems that it is too easy for you to kill both of you. Tohiro Ayaya said, it is indeed too cheap for you, it will actually delay your life for several years. It is really my dereliction of duty not to take your life immediately. Tsuna. Me. Die. Day. Ren. Captain Yamamoto said dissatisfiedly, watch your attitude. Kid, you are contemptuous of the majesty of the Soul Society royal family. Tuhiro sighed and said, it seems that Captain Yamamoto? You who basically represent the thousands of years of Soul Society history also choose to surrender to this pitiful piece of flesh. Rebellious person. Do you know what you are talking about? Tsuneyashiro Toki was shocked. As a member of the Tsuneyashiro family, he naturally knew the history that was hidden among ordinary Shinigami today. That represents the deepest darkness of Soul Society itself. Once revealed, it means the veil of the five nobles in Soul Society has been torn off. The entire Soul Society will face a major earthquake. Captain Yamamoto, I propose to execute him immediately. We cannot give this evil man any time to continue talking. Before Captain Yamamoto could react, Tsuneyashiro quickly assigned people to start taking action. Tuhiro Ayaya lowered her voice and said with a chill, do you really want to see me die? Tsuneyashiro time. Does this history make you so scared? Whoosh. When Tsuneyashiro heard what Tohiro Ayaya said, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This vice-captain might really kill him in the future. At this time, the arrangement had been completed, and the twins had been liberated. Tsuneyashiro announced, do it. Humph. A sneer came from Tuhiro Ayaya's lips. Tsuneyashiro Toki said angrily, you dying, rebellious brat, what are you laughing at? I'm so sorry. The time has come and I have to leave. Captain Yamamoto first noticed something was wrong in the space, and his face became solemn. Buzz. Yamamoto Genryusai looked up at the sky. There was a spatial distortion above the jingling temple, and a crack appeared out of thin air. The captains also noticed the abnormality of the situation and raised their heads to look at the sky. A hole was torn out of the blue sky, and a dozen Daigzu suddenly rushed out face down. At this time, a yellow beam of light shone on Ayaya Tocho, and the body of Shinigami, who was originally escorting Tocho, was instantly cut in half under the yellow light beam. Half of the body is inside the light column, and half of the body is outside the light column. When Shinigami on the other side saw Tojo's methods, they thought it was a fight between trapped beasts in Tojo and struggled to the death. They raised their Zanpakuto and rushed over there, but when they touched the beam of light, their swords it comes out from the opposite side of the light pillar. The person is clearly right in front of me, but yet he is so far away. Inaccessible to humans and out of reach of swords. On the ground, a large pit was sucked out of thin air, and Dao King stepped on the sucked-out boulder and slowly floated up. No? This is negation. The captain of Siphon Jiyuan has already figured out what this weird yellow light beam is. He never imagined that negation would come to Knife City at this time. Chapter 4 Aizen's famous scene will be screened in advance. Negation is the beam used by Daigzu to save his kind. The inside and outside of the light are worlds isolated from each other. Once the target is surrounded by this light, it is equivalent to being in another space. People outside negation cannot reach it. It is a very powerful defensive technique. In the original drama, this trick allowed the three of Aizen to retreat safely after being surrounded by the Godai 13. Even Yamamoto Genryusai, known as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, could only watch Aizen leave. When he saw that Tsuneyashiro was about to announce his execution, Tojo had already pulled out the negation experience card from the system, and then successfully used it directly at the last moment. Of course, Aizen and his entourage were safe and sound at that time, and so is Tojo Ayaya now. All the captains who were in charge of watching the show couldn't calm down. This scene was too outrageous for them. Negation itself is Daigzu's ultimate means of saving his kind, and it is unbelievable that it would actually come to the City of Swords at this moment. They all thought, the vice-captain of the Godai 13 was secretly colluding with Hueco Mundo. Captain Yamamoto had an angry look on his face, and he would forget what Tojiki Ayaya said before. After all, he was plotted by the high-ranking nobles of Seoul society, and it was still within the scope of Yamamoto's compromise. But negation descended on Tohiro, and Shinigami colluded with Daeguzu, which directly touched Yamamoto's reverse scale. Damn! How could negation appear on his head? Originally, Tsuneyashiro was full of pride. He was eager to see Tojo's death more than anyone else present, but the sudden change directly made his face, which was originally like a dead person, even more ugly, and his whole face looked like it was going to explode. As one of the top 5 nobles in the Seoul society of the Tsuneyashiro family, of course he knew what the beam of yellow light just now was, and he also knew very well that he could not do anything to the Sword City now. He directly chose to vent his anger on Captain Yamamoto. Tsuneyashiro said angrily, "Captain Yamamoto, how did you lead the Godi I-13 team? The vice-captain of your team was actually able to collude with Daeguzu. This but for the capital crime of treason, you, the captain, are also responsible. How are you going to explain it to room 46? Captain Yamamoto snorted coldly and glanced at Tsuneyashi Toki. Just this glance made Tsunetoki break into a cold sweat. He swallowed and remained silent. Sir Tsuneyashiro, I will naturally give an explanation to room 46 afterwards. Then, Captain Yamamoto stared at Tohiro Ayaya with deep eyes, and said in a cold voice with murderous intent, "Kid. As a Shinigami, you colluded with Hueco Mundo. This is the way to become all Shinigami in Seoul society. Enemy. And as the deputy captain of the Godi I-13, the crime is even worse." Tohiro Ayaya replied, "You have to kill me according to the rules of Seoul society. Why are you antagonizing me? The only thing I'm disappointed about is that I didn't take it off earlier. Tsuneyashiro time, your life." Tsuneyashiro Toki had just recovered from the pressure of the captain when he heard Tokuro Ayaya's words and immediately roared to the sky, "Kid! What are you talking about? You are wrapped up in negation and you are just like a lost dog, fleeing. We've just arrived in Hueco Mundo, and you still want to kill the supreme noble in Seoul society." Tohiro Ayaya also wants to talk about his identity as a time traveler. Although 100 years have passed since he time traveled, he himself does not have much affection for the Seoul society. He became a Shinigami and joined the Godi I-13 as the deputy captain, that is, Toiiyajiri. Repay the favor. Currently, the 46th chamber wants to kill him, and Yamamoto remains silent in order to maintain the order of Seoul society. Of course, he will resist in Tohiro. High in the sky, Tohiro Ayaya said expressionlessly to the people below, "Captain Yamamoto and Tsuneyashiro Toki. Don't use your hypocritical justice to convict me, and don't try to use the so-called order to determine my fate. Every person has a specific destiny line in his hand, and as long as I hold the sword, the so-called destiny is entirely in my own hands. Even God cannot control me." Yamamoto Genryusai heard what Tohiro Ayaya said and frowned, "Kid. You are too arrogant and don't know what to say." At this time, Jushiro stepped forward like a script, and asked Daokeng, "You are reduced to joining forces with Daeguzu, have you fallen?" Daokeng. "Jushiro, you Seoul society are too arrogant. No one can dominate me. Moreover, no one stands in the sky from the beginning, not you, not me, not even God." Tohiro Ayaya broke free from her restraints and put her right hand on her forehead. Only then did Tohiro realize that she didn't arrange hairspray on her hand in advance. Also, does this count as plagiarizing Aizen's famous scene in advance? Daokeng simply put his right hand on his forehead and said coldly, "From now on, I will stand in the sky." At this moment, the City of Swords had just risen to the highest altitude. Standing in the palm of Jillian's hand, he said, "When I see Seoul society again, I wonder what the scene will be like." Tsuneyashiro Toki was so angry that he almost gritted his teeth. He couldn't understand why Daeguzu would help Tohiro escape, and he had just sentenced Tohiro Ayaya to death, and he was here in the Godi 13. He retreated safely in full view of everyone in the team, which was simply more uncomfortable than slapping him. Obliterating the Sword City in his heart has become a top priority. After all, although the combat power of a vice-captain is not top-notch, it still makes him unable to sleep and eat well if he doesn't remove it. Daegzu's palm slowly lifted up the Sword City, and then the gap in the space was slowly closed. At this time, the sky in Seoul Society was still blue, as before, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 5 Follow-up Meeting. Officially entering Hueco Mundo. There was another buzz sound, and the void that had just been torn apart by Daegzu completely closed. After seeing Tojo Ayaya completely disappearing, Tsuneya Shirotoki was also clearly angry. Tsuneya Shirotoki said to Yamamoto, "Sir Yamamoto, it is the job of your Godi 13th team to combat rebellion, don't forget it." Captain Yamamoto picked up his crutch and pounded it on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "This is natural. I said I would give room 46 an answer." Captain Yamamoto then announced, "Immediately notify all the current captains of the 13th team and come to the hall for a captain's meeting. No one is allowed to be absent." After a while, in the meeting hall, the captain stood at the front and center, followed by 12 captains standing on both sides. All the captains had serious expressions, even the one who had always been out of tune looked solemn at this moment. Yamamoto Genryusai was the first to say, "Everyone has witnessed the scene that just happened today. The deputy captain of the 11th Division of the Godi 13, Tohiro Ayaya, was dissatisfied with the royal family's decision and attempted to break the order that Seoul society has maintained for thousands of years. Join forces with Su and use negation to defect from Hueco Mundo." Captain Yamamoto continued, "Room 46 has just issued new instructions. It is strictly forbidden to leak this matter. This will also avoid causing panic in the Seoul society. At the same time, this matter is related to the majesty of our Godi team. As a Shinigami and as the deputy captain of the 11th Division, he disobeyed the judgment of the 46th Chamber and even had an affair with Hueco Mundo. This behavior is regarded as a taboo in the Seoul society and is treasonous. This person seriously threatens the three realms. It is our duty to protect the safety of the Seoul society and maintain the stability and order of the Seoul society. According to the instructions of the 46th Chamber, the number and frequency of the Hueco Mundo expedition will be increased. See you next time. This person must be killed to show the courage of our Imperial Guards. Furthermore, this traitor's talent is obvious to everyone. He only entered Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy for a few years and graduated early. In the following year, he directly became the deputy captain of the 11th Division. His talent is not inferior to anyone else, so the Zanpakut has been confiscated in advance, but don't underestimate the enemy. As for Hueco Mundo, we and the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force cannot go deep into it. After all, it is the territory of the Daegzu. There are many Daegzu of the Vastad level among them. Ordinary captains are not their opponents, so regarding the Sword City Ayaya's pursuit will probably be difficult, but our dignity of the Godi cannot be violated." For the first time in 1,000 years, Captain Yamamoto spoke in a tone with obvious murderous intent. His stern eyes scanned every captain. The captain of the 11th Squadron, Kuriyashiki, wanted to say a few words, but Yamamoto shot him back with a cold look. Yamamoto said, "Kaya, I know that you have a good relationship with that traitor. But we are the Godi 13, and we will never allow any cover-up behavior. No matter who harms the peace of Seoul society, no matter who he is, be it my brother, my disciple, or even my child, I will choose to kill him." Kuriyashiki lowered his head helplessly and said, "I understand, Captain." Yamamoto finally said, "As long as I stay in Seoul society for a day, it will be Seoul society's best defense. The traitor will not be allowed to appear again. You will strengthen your training to be prepared to kill those who rebel in the future." The meeting is dismissed. After Captain Yamamoto finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes and put away the murderous intention that had been revealed before. Ba, ba, ba. After Daokeng arrived in Hueco Mundo, he was fed a large mouthful of sand by the oncoming strong wind. After arriving in Hueco Mundo, Tojo found that the peace here and the peace of Soul Society were completely two extremes. Hueco Mundo itself is located in the gap between the real world and the Soul Society. It is the regional space where Hueco Mundo and Arankar live. When they are here, even Shinigami cannot know what is going on. The Hueco Mundo environment is different from Soul Society. There is no city-like area with unique streets and buildings similar to the real world and Soul Society, but a real barren land. All it has is a white desert-like barren ground and dead trees made of quartz everywhere. It is night all day long, and the moon is in the opposite direction to the real world. But there are many advantages of Hueco Mundo, that is, compared to the real world and Soul Society, the concentration of spirit particles in the atmosphere is very high, and sufficient energy can be obtained by just breathing, and whether it is Shinigami, hollow or even hollow, it is regarded as poison. The Quincy's abilities are greatly enhanced. After Daokeng thought for a while, he opened the personal panel in the system. Host, Tojo Ayaya. Zanpakuto, none. Ryutsu, ordinary captain level. Swordsmanship, penultimate. White hits, penultimate. Kid getting started. Shunpo, Grandmaster. Everything else, 1 Captain's Ryutsu pack, all Kid Grandmaster cards. Note, the levels of mastery are divided into entry, proficiency, Grandmaster, penultimate, ultimate, and legend. Tojo Ayaya thought about it and chose to use the Ryutsu pack and Kid Grandmaster card directly. The place he is currently in is different from Soul Society. Although Soul Society is decayed, the degree of predatory power of the weak is far less than that of Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo can be said to be a real dark forest. The immediate priority was to improve his strength as quickly as possible, so Tojo used the Ryutsu pack and Kid Grandmaster card without hesitation. After using it, Tucky felt a clear difference in his body's front and back, and his spiritual pressure could be said to have doubled. In addition, Kid, whom I had half understanding before, suddenly became familiar with it. Kid under size 80 is not difficult to use at all. Is this the power of the system? It can actually increase my power so much all at once. Daokeng exclaimed in his heart. Daokeng once again opened his personal panel. Host, Tojo Ayaya. Zanpaku, none. Ryutsu, 12 cars. Swordsmanship, penultimate. White hits, penultimate. Kid, Grandmaster. Shunpo, Grandmaster. Hero looked at the data of the 12 Ryutsu tanks and couldn't help but laugh at the system's bad taste in specifying the Ryutsu units. Now the teacher of the 6th tank has completely confirmed the identity of the combat unit. Hero Ayaya began to think about the future path in her mind. She couldn't just stay in Hueco Mundo like this. And he is also a systematic person, he can sign in once every year, and what he lacks most is time. This means that he will one day gain extraordinary power, and Tojo currently has 12 cars of spiritual pressure and Grandmaster's full kid means. As long as he doesn't run into Vastad, there is no threat in Hueco Mundo. To his emptiness. Soon Daokeng formulated a brand new plan. First, he would continue to hone his skills in Hueco Mundo and then increase his holdings through the system. 100 years later, his strength would be absolutely terrifying. What we have to do then is to unify Hueco Mundo and become the new king of Hueco Mundo. In this way, he can launch a war against Soul Society like Aizen and Waiwak. And this war is not just for the Tsunoya Shiro Hour or the 46 Chambers, but to completely break the ancient decay of Soul Society. Finally, we must completely attack the Soul King Palace and use the power of the Soul King to bring about complete changes to the entire Shinigami world. Chapter 6: The Daily Life of Daokeng in Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo. Under the flying yellow sand in the sky, several ferocious-looking Ashokas-level Daigzu were fighting against Daokeng. Taoshiro's steps are very light. Even when he was in Team 13, his shunpo had reached a certain level. Now with twice the spiritual pressure of the past, he can move with ease. During the break between the siege of Ashokas, Tojo suppressed Ashokas with only his fists. The kid mixed in the white hits even caught these Ashokas Daigzu off guard. Had number 4, White Thunder. Under a white lightning, the two Yachokas were completely annihilated. At this time, one of the lobster-headed Daigzu walked around and used the sound to instantly arrive behind Daokeng. Virtual Flash. The lobster head condensed a crimson spiritual pressure energy wave and launched an attack in the blind corner of the Sword City. But how could such a method hide from Tojo's spiritual pressure perception? Two-Hero Ayaya turned around, concentrated her spiritual pressure, and then waved her hand, and the crimson-red streak just now was instantly dispersed into individual spiritual particles. Whoosh! A shunpo from Daokeng came to the front of the lobster-headed Achiuka's Daigzu. Just as the Daigzu wanted to resist, it was firmly held down by Daigzu's right hand. Then the spiritual pressure was released, blasting the Daigzu. Not even a scum is left. Time flies. Although Tojo Ayaya lost her Zanpakut, with just a pair of fists and Kid's blessing, she was at home in Hueco Mundo. While fighting Daigzu who wants to devour him, he improves his strength, while constantly paying attention to Daigzu who can be subdued by him as his subordinate. Hueco Mundo is very large, it can be called boundless. He has to conquer a certain number of powerful Daigzu in Sword City. Only with full preparation can he have the confidence to counterattack Soul Society. Having read the original work, he knows how deep the water in the Shinigami world is. The strongest Shinigami Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, who possesses the strongest fire-based Zanpakut in thousands of years, and the invisible empire lurking in the darkness, will rebel against Soul Society's Aizen in the future. There was even the Zero Squadron and the Bottomless Soul King. Just like the subsequent 1000-year bloody battle, it can be said that everything was carried out under the arrangement of the Soul King. Compared with them, Daokeng is still too weak, so he has to collect all available forces in advance to expand his combat power. Of course, improving your own combat power is still the top priority. Sign in for the first year, obtain full Kid Grandmaster. Tojo Ayaya became confused at this time. He asked the system, haven't I already issued Kid Grandmaster before? What does it mean to give me another Kid Grandmaster this time? Can the two things be superimposed? Yes, when two identical items are opened, proficiency will be superimposed. Simple addition can also increase the skill level. Daokeng said, that's it. It seems that we need to hurry up now. Signing in the second year, Shunpo proficiency increased. Signing in the third year, Kid proficiency increased. Signing in the fourth year, White Hit's proficiency increased. Signing in for the 90th year, congratulations to host, for getting the ultimate kid. Hearing the voice coming from the system in her mind, Two-Hero Ayaya slowly stopped. The ultimate kid? Let me see. Then, a force flowed through Tojo Ayaya's body from the inside out. In the past, it was difficult to use kid with size 90 or above, but the current Tojo can be used easily. Feeling the change in his own power, Two-Hero immediately checked the system's introduction to Ultimate Kid. After reading it, Two-Hero understood that the Ultimate Kid refers to the Kid level of Yamamoto and Urahara, which can easily activate Kid above number 90. In some cases, it is possible to omit the chanting to activate the high-level Kid level. But the system has given Two-Hero more than this Ultimate Kid. Together with the previous Kid proficiency accumulation, Taoshiro's current Kid level can be said to be a quasi-legendary level. The approximate level is that of Hyaku Aizen. After 89 years of accumulation, Daokeng has made rapid progress in all aspects. Daokeng said silently in his heart, System, open the personal panel. Host, Tojo Ayaya. Zanpakuto, none. Spiritual pressure, quasi-extreme. Swordsmanship, penultimate. White hits, penultimate peak. Kid the ultimate peak. Shunpo, penultimate. Looking at his own panel, Deo King couldn't help but sigh. My current level of development is too uneven. But at the same time, this level is basically unmatched in Hueco Mundo. Unless Jijiba, who was sealed by Hisub Ichibe of the Zero Squadron, can still have some influence on him, there is no Daigzu in the entire Hueco Mundo that can compete with Tojo. Oh, it's time. Tojiki Ayaya murmured to herself, although my current combat power is not enough to truly challenge Soul Society, I can already go to Hueco Mundo to collect limited combat power. In this way, you can see the collapse of Soul Society's decadent nobles earlier. Chapter 7. The first Daigzu to be conquered was actually. While Sword City Ayaya was thinking about the increased combat power, she was located 100 miles away from Sword City. A newly promoted Vastad Daigzu whose upper body is wrapped by a shark on the back, but whose lower body has a pair of long legs, and even 2 giant thunders in front of his body. She was slowly walking towards the Daigzu assembly area ahead. Her name is Dia Rebel. Hueco Mundo has always been about the weak and the strong, and the weak hollows are devoured by the powerful hollows. This has always been Hueco Mundo's unique law of survival. However, Haribel is different from other Daigzu. She always has the idea that she does not want to gain strength and make herself stronger by killing others. With this idea, even if faced with a hollow that attacks her, she will still choose not to go. Devour the opponent. Her belief is that the pursuit of sacrifice must pay the price of sacrifice. In the future, Haribel fights for Aizen and is the third Espada under Aizen. But now, she is just a Vastad seeking companions in Hueco Mundo to explain her belief in sacrifice. Before becoming a hollow, Haribel was just an ordinary girl living in this world. The place where she lives is not peaceful, but full of war. Because her personality doesn't like fighting, she has been bullied by others since she was a child. Whether it is her peers, people older than her, or even people younger than her, they all surpass her in fighting. While this life continued, Haribel also gradually grew up. Her parents saw through her pain, and they slowly enlightened Haribel, opened her heart, and taught her the meaning of companionship, loyalty, and sacrifice. Under the care of her parents, Haribel gradually changed. She accepted her identity. She didn't like fighting, but she could also help those who had the same goals as her, and those people were her companions. As life gradually improved, unexpectedly the war interrupted everything in Haribel. Because an enemy soldier ran into their home, the surrounding soldiers opened fire on their home. They still enjoy massacre and do not understand the true meaning of sacrifice. Her parents also took several bullets and died to protect Haribel. But as the war continued, Haribel's consciousness gradually became confused. Does a world without sacrifice really not exist? At the last second of this world, Haribel asked such a question in her mind. Even she herself didn't expect that, or because of a strong obsession, or for some other reason, her soul came to this desolate Hueco Mundo. And from the beginning, she possessed extremely powerful spiritual pressure. From then on, Haribel began to seek new companions in Hueco Mundo to protect them and further perfect the world without sacrifice in her mind. Is it Vastad? Said a lizard-headed Achiukaz. What are you afraid of? It's just a newly promoted Vastad. A chicken-headed Achiukaz next to him said dissatisfiedly. What a joke. Those Yakukas who have been devouring their whole lives are still far away from Vastad. The female Daigzu in front of them, who doesn't seem to be killing anything at first glance, has actually become Vastad. This is simply a big surprise for them. What an insult! Siege her. If we eat her, we will definitely move up a ladder. A bull-headed Yakukaz shouted. Following the call of the bull-headed Yakukaz, great voids all around immediately surged in. Haribel's eyes were full of indifference. The power gained through sacrifice is not correct, but your exploration of sacrifice is far from enough. Ever since Haribel came to Hueco Mundo, she seems to have been born with the ability to use spiritual pressure to create and control water. She named the two moves derived from this ability Scorching Sea Current and Broken Waterfall. Haribel's shark gills quickly spurted out a huge water column. As her spiritual pressure exploded, the water column showed a tendency to soar into the sky. Wow wow wow, what is this? Water. It's water. Can this Vastad control water? Broken waterfall. As Haribel slowly said these two words, the soaring water column instantly changed its direction and rushed towards those Yakukas at extremely fast speeds. Immediately, a wailing sound erupted in this large gathering place. As the water passed by, the miserable condition of the Ashokas left behind came into view, but not many of the Ashokas inside died. I won't kill you. If I pursue your sacrifice, I will definitely make my own sacrifice in the future. At this time, Haribel suddenly felt a powerful spiritual pressure coming. Haribel was surprised and said, "This kind of spiritual pressure is undoubtedly Shinigami's, but I have never felt such powerful spiritual pressure. Damn Shinigami!" Haribel had not seen Shinigami before. During her wandering in Hueco Mundo in pursuit of the true meaning of sacrifice, she had also seen several Shinigami from the Hueco Mundo expeditionary force sweep away the Great Hollows in Hueco Mundo. Shinigami's behavior of not taking sacrifice seriously and easily seeing killing as an act of purifying the three realms undoubtedly made her feel disgusted in her heart. But this spiritual pressure made Haribel understand that this was definitely not an opponent she could easily deal with. After finishing thinking, with a boom sound, Haribel turned and left in the opposite direction of the spiritual pressure. Haribel's departure made these Yakukas breathe a sigh of relief. Although they all became stronger in order to fight and devour the same void, when they themselves faced devouring, they were still afraid in their hearts. Is this Vastad gone? What is she doing, not killing us, and leaving so fast? Unless she feels a more terrifying existence. A being more powerful than Vastad. Hey, did you feel the spiritual pressure just now? Ah, that's a Shinigami, and it's scarier than any Shinigami I've encountered before. The lizard-headed Achiukas interjected, well, let's leave quickly. Even Vastad has left, why don't we run away? Originally, the lizard-headed Achiukas didn't know the exact strength gap between Hueco Mundo, but he was blocked by one move just now, which undoubtedly filled the Daigzu's heart with fear. Let the person who kills you instantly escape. How scary is this person who is about to come? I want to ask, what does the freeing Daigzu look like just now? A calm and charming male voice came. Tuhiro Ayaya used Shunpo and appeared directly, standing on the height of a sand dune in front of these Daigzu. While chasing, he suddenly felt that it was necessary to know what the opponent looked like in advance. Tuhiro Ayaya looked at these unlucky Achiukas who had been beaten violently just now with a smile. Chapter 8 As a Vastad, is there no backhand power? What does the Vastad who appeared here just now look like? Tuhiro Ayaya asked the Daigzu in the audience, and revealed his spiritual pressure from time to time. After experiencing Haribel's attack, these Yakukas were already extremely weak. Coupled with the oppression of Sword City's powerful spiritual pressure, these Daigzu were as silent as a cicada. That is a yellow-haired, shark-like Vastad. Tujao thought about it, and there were very few Daigzu in Hueco Mundo at the level of Vastad, not to mention the obvious characteristics of the shark style. Did the spiritual pressure I felt just now turn out to be her? This is a good start. Daokeng turned back to look at the injured Yakukas, and stopped asking any more questions. Feeling Haribel's spiritual pressure just now, he determined the direction in which she left, and directly used Shunpo to pursue that area. Sword City didn't think much about those miscellaneous fish Yakukas just now. After all, 10 such Daigzu could not get close to him, but this was also an important source of troops for him to counterattack Soul Society in the future. Since Daokeng's strength increased by leaps and bounds, he was surprised to find that he was suddenly not interested in killing characters weaker than himself. At the beginning, Aizen did not take these ordinary captains seriously at all and did not take action against them. The first real draw of the sword was to Captain Yamamoto. At present, Tohiro Ayaya's mentality is also close to Aizen. Damn it! Is he actually chasing after me? I obviously don't want to cause any more unnecessary sacrifices. Haribel gritted her teeth as she ran forward. What should we do? It seems that we can't get rid of him at all. We can only deal with him. Haribel's belief has been determined, this sacrifices the pursuit of others, and it also has its original meaning. Thinking of this, she stopped and burst out a powerful spiritual pressure of Vastad level, and then used the sound to move towards the direction of Tojo Ayaya. At this time, Dao King also felt that the spiritual pressure in front was no longer suppressed. Instead, it burst out in a direct blowout, then reversed its direction and attacked him at an extremely fast speed. Oh? You actually resisted me? Instead of choosing to escape, did you take the initiative to approach me? Dao King said silently. But Dao King's interest arose, and he was eager to know the extent of his power. Haribel also sensed the opponent's fighting intention and accelerated her speed at the same time. Within a few minutes, the two met head-on in a barren wasteland with only a few quartz trees around, full of loneliness and bitterness. Dao King and Haribel were less than 100 meters apart. At this time, neither party made any move, and they were all observing the other party. Haribel was confused. Shinigami? I have met several Shinigami from the Hueco Mundo expedition before, and they all carried Zanpakuto. Why is there nothing on him? What a strange guy. As the Vastad Daigzu, Haribel is also well aware of the Shinigami's fighting style. A Shinigami who has lost his Zanpakuto has nothing to fear. The Zanpakuto is the sword used by Shinigami. Its shape and abilities are modeled after Shinigami's own soul. Shinigami gains power by knowing the name of the Zanpakuto given to him and by having spiritual conversations with it. Born with Shinigami, died with Shinigami, this is the Zanpakuto. The Zanpakuto is the source of Shinigami's power. If the opponent does not have a Zanpakuto, his combat ability will be greatly reduced. Tohiro Ayaya looked at Haribel in front of her, no different from her in the memory chapter. After transforming into Vastad, her figure has broken away from the normal animal form, and then a mask covers the lower half of her face, while the characteristics of a shark remain on the back of her body. Shinigami, you have come to a place that does not belong to you. Haribel slowly approached the City of Swords and said slowly. In the past, I also met Shinigami who got lost after coming to Hueco Mundo, but you are the only Shinigami I have seen who actively seeks sacrifice. I hope your sacrifice will not become meaningless. Haribel carefully examined Tojo Ayaya again. Tohiro Ayaya is dressed in a tattered black death armor, and there is no place for him to hide his Zanpakuto. So, has the Shinigami in front of him definitely lost his Zanpakuto? Or is it Shinigami's bait for her? His is the accomplice hiding aside? Is there a trap here? Dao King finally spoke at this time. Vastad, don't worry, there are no traps, I am the only one here. Haribel. Are you coming to Hueco Mundo alone? Or even if you lose your Zanpakuto? Shinigami, your courage is worthy of admiration, especially in pursuing the realm of sacrifice in this land. Tohiro Ayaya smiled and said, if one person can't walk, then everyone can move forward together. Haribel said, what are you talking about? Tohiro Ayaya still smiled and responded slowly, it seems that you are pursuing something in Hueco Mundo. Isn't it good to join my army and pursue the world you want to achieve together? So, you want me to be your subordinate? Tohiro Ayaya's Death Overlord costume was floating in the gusts of Hueco Mundo, and suddenly Haribel disappeared in front of his eyes. Then he waved the fin of his right hand and rolled up a powerful current. Boom! This stream of water struck towards Tojo Ayaya with extremely huge force. So, this is your first answer. Dao Keng's tone was still so calm. Haribal replied, I have no idea of surrendering to anyone. All I want is a companion who will explore and sacrifice with me. I see, was the wording wrong the first time? Well, it doesn't matter much. Tuhiro Ayaya thought silently in her heart. The next moment, Dao Keng's figure disappeared instantly and appeared next to Haribal using Shunpo. What? When did he come here? At this moment, Haribal was very shocked. The Shinigami in front of her was so fast that her detection nerves had no time to react. Boom! Haribal quickly used the ring and appeared on a quartz tree in the distance. Just as she waved her fins and prepared for the next attack, Dao Keng appeared directly to her right again. Haribal was shocked. Without a doubt, this Shinigami is the fastest I've ever seen. Moreover, he has seen through my reaction, and my attack is meaningless to him. Single-point explosive attacks are useless. You have to use a wide range of continuous moves. Only such indiscriminate attacks can defeat him. At this time, Dao Keng, who was beside Haribal, suddenly retreated quickly. Haribal asked in confusion, What? Why should you give up such a good opportunity? Dao Keng shrugged and said, Nothing, I just read other things from your eyes. What? That's it, you still think you can defeat me? Chapter 9 Let me describe to you, a world without sacrifice. Tuhiro Ayaya continued, My retreat is nothing more than to defeat the possibility that you imagined in your heart. Haribal. Haribal said word by word, Destroy my fantasy. Tuhiro Ayaya said directly, Yes, defeat your so-called illusion of defeating me. Every creature has a sense of self-protection, but whenever something goes unsatisfactory, there will always be in the mind construct another timeline to imagine. In this way, the name given to this frightening thing is reality. Yes, what you fear is the real you. Boom! A yellow spiritual pressure shot into the sky. Then, a large amount of water appeared around Haribal, and a large amount of spiritual pressure was poured into the water. Haribal shouted loudly, Scorching sea current! Defeat him for me! The water flowing around her instantly became boiling, and the water contained terrifying high temperatures. Tuhiro Ayaya watched Haribal indifferently as she made her move. Searing current, Haribal's unique move in the original work. It is used in the sword returning state. The shield-shaped water vapor flow generated from the front of the sword tip can instantly melt and evaporate the ice created by Toshiro, the captain of the 10th Division. The scorching water column hovering around suddenly expanded in all directions, attacking in all directions at 360 degrees without blind spots. Tuhiro Ayaya said, Oh! A single-point attack can't keep up with my speed, so you choose a large-scale move. Haribal said confidently, If you do this, there will be no place for you to hide. Die. Shinigami who actively seeks sacrifice. When did I say I was going to hide? Tojo Ayaya waved her hand casually, had S-31 red fire cannon. The kid released by Tojo is under the influence of Ultimate Kid, combined with the blessing of powerful spiritual pressure. No matter how low the number of kid released is, the attack effect of fully chanting kid is not inferior to that of a higher number. The red fire cannon collided with the scorching sea current, and a large amount of water vapor burst out. After a while, water vapor filled the surrounding area, blocking the surrounding sight. This Shinigami? Where did he go? The diffuse water vapor obscured Haribal's sight, and at the same time, her detective nerves were unable to locate the traces of Knife City. Had S-78 Jean Huilun. A prototype of Kid S blade split the water vapor into two halves in an instant, and quickly slashed towards Haribal. Boom! Haribal immediately used the sound to turn away from here. Jean Huilun's remaining power remained unabated, cutting a rocky mountain in the distance into two halves. What kind of monster is this? It only used one move to neutralize the move of Searing Sea. Haribal said breathlessly. At this moment, Tuhiro Ayaya's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Didn't I say that? I've already seen through your tricks. Haribal said in disbelief, can you react to Vastod's speed in an instant? Tuhiro Ayaya still had a calm smile at this time. When did you have the illusion that I can't respond to your speed? From the beginning, I seem to have shown my power. Boom! Haribal dodged and flew high into the sky. She condensed her spiritual pressure again, and a large amount of water gathered around her again. Daokeng still turned his back to Haribal, not paying attention to Vastod Dags's ultimate move. Feel the sacrifice well. You should be afraid too. Haribal said loudly to Tojo Ayaya. Broken Waterfall. Broken Waterfall. In the original work, Haribal's move is extremely powerful. The lines on the sword's body are like shark gills, and a huge water column is ejected from the lines like shark gills to attack the opponent like a waterfall. This move, which was once difficult for Toshiro, was nothing to worry about in Tuki's eyes. Bakud no 81 breaking the sky. Tuhiro turned his back to Haribal in response to her final move, and used Kid, the only defensive type in Shinigami that has a clear bonus to back-to-back releases Duan Kong. After Tuhiro said Kid's name, a giant transparent wall blocked behind Tuhiro. With the blessing of huge spiritual pressure, the hollow space formed this time is extremely huge, and it is harder than the hollow space used by Byakuya in the Arankar chapter when he chanted it completely. The huge stream of spiritual pressure that was supposed to overwhelm Sword City was completely blocked by a huge transparent wall and could not move forward. It could only flow helplessly towards both sides of the wall, washing away things around Sword City, but unable to touch the sword. Every penny of the city. Haribal. Brush. Daokeng used Shunpo and flashed directly behind Haribal. Daokeng gathered spiritual pressure in his hand, put his palm on the back of Haribal's neck, and said, the first time may be a miracle, but what is the second time? Haribal felt the powerful spiritual pressure coming from behind. Can't think. Unbeatable. She can't escape no matter what. Could it be that he was about to die in the middle of the exploration without fully understanding the meaning of sacrifice? But at this moment, Haribal felt that the spiritual pressure attack that had been pressed against the back of her neck just now was withdrawn. The corners of Daokeng's lips curved up again, and he said slowly, Taya Haribal, it seems that today is your lucky day. Haribal said doubtfully, how do you know my name? Shinigami, and why don't you take the opportunity to kill me? Daokeng withdrew his strength, turned around, and said with extremely confident power, you don't need to know this, Taya Haribal, come with me. Haribal. Although he was full of doubts, he still chose to follow Tuhiro Ayaya. Daokeng walked and said, if you have the power called sacrifice, the impossible will be infinitely closer to possibility. Arankar, with its power alone, without the brains to match it, is almost like glass in the air. Although it exists, it will fall to pieces immediately. And you have the heart to explore the meaning of sacrifice. This is undoubtedly indispensable. Haribal asked, who are you? Daokeng did not immediately answer Haribal's question and continued, if your ideal is not to sacrifice for pregnancy, you must have power. The power you pursue, if this is your ideal, I can give it to you. Haribal responded with blurred eyes, my ideal. You want to be more powerful, right? Don't you want to see the true form of your ideal? Tuhiro Ayaya enlightened like a life mentor. Haribal's eyes gradually changed. This change was seen by Daokeng, and the corners of his mouth curved again. Daokeng stretched out his hand to Haribal and said, just follow me. I will lead you to your ideal place. I will never let you make unnecessary sacrifices again. Haribal slowly raised her head and looked at Tojo Ayaya. Her eyes had changed into a look of surrender. Tuhiro looked at her and said, my name is Tuhiro Ayaya, an insignificant Shinigami, but in the end, let me describe to you, a world where there is no needless sacrifice. Chapter 10 Signing in for a Century. Ironcarization is on the agenda. Daokeng chuckled at Haribal and said, I am just an insignificant Shinigami, but Tia Haribal, in the future you will be honored by your decision today. Tohiro Ayaya's words were very gentle and peaceful, but the peace was mixed with indescribable confidence. Haribal felt Tohiro Ayaya's words, like sunshine, dispelling the confusion in her heart. She looked up at Tohiro Ayaya, with a different emotion in her heart. This is the companion she has been pursuing, the person who can guide her to see the true meaning of sacrifice. And she, Tia Haribal, wants to fight loyally for Lord Sword City. In this way, along with Haribal's surrender, a legend spread in Hueco Mundo. It is a story about a Shinigami and a Vastad Daigzu traveling together. Daokeng took Haribal back to the daily routine of Hueco Mundo. Now, killing the weak hollow has no benefit to Daokeng. Sword City mainly shifted its goals to planning an attack on Soul Society and the transformation of hollow into Arankar. But virtual Arankarization still starts from scratch. Tuki understands very well that Shinigami or Daigzu will encounter their own soul barriers no matter how far they evolve due to their limited souls. It is very necessary to test the Shinigami transformation of Shokyu. At this time, Tojo has already planned a counterattack plan 100 years later. Arankar is characterized by a hollow mask that is broken, revealing a human face, and carries a sword, shaped like a Zanpakut, which is sealed by the spiritual core of Arankar's power, and has an indestructible outer skin. Arankar still carries his original nature and devours souls. After several years of adjustments, Aizen's Arankarization experiment still did not meet expectations. It was not until he successfully made a semi-finished Hueco using the souls of hundreds of Shinigami and Matsumoto Ranjaku's Soul King's nails that he was able to experiment with Daigzu Arankar and Shinigami Arankar. Make great progress. Using Hueco to make Kyun take off his mask and realize Arankar, Aizen used this technique to create countless Arankars, including the finished high-level Arankar Espada and the modified Arankar Wanda Wise. At this time, Daokeng was exploring Arankarization experiments from scratch, which was naturally a bit more difficult, and Daokeng himself also felt that he was not suitable for soul experiment research. But for Tuchin at this time, what he lacks the most is time, and the experimental materials in Hueco Mundo are the most indispensable. Jillian can be seen everywhere and can replenish the experimental soul for Tuchin at any time. Based on his understanding of the dark history of Soul Society, Tojo still holds a neutral attitude towards such behaviors as playing with souls. In the preliminary Arankarization experiment, Daokeng still tried its best to select those Jillians who were not intelligent for Arankarization research. There are more than 100 extremely hungry hollow devouring each other. Many hollows produce spiritual pressure fusion due to devouring their own kind. Sora have spiritual pressure, but few actually produce spiritual intelligence. Most of them have low intelligence and do not have any abilities. Of course, except for Aizen's 9th Espada's Aaron Iloaluru Yeli. What Sword City wants is his special ability and use it to the maximum possible extent. There is no doubt that making him a special Zanpakut is much more meaningful than incorporating him into Espada. On the road between Daokeng and Haribal in Hueco Mundo, they naturally encountered countless Daigzu who wanted to devour them. At this time, there was no need for Daokeng to take action. Haribal on the side helped him solve all the battles at this level. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years have passed, and Daokeng feels that the Arankarization experiment is becoming more and more convenient, and the probability of success is getting higher and higher. At this time, a sound came from the system. In the past 100 years, every time I checked into Sword City, I still didn't miss it. Everything inside added to Sword City's combat power extremely horribly. Signing in for the 190th year, congratulations to host, for getting the semi-finished product Hueco. Daokeng thought silently in his heart and opened the system panel that he had not seen for a long time. Host, Tojo Ayaya. Spiritual Pressure, Ultimate. Swordsmanship Extreme. White Hits Extreme. Kid the Ultimate Peak. Shunpo Extreme. The most obvious change brought about by this check-in for Tojo is undoubtedly Hueco. The power of Hueco is obvious to all after reading the original work. After Aizen perfectly fused with Hueco, he was directly separated from Shinigami's existence and merged Kaika Suijutsu with himself. At the finale of the Thousand-Year Blood War, if Aizen hadn't interfered with Waiwaka's output through Kaika Suijutsu and used his immortal body as a human shield, he wouldn't have been able to survive the launch of Ishida Yuri's Silver Blood Clot Arrow. Hueco's existence even disturbed the omniscient and omnipotent Yohabok who absorbed the Soul King. His power can be imagined. Then, what is in the hands of Tojo Ayaya now is a half-finished Hueco. Even if he fuses it with this Hueco, it will have no effect at all. However, this piece of Hueco has the most important point for Tojo Castle at this time, and that is Hollow's Arancarization experiment. During this century, Knife City used Jillian, who lacked intelligence, as a test material, and gradually became familiar with the process of Arancarization. Now with the support of Hueco, the progress of Arancarization has been greatly simplified. For example, it's like when you are taking an exam and you are given answers next to them for you to copy. Next, within a few days, Tojo successfully transformed some low-level Jillian-level Daigzu into 100% Arancar through the Arancarization test conducted on this semi-finished Hueco. Currently, Daokeng is troubled by the fact that there is currently no more powerful Daigzu for Daokeng to experiment with. And recently, Sword City has discovered many Akaioka's-level Daigzu, which seem to be heading in another direction. I don't know why. At this time, Haribel had been following Two-Hero Ayaya for a long time, and she seemed to have seen Two-Hero Ayaya's troubles. He walked forward and said, "Lord Daokeng, I am willing to be the first experimenter of Vastad Daigzu." In her words, Haribel showed her absolute loyalty and trust to Ayaya Tojo. Although the Arancarization test has never been done in Vastad Daigzu before, based on Hueco's blessing and his own proficiency in the Arancarization test, Sword City is still very confident about Arancar Haribel. Knife City immediately agreed to Haribel's request and carried out Arancar transformation on Haribel in a cave in Hueco Mundo. Half a day passed quickly, and at this time the Arancarization test was completely completed. Standing in the cave, Haribel's appearance was completely different from before. She had yellow hair and dark green eyes. She still had two unknown large and conspicuous objects on her body. The upper part of her body was wearing a short white long-sleeved dress, horizontally on the back. He was wearing a zanpakut. Seeing that the Haribel in front of him was no different from the one in the original work, Daokeng's lips curled up slightly on the spot. My virtual Arancarization experiment is completed. P.S. Evolution is not a force, it is a process. It is not a place we are going to arrive at, but a way of our journey. Chapter 11 The Terrifying Spiritual Pressure. When Daokeng saw Haribel's Arancar transformation completed, he knew that the Arancar plan could be launched. All he needed to counterattack Soul Society now was the accumulation of time. Today Haribel looked at her changes with a shocked face, especially the huge change in her spiritual pressure. This is not just a great leap forward in strength, but a breakthrough in a dimensional category. Lord Daokeng. Daokeng smiled slightly and stopped Haribel from speaking. Now that Haribel has undergone Arancar transformation, every cell in her body has chosen to be loyal to Tojo Ayaya. In her eyes, Daokeng is not only her boss, but also the light that leads her to the true meaning of sacrifice. Daokeng looked at Haribel in front of him and was very satisfied, and at the same time thought of his system panel. Tojo Ayaya opened her system panel. Host, Tojo Ayaya. Zanpakuto, none. Spiritual pressure, ultimate. Swordsmanship extreme. White hits extreme. Kid the ultimate peak. Shunpo extreme. Extreme spiritual pressure. Daokeng muttered to himself. At this time, he didn't quite understand the extent of this ultimate spiritual pressure, so it seemed necessary to test it. Tuchin closed his eyes and slowly felt his spiritual pressure. The next moment, Dao Keng suddenly opened his eyes and raised his spiritual pressure that was as surging as the sea of stars in the universe. That powerful and terrifying spiritual pressure was rotating with Dao Keng as the center. With a thought in Dao Keng's mind, this pillar of spiritual pressure swept away in all directions. The ultimate spiritual pressure of Sword City transformed into substance, inspiring into terrifying lightning that raged around. The surrounding things were completely destroyed in an instant, and the white sand in Hueco Mundo was filled with spiritual pressure and soared into the sky, flying thousands of meters into the sky. Following Dao Keng's thoughts, the spiritual pressure continued to spread towards the periphery. 1 mile, 2 miles, 100 miles, until 1,000 miles. Sui Palace. Bail Gang, who was sitting on the throne, also sensed this huge spiritual pressure immediately. This level of spiritual pressure? Who is it? Feeling this spiritual pressure that he could not reach at all, Bail Gang had a trace of fear in his mind, as well as the fear of losing the throne of the king of Hueco Mundo. In a quartz forest in Hueco Mundo, a strange-looking Yakuza, with many eyes on his body. After feeling this spiritual pressure, he was ecstatic. This kind of spiritual pressure, so powerful, so full of love. This is the person I have decided to dedicate my life to. In the wilderness far away from Hueco Mundo, a mysterious and lazy middle-aged uncle felt this spiritual pressure and couldn't help but look stern. He had never met anyone with this kind of spiritual pressure in Hueco Mundo. Wait! This feeling of Ryutsu? Is it Shinigami? Feeling this, the lone wolf-like Daigzu looked at the little girl beside him and asked softly. Let's go and take a look, Lilynet. In Hueco Mundo, two-hero Ayaya caused a lot of chain reactions. All the Daigzu in Hueco Mundo have different thoughts after sensing the spiritual pressure of two-hero. Some want to surrender to this spiritual pressure, some are overestimating their abilities and want to devour them. And some are jealous. However, this spiritual pressure quickly disappeared after it exploded with force. After a short experiment, Tucky also knew the extent of his spiritual pressure. It's probably similar to Hyaku's Ryutsu during the Eisen period, and a bit stronger than Yamamoto Genryusai's Ryutsu during the 1,000 Years of Blood War. After the test was completed, two-hero Ayaya immediately withdrew this terrifying spiritual pressure and suppressed it to a normal Shinigami state. At this time, Dao Keng glanced at Haribel who was kneeling next to him. When Haribel's spiritual pressure erupted in Sword City, she had already received a huge impact. She could no longer maintain a standing posture and knelt down. Although Dao Keng deliberately avoided directly impacting Haribel, the vaguely revealed spiritual pressure still suppressed Haribel until her face turned pale. After Sword City withdrew her spiritual pressure, Haribel's eyes became more loyal and she also showed absolute obedience to the strong. Haribel was frightened for a moment. At that time, she was attacking Lord Dao Keng. If he had been based on the strength that Lord Dao Keng showed at this time, if Dao Keng hadn't deliberately held back, he would probably have ceased to exist, right? Shortly after the spiritual pressure erupted in Knife City, on a plain not far away, a bright white moon hangs in the sky. Under the moonlight, yellow sand rolled behind a snake-shaped Daigzu and a lion-shaped Daigzu. They were being chased by a huge spider-shaped Achiukas. In Hueco Mundo, where the law of the jungle is absolute, the female Daigzu is born with a weaker soul than the male Daigzu. The two female Daigzu still refused to admit defeat in the face of this Daigzu who was stronger than them. Virtual Flash. The snake-shaped Daigzu and the lion-shaped Daigzu concentrated their limited spiritual pressure at the same time, and emitted a red flash of light that hit the big Su on the head. Did it work? The thick smoke cleared, and the spider-shaped virtual head was revealed, unscathed. Spider Daigzu laughed and said, "That's it. You have no way to escape." The two female Daigzu said weakly, "The weak will become a part of the strong, and the strong will devour the weak and continue walking." This is common sense in Hueco Mundo, but am I going to be absorbed by such an ugly guy? Don't worry about my appearance. Next, I will swallow yourselves together, and then I will absorb you to become a more powerful Yakuza, said the spider-shaped Daigzu. At this time, the two female Daigzu seemed to accept their fate, closed their eyes, and waited for the spider Daigzu to devour themselves. Boom! A stone rolled down from the nearby hill. Spider Daigzu seemed to have detected something with his spiritual pressure. He turned around and roared loudly, "Who is that person?" Along with the moonlight, a woman with brown skin, green eyes, and white clothes walked up. Her long golden hair was tied into 3 braids. After seeing it, the spider-shaped Achiuka said disdainfully, "What? There are really small enough creatures and this posture is a Shinigami? Or a human? As long as you disturb my meal, I will kill you first." The brown-skinned woman said nothing, stretched out her left index finger to hook the ring of the knife behind her back, and pulled out the knife. When Spider Yakuza saw her pull out the knife, he roared wildly and rushed over with all 8 legs. The woman simply jumped and slashed, reaching behind the spider Daigzu. And the spider Daigzu had been cut in half under the moonlight. Wow wow wow! Daigzu in the spider form roared unwillingly and fell to the ground. When the 2 female Daigzu saw all this, their hairs stood on end. After seeing the yellow spiritual pressure emanating from the brown-skinned woman's body, she was even more unbelievable. What's going on with this guy? Is he also a female? But this kind of spiritual pressure that far exceeds Achiuka's, could it be Vastad? The mysterious female Daigzu put the knife behind her back, turned her back, and said to the 2 Daigzu, who were also females, "Come with me." The mysterious brown-skinned female Vastad seemed to be emotionless and replied again, "I told you to come with me." Chapter 12. If one person can't do it, let's do it together. Go backwards for a while. Lord Daokeng, please allow me to retreat first. After the spiritual pressure was recovered in Daokeng, everything returned to the way it was before. Shinigami and Arankar came to a hidden cave. Hearing Haribel's request, Daokeng smiled slightly. With his perception ability, he naturally knew what Haribel had discovered. It's nothing more than 2 Ashokas being chased by hollows who are stronger than them. This kind of mutual devouring between hollows happens every day in Hueco Mundo, and 2 Hero doesn't show any concern at all. After all, this is Hueco Mundo's unique natural law. As for what Haribel will do, Daokeng is not worried at all. Tojo Ayaya smiled lowly, nodded, and then continued to close her eyes to rest. Haribel also bowed out of the cave after receiving permission. A few minutes later, on the Hueco Mundo plains, a spider-shaped Hueco that was cut in half suddenly appeared. "Stop talking, I'll ask you to come with me," Haribel said to the snake-shaped and lion-shaped Daigzu. Under the leadership of Haribel, the 2 Ashokas behind them had no choice but to follow Haribel obediently. After all, she was absolutely suppressed by her strength, and they had no choice at all. In the cave, the torches on the side were flashing brightly and dimly. Daokeng looked at the 2 female Yakuzas who appeared in front of him, and asked Haribel, who was standing aside in confusion, "Taya Haribel, what are you doing? If you can't defeat one person, let's defeat it together." "Master Daokeng, you taught me this yourself 100 years ago." "So?" Tojo cried. "I just found 2 new partners." At this time, the lion-shaped Daigzu said, "Partner? Are you saying you want me to be your partner? We were indeed saved by you, but we didn't beg you at the time, let alone be grateful to you. And the man sitting there is Shinigami, right? As a hollow, no matter how you think about it, you can't be Shinigami's companion, right?" At this time, Daokeng opened his eyes and said, "It's really interesting, Haribel, you can do whatever you want with these 2 hollows. I guess this way, maybe it will bring you a world without sacrifice in advance." "Yes, Master Daokeng." Daokeng had no intention of managing this matter and continued to close his eyes to feel his own spiritual pressure. At this time, the snake-shaped Daegzu said softly to the lion-shaped Daegzu, "Stop talking quickly, that's Vastad, and it's Vastad who looks so different, how can he still treat such a thing? A Shinigami obeys your words, you know what that means, right?" After thinking about it for a while, the lion-shaped Daegzu understood what she was referring to. Such a powerful Vastad would actually surrender to others. Such a Shinigami is definitely more powerful than the so-called king of Hueco Mundo. Thinking back to the terrifying spiritual pressure they had just felt before, the two of them instantly realized something. "Forget it." Haribal spoke to the two Daegzu at this moment, "I'm sorry, do you have names? What are they called?" "Sunsun, Mila Rhodes." At this time, Haribal explained, "Our female Daegzu are more likely to be the target of others than ordinary Daegzu. Rather than acting alone, I still think it is better to act together, so I brought you here." Haribal continued. "If you can't understand the so-called companions, you can't touch the true meaning of sacrifice. I still have this idea. So it is necessary to give you a certain amount of strength." "Give us power?" Sunsun and Mila Rhodes said in confusion. "Yes, our power is given by Master Daokeng. Master Daokeng is the only person who can explain the true meaning of this world, a unique existence." At this time, Tuhiro Ayaya had already felt the vast spiritual pressure in her body. She looked at the two Daegzu in front of her and said, "Oh? Do you want new power? It's really interesting, so that I can give it to you in the future. See the new world I built." A few days later, after Toki learned more about Hyaku, he immediately Arancarized Sunsun and Moreros. First of all, the first one is Sunsun. After the Arancarization is completed, she transformed into a girl with dark green long hair with bangs and 3 round teardrops under her right eye. The mask is located on the right side of the head, in the shape of 3 hair accessories. Wearing long sleeves like the original work, the style of clothing is oriental. After Sunsun passed, it was Mila Rhodes' turn. Moreros' prototype is a lion. After being transformed into Arancar, she transformed into a tall and burly woman with long black curly hair, and also carried a zanpakut in the shape of a large sword. "This is..." Sunsun and Mila Rhodes said in shock. After the completion of the Arancar transformation, both Sunsun and Mila Rhodes felt great changes in themselves from the inside out, and reached a dimensional level improvement from the perspective of their souls. Feeling such changes in their bodies, Sunsun and Mila Rhodes truly surrendered to Tojo Ayaya in their hearts. They knelt down on one knee and offered their loyalty to Tojo Ayaya. Daokeng was very satisfied when he saw that his Arancarization methods were becoming more and more sophisticated. "Haribal, these 2 new Arancars will be led by you, and they will be regarded as your subordinate officers." Haribal realized something at this time and asked, "Lord Tuhiro, do you mean, you want to attack Hueco Mundo?" Tojiki Ayaya smiled calmly, "Since we want to reframe the concept of this world, let's redefine the limits of Hueco Mundo first. Let me first meet the so-called king of Hueco Mundo." Tuhiro still spoke with that confidence, and the confidence he showed seemed to have encompassed the entire Hueco Mundo. And this is indeed the case. Chapter 13 Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force from Soul Society. Capture Tojo? Let's not look at what Tuhiro did in Hueco Mundo, and turn our attention back to Soul Society. Not to mention how corrupt and depraved Soul Society is, it is still the Godii 13 that maintains law and order in Soul Society and the world. But in order to prevent Hollows from becoming too powerful, every 100 years or so, the Shinigami of Soul Society will set up a Hueco Mundo expedition force, led by 1 or 2 powerful Shinigami. Their main task is to go deep into Hueco Mundo and control the number of Dahows. While cleaning up, strengthen supervision to prevent Daegzu from invading Soul Society and the real world. However, in the past 100 years, many Shinigami in Soul Society have discovered that the mobilization of the Hueco Mundo expedition has become much more frequent. Even the Tsuneyashiro family, which has never cared about the Hueco Mundo expedition, has repeatedly sent its own Shinigami to assist in the Hueco Mundo expedition. Tsuneyashiro Toki-sama, the fourth wave of the Hueco Mundo expedition force has returned. They all said, Hueco Mundo is too large to find all kinds of information about Tojo Ayaya. In Tsuneyashiro's mansion in Soul Society, a Shinigami knelt on the ground and respectfully made a report to Tsuneyashiro. Tsuneyashiro Toki's face was gloomy. Ever since the deputy captain of the 11th Squadron, Ayaya Tuhiro, defected from Hueco Mundo, out of concern for face or fear, he wanted to get rid of Ayaya Tuhiro completely more than anyone else. Tojo Ayaya is like a thorn in his heart. Amagai, do you want to take revenge on Yamamoto Genri Yusai? Tsuneyashiro said sadly, imagine, the despicable Shinigami who killed your father in order to cover up the Tapi Raya sword is now standing in front of the Godai, the top of the 13th team, and you are not even a captain. The Shinigami swallowed, hatred flashing in his eyes. This Shinigami looks quite unkempt, with messy hair and unkempt stubble on his chin. He is tall, has long hair, and is dressed in rags. Tsuneyashiro smiled strangely and said, I already know your purpose. Your idea is to get the Tapi Raya sword and achieve excellent results after approaching Kashomyoji's house, and finally become the captain and complete your revenge on Yamamoto Genri Yusai. But you are just an ordinary Shinigami now. How do you get close to the Kashomyoji family, which is second only to the four nobles? What should you do? Tsuneyashiro-sama? What do you mean? Soul Society's Hueco Mundo expeditionary force is a bunch of trash. After searching for almost 100 years, I can't even find the shadow of Tojoho Ayaya. I just think that someone needs to be replaced to command this force. Tsuneyashiro she said. Tsuneyashiro continued to say insidiously, Amagai Sushuk. I know your wish, and I also have my own considerations. You go to Hueco Mundo to capture Tojiro Ayaya for me, life or death. In this way, I recommend you to be elected captain of the Godai 13. Yes, this unkempt Shinigami is Amagai Susuk in the Shinigami animation. After Aizen defected, he returned from Hueco Mundo to take over the position of Ichimaru Jin, the original captain of the 3rd Division. Because he is in the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force, he has been out on expeditions. Few Shinigami of the Godai 13 understand him. The real mastermind behind the Kashomyoji family. In order to avenge his father, he personally took Ruricho to Captain Yamamoto and used the power of the Bankai to seal Yamamoto's region Jaka. Ichigo arrived in time and started a fierce duel. After learning the truth, Amagai burned himself with a Zanpakuto to apologize. He is a tragic character, all caused by a tragedy caused by misunderstanding his father's words. And now Amagai Susuk's intention to avenge the captain for his father was discovered by Tsuneyashiro Toki. Tsuneyashiro Toki felt that Amagai Susuk was a powerful Shinigami worth using as a bargaining chip for recommending him to get close to the Kashomyoji family and become the captain of the 13th team. Tsuneyashiro Toki wanted him to lead the team to Hueco Mundo to kill Tojoho Ayaya. Night. Tsuneyashiro Toki-sama, wasn't the deputy captain of Tojo City executed for crimes 100 years ago? Is he still alive now? Tsuneyashiro seemed to be reminded of some bad memories, and said in a more sinister tone, this is room 40's own consideration, you don't need to know. You only need to know that he is in Hueco Mundo now, and your mission is to kill him. Tsuneyashiro said sinisterly, you should have learned Bankai, right? And Tojo Ayaya is just a sinful Shinigami who even lost his Zanpakuto. You can't even take him down, right? Tsuneyashiro-sama. Think about your father, think about that Tapi Raya knife, are you really unable to do it? Amagai Susuk. Tsuneyashiro scolded with an impatient tone. A flash of fierceness flashed in Amagai Susuk's eyes, and he said, I am willing, Tsuneyashiro-sama. Although he tends to be quite loyal and law-abiding, he is willing to bend or break the law if it helps him get revenge. Otherwise, why would he, as the captain of the 3rd Division, rebel against Soul Society and try to kill Captain Yamamoto? However, unlike the Tsuneya Shiro family, Amagai Susuke always has a good side. In the animation, the misunderstanding was finally clarified. Amagai Susuke was ashamed of his behavior and could not bear his own weakness. Amagai Susuke chose to devour himself with his Zanpakuto. Ha ha ha, Tsuneya Shiro Toki said with a smile, I know that Amagai Susuke will make the right choice for you, so we can start preparing for the 5th Hueco Mundo expedition. Also, let me tell you something. If I haven't gotten the news about Ayaya Tojo this time, Amagai Susuke, you don't have to come back to Soul Society. This time, Tsuneya Shiro Toki firmly believed that Tojo Ayaya would die. Hueco Mundo. Master Daokeng, do you still miss Soul Society? Sunsen asked Daokeng Ayaya with doubts. Hearing Sunsen ask this question, Myra Rhodes and Haribal on the side also held their breath and listened to Daokeng's answer. Nostalgic. No one will not miss a place where they have lived for hundreds of years. Daokeng's tone was still calm. It is precisely because of nostalgia that I long to go back, and going back means change. This is to end the thing that turned the 3 worlds into hell thousands of years ago. Chapter 14 Hueco Mundo Expedition begins. Pumpkin Monster Attacks. Soul Society. The Kaikai Gate is an important means of transportation for Shinigami to and from Soul Society. When the World Traveling Gate is opened in the present world, it looks like a classical Japanese partition sliding door, but in Soul Society, the World Traveling Gate is a tall gable-style building with 2 towering square wooden piles in front of the door. Open the gate to the world. As the solemn announcement sounded, 2 huge door panels slowly opened, and a group of Shinigami led by Amagai Susuke slowly walked towards the boundary gate. When Amagai Susuke was about to pass through the boundary gate, he tilted his eyes and saw Tsuneya Shiro standing beside him. Tsuneya Shiro Toki was still surrounded by the Shinigami, the bodyguards belonging to the 4 nobles. Even though he was dressed in noble clothes, his eyes were still dark and full of cunning and insidiousness. Amagai Susuke originally did not want to join his sect, but when he thought of avenging his father, he had no choice but to obey. Tsuneya Shiro used his hand gesture to make a killing move towards Amagaisuke, and Amagaisuke nodded slightly after seeing it. I'm sorry, but for the sake of my father, the vice-captain whom I have never met before Tojiki Ayaya, I can only ask you to die first. Amagai Susuke made up his mind and resolutely led Shinigami behind him into the World Traveling Gate leading to Hueco Mundo. Soul Society's Hueco Mundo expedition begins again. Ba, ba, ba. After coming out of the boundary gate, it was inevitable that Amagai and the Shinigami would eat a mouthful of sand. Hueco Mundo, it's still the same as before, a dark desert, only the most primitive place of devouring disorder. Amagai Susuke came to Hueco Mundo again, and couldn't help but sigh. Lord Ambe Susuke, what should we do next? As before, pay attention to controlling the number of hollows. Remember to record the particularly powerful hollows. Ambe Zaihuzu instructed. Yes. Also. This time, we must pay special attention to the lone Shinigami. If we find anything, report it immediately regardless of the situation. Receive. After Daokeng rebelled against Hueco Mundo, decades have passed since the 5th Hueco Mundo expedition. In the past few decades, companions have been left alone and lost, and companions have been drawn into the group of Daigzu and died unexpectedly. Every time Amagai Susuke saw his comrades who had lost their troops, his heart was filled with pain. He wanted to go back several times, but before leaving, the Tsuneya Shiro hour still echoed in his ears. Those sinister words. If there is no news about Tojo Ayaya this time, Amagai Susuke, there is no need for you to come back. The other party has the status of the largest noble in Soul Society and is also the biggest talker in room 46. Amagaisuk has no doubt that he will use this power to prevent him from returning to Soul Society. Decades have passed, and the Hueco Mundo expeditionary force led by Amagai Suzu and his group went as deep into Hueco Mundo as possible, but still found nothing. Amagai Susuk has never seen the figure of the vice-captain named Tuhiro even once. The only gain was hearing a strange legend about a Shinigami and a Vastad traveling together. Amagai Susuk wanted to investigate this point, but there was never any clue. And his team accidentally entered the Daigzu group and suffered heavy losses. Originally, with the intention of joining Tsuneya Shiro, he contacted Kazumioji's family as soon as possible and obtained the Tapi Raya sword, and then took the opportunity to take revenge on the captain. But I didn't expect that the time to return to Soul Society would be delayed again and again. Amagai Susuk originally thought that with his own strength, as long as he didn't encounter Vastad in Hueco Mundo, everything would be safe. However, as the number of Shinigami in the Hueco Mundo expedition force became smaller and smaller, there were also the sudden burst of unknown spiritual pressure in Hueco Mundo made him feel cold. If he meets the owner of this spiritual pressure, he will definitely die without a burial place. While Amagai Suosuk was deep in thought, a Shinigami hurriedly came to Amagai Susuk for help. "What's wrong, Mr. Amagai Susuk?" Our 10-person advance exploration team was suddenly entangled by the Daigzu group. Amagai Susuk. Although Amagai Susuk is now involved in Tsuneya Shiro time, he has always been an easygoing person with leadership skills, and is deeply trusted by all Shinigami. Amagai Susuk used Shunpo to consume spiritual pressure, and while sensing the spiritual pressure of the Daigzu group, he hurried on his way. "Wait for me." On the other side, Amagai Susuk's men are fighting a group of Jillians, and the Shinigami have released their Zanpakutos to harvest the swarming Daigzu. "Damn it! There are too many Jillians, it's impossible to kill them all," a Shinigami said loudly with strong fear. The other Shinigami kept his emotions and pretended to be calm and said, "Don't panic. Saiton has already gone to call for help from Amagai-sama, just hold on for a little longer. Just hold on for a little longer." Suddenly, the big voids in front of me changed their direction strangely. Instead of attacking Shinigami, they chose to attack Jillian, who was standing aside. Jillian, who originally besieged the expedition force Shinigami, was split into two factions and began to fight within themselves. The Shinigami of the Hueco Mundo expedition looked at Jillian, who was originally besieging them, being attacked and devoured by the same Great Hollow on the other side. They looked at each other in shock, completely unaware of what was happening. "What the hell is going on?" a Shinigami asked in confusion. "Don't relax. Stay vigilant. This anomaly is unusual, and the next wave may be a more terrifying attack," reminded a Shinigami who looked more experienced. "Ha ha ha." After Jillian fought with each other, leaving behind devastation, there was a sudden sound. "What? Who is where?" At this time, the billowing smoke after the melee between the Daigzu dissipated, and the person standing in front of the team finally revealed his true appearance. The body and face were wrapped in white bones, and covered with eyes that made people feel numb. They looked very strange and terrifying. What is even more surprising is his lower body. This weirdo has no legs, but a peach-colored pumpkin-shaped ball floating off the ground. The pumpkin on the lower body is also covered with eyes. Oh? Is it a Shinigami? No wonder these Jillians are attacking in a swarm. The pumpkin that suddenly appeared looked at the Shinigami of the Hueco Mundo expedition force. "Don't worry about it, Jillian is gone. Hurry up and get rid of this pumpkin monster, hurry up and join Mr. Amagai Susuk," said an impatient young bald Shinigami. "Slow down." Before his companion could finish his words, the bald Shinigami held his Zanpakuto and prepared to chop the multi-eyed pumpkin Daigzu into two pieces. "It seems that you don't understand love." Pumpkin monster Daigzu clasped his hands together and said slowly with emotion, "Then let me explain the truth of love to you." After saying that, the eyes of this weird-looking pumpkin Daigzu suddenly opened, his whole body exuded his spiritual pressure, and the black pupils in his eyes instantly became larger. The next moment, the bald Shinigami, who was about to chop down the pumpkin monster Daigzu, stopped the knife in his hand, as if time had been stopped. "Toyama, what are you doing?" the Shinigami behind shouted, calling the bald Shinigami's name. "I don't know, suddenly I lost control of my body." "Wait! Stop!" Yuan Shan howled loudly. He suddenly discovered in horror that his body was out of control and he could not help but stare. Looking at his body, he turned around and raised his Zanpakuto to slash at his companion behind him. The companions behind him also discovered a strange sun-shaped pattern on Yuan Shan's body. At this time, the pumpkin monster Daigzu showed a smile, as if he was going to devour them all like a devil. Chapter 15 Fierce Battle. Zomala vs Amagai Susuke. Brush brush brush. Toyama involuntarily hacked several Shinigami to death in succession, and in the end he was the only one left, looking with tears in his eyes as his Zanpakuto was stained with the blood of his companions. At this time, Pumpkin Daigzu came over and said slowly, "Your companions are all Shinigami at the same level as you. Logically speaking, it is impossible for you to kill them all by yourself. But if they are undefended, under such circumstances, I believe that as a companion, this situation can be easily realized by you. Is this true love?" The bald Shinigami Toyama shed tears, gritted his teeth and asked, "What on earth is going on?" "Su." After Pumpkin Daigzu heard Yuanshan's question, he smiled slightly and said, "You will die soon, so I might as well tell you. This is my special ability as a Su, love. Like. As the love that dominates everything, feel honored to die with this ability. Shinigami, you will feel the power of love soon." The multi-eyed Pumpkin Daigzu said slowly, and issued a death sentence to Toyama. Next, Yuan Shan watched as he suddenly took the knife with both hands and leaned the blade towards his neck. Toyama cried out in despair. He had been prepared for death since he joined the Hueco Mundo expedition as a Shinigami, but he could not accept dying under such a shameful ability. Call. When Toyama was about to commit suicide under the control of the pumpkin-shaped Daigzu, Amagai Susuke suddenly appeared next to Toyama, grabbed Toyama's arm with one hand, and used all his strength to stop Toyama's suicide behavior. "Hey!" The multi-eyed pumpkin Daigzu looked at the sudden appearance of Amagai Susuke in confusion. At the same time, he was still trying to use his spiritual pressure in an attempt to strengthen his dominance. "Can't move? How strong is this guy who suddenly emerged?" Pumpkin Daigzu asked in confusion. At this time, Pumpkin, with his many eyes and empty eyes, said, "So that's it. It seems that you also have a loving heart." "Love." Amagai Susuke grabbed Toyama's arm while chewing on Pumpkin Daigzu's words. "Since you also have a heart and love, it seems that it is necessary for me to kill you, so that I can witness the gap in love between you and me. But you have been blocking the suicide of your teammates. What means should be used to stop me? Where's the attack?" After Pumpkin Daigzu finished speaking, he stopped clasping his hands together and slowly stretched out his left hand. The palm of his left hand was spread out, and there was an eye in the center of the palm, emitting a yellow light. "Damn it! The next wave of attacks is coming." Amagai Susuke cursed secretly. In the current situation, he had to choose to abandon the distant mountains. Amagai Susuke also made a decisive decision at this time and used his Zanpakuto to strike Toyama. At this time, Amagai Susuke had no choice but to keep a certain distance between Shunpo and Pumpkin Daigzu. Tianbei would rather kill Yuan Shan himself than let the disgusting Daigzu in front of him use such an ugly ability to insult Yuan Shan. In the end, would you rather choose to kill your companions by yourself? That's a good reaction. If you were a few steps slower, you don't know what would have happened. Pumpkin Daigzu glanced at the distant mountains and praised, "You can do it in a very short time. It takes time to make a judgment and analyze my ability to execute the goal at such a speed. I admit that I underestimate you." Pumpkin Daigzu tilted his head and said, Tell me your name. Shinigami. Amagai Susuk pulled out his Zanpakut, got into a fighting stance and said, Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force Amagai Suosuk. My name is Zomala Lulu, remember this comes from the power of love. Pumpkin Daegzu said loudly. Yes, this weird Daegzu with many eyes and a pumpkin-like lower body is the 7th Espada under Aizen, Zomala Luru. Of course, the current Zomala Luru has not met Aizen, has not been transformed into an Aaron car, and is simply seeking love in the Hueco Mundo desert. Amagaiso's assistant held the Zanpakut and stared at Zomala with all his attention. Zamari also took a stance and looked at Amagai Suosuk. Cut it off, thunder fire. Amagai Susuk suddenly freed his Zanpakut and used Shunpo to approach Zomali. Amagai Susuk's Zanpakut is called Thunder Fire, and it was later transformed into a hook that can shoot flames. After Shikai, the pipes of the Thunder Fire emit flames, heating the blade and giving it a more fiery color. By heating the blade, it becomes powerful enough to resist and repel Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho in the anime. Shikai. Zomala concentrated, but it's nothing to worry about. Fireball. Amagai Susuk focused the flames on the key point of the hook, and by swinging forward, launched a large fireball towards Zomali. Boom! Just when Amagai Susuk's fireball was about to kill Commander Marley suddenly disappeared and avoided the fireball attack. What? This rotation speed? Amagai Susuk was shocked. Zomala suddenly appeared on the side and stretched out his hands towards Amagai Susuk. This way you have no room to hide, Shinigami. Feel the dominating power of love. Cursed Isunga. In this situation, Amagai Susuk had no choice but to stretch out his left hand to resist Zomala's attack. You gave up your left hand? What a wise choice. Zomala looked at Amagai Susuk and praised, but your left hand is already mine. Amagai Susuk. Two sun-shaped signs suddenly appeared on Amagai Susuk's left hand, which were exactly the same as those that appeared on Toyama before. What's going on? My left hand suddenly. Amagai Susuk was surprised to find that his left hand suddenly lost control, unable to feel or move. It stabbed him in the heart with such speed. This left hand is no longer his. Brush. At the critical moment, Amagai Susuk swung the Zanpakuto in his right hand and cut off the tendons of his left hand. Did you cut off your own tendons? You were so decisive. Amagai Susuk said, is your so-called love this kind of control ability? Zomala slowly explained, just as there is moonlight only when there is sunlight, and there is fog only when there are clouds, everything is in a reality where one thing dominates another, and it can seize the power to dominate everything you see. This is my power. I call it love. Regarding the ugly ability to dominate others as love, only the ugly Kyun can do it. Amagai Susuk said. Amagai Susuk raised the thunder fire with his remaining right hand, and the hook of the thunder fire slowly turned red. Zamara's eyes suddenly changed. Does it seem that arrogance is Shinigami's true nature? But it doesn't matter, just let me use my love to purify you and give everything about you to me. The pipes of thunder fire spurted flames, and Amagai Susuk's Zanpakut became hot again. Amagai Susuk roared and retorted, this level of love. How can you control me? Chapter 16, The Key to Breaking Through Love. Bankai Thunder Flame Shell. Amagai Susuk roared angrily, regrouped his spiritual pressure, and used a larger fireball, throwing it towards Zamari. Boom! Zomala used the ring to avoid it, and looked at Amagai Susuk with a dull look. Are you against the unique laws of nature? Sure enough, Su and Shinigami have never been able to understand love for each other, so I can use all my power to purify you without any scruples. Cursed Isunga, fully open. Zomala looked at Tianbei Zaihuzu said. Do you consider Shinigami and Kyun on the same level? Then you are really thinking wrong. Amagai Susuk responded, Shinigami shoulders the responsibility of protecting mankind, guiding and purifying Hollow, and maintaining the balance of both worlds. Balance to prevent the world from becoming unstable and perishing. This is completely different from sushi like you who only knows how to devour. Zomali. Zomala seemed to be stung by Amagai Susuk's words. He opened his eyes all over his body and exploded his spiritual pressure completely. He said loudly, "Don't look down on me. Shinigami. Are you taking it for granted and judging me? Only then can I say that Shinigami is arrogant. When will you Shinigami think about the emptiness that is killed by your ideals? When will you Shinigami think about every person in his existence? The meaning of pursuit. You take Zangsu for granted, but why do you deny my love?" Amagai Susuk suddenly interrupted Zomala's speech. "When did I say that I wanted to kill you because of my identity as Shinigami?" Kirin. Amagai Susuk held the Zanpakuto tightly in his right hand and said, "I want to kill you because you have humiliated my subordinates." After finishing speaking, Amagai Zayasuk slammed the thunder hook onto the ground. Fire geyser. Spiritual pressure suddenly appeared under Zomala's body, and then a pillar of fire erupted in an attempt to devour him. This. Zomali immediately used the ring to avoid it and asked doubtfully. "Fire geyser. I focus the fireball at the crux of the hook and by smashing it into the ground, create huge cracks of flames that travel at high speeds to the enemy. Of course you can also directional lock the headlock to directly choose to attack you." Tianbei Zaihuzu came in pursuit and said. After Amagai Susuk turned around in Zomali, he smashed his Zanpakuto into the ground again and activated the second locking fire geyser. "It's really a manifestation of arrogance. You probably don't know my full strength yet," Zomari said as he dodged the second attack. "What?" Zomala clasped his hands together and said, "My power of love. The power to control everything in the eye is indeed powerful, but walking in Hueco Mundo, even having powerful abilities is useless. If I only use the power of love to control other hollows, I believe most hollows won't accept it, right?" Ambe Zayasuk pressed the thunder fire to the ground and said, "What do you want to express? You probably think my most difficult ability is the love my eyes give off, right? Isn't it?" Zomala smiled evilly and said, "No, my most powerful ability is not love, but speed. Although I don't know you yet, but with the attack speed of your Zanpakuto, you can't defeat me." Boom! Zomala used the sound switch to teleport behind Amagai Susuk and said, "Look, that's it. Your Zanpakuto attacks can't touch me at all. And I can appear behind you at any time." Amagai Susuk smiled and said, "Look at this, wouldn't you just come over?" Amagai Susuk also disappeared in an instant, and appeared behind Zomari in the blink of an eye. "You will never change your arrogant nature." Zomala sighed. Zomari turned around and said, "I said that my most powerful ability is my speed, and with perfect speed and invincible power, there is no one who can't catch it." Boom! Zomala used the ring again and appeared on the side in an instant, with his hands spread out. "Curse I Sunga. Accept the purification of love. Shinigami!" Zomala yelled. Amagai Susuk tensed up his nerves every moment he fought with Zomari. The moment Zomari disappeared, he activated his whole body spiritual pressure and used his fastest shunpo. Amagai Susuk was at full speed, using the cover of the surrounding environment to barely dodge a few shots, and his figure flashed and hid behind a boulder. This Daigzu is definitely not simple. It has an unprecedented speed of rotation and that tricky love ability. Amagai Susuk thought carefully about Zomala's ability. "No, that difficult love is the perfect breakthrough point. When I feel his love deeply, it feels like the kid technique is activated." Tian Baizihu breathed a sigh of relief. If it's really like what I analyzed, it would be much easier to solve the problem. Now, the key is timing." Zomala slowly sensed the traces of spiritual pressure left by Amagai Susuk, looked for him in the direction of hiding, and said to the sky, "Come out. Shinigami. When you killed my emptiness unscrupulously and as a matter of course, you have already buried with arrogance that needs to be purified by love. Just as Zomala was looking for Amagai Suosuk step by step, Amagai Susuk suddenly burst out with extremely huge spiritual pressure. Bankai Thunder Flame Shell. The Zanpakuto in Amagai Susuk's hand has completely changed. The weapon blade is larger, and the tip of the weapon blade can spray more powerful flames. A shield also appears on the top of the weapon, and the opening on the shield can still spray flames. Amagai Susuk after Bankai, his body is constantly surrounded by fire crows, and his spiritual pressure has increased several times compared to Shikai. Samari looked at Amagai Susuk's Bankai and said, "Shinigami, is this your special move? This is the first time I've seen a Shinigami who knows Bankai." Amagai Susuk smiled and said, "Don't worry, this is also the last time you will see Bankai, because you are about to be killed by me. You are arrogant and arrogant. Can you really keep up with my speed?" Zomala said, "Now I will show you my unique skill. Twin rings." The principle of Shuang ring spin is actually very simple. After the ordinary ring spin, a few small steps are added to form an afterimage, creating something like a clone. Up to 5 of these clones can be created. It has almost no effect in actual combat. The enemy has AoE group attack tricks, and flashy things like Shuang or Xiangchuan will be easily cracked. Naturally, Ambai Xiasuk did the same thing. Fire crack. Amagaisuk heated his Zanpakut, and the Zanpakut blade turned red again. Amagaisuk turned his Zanpakut upside down and slammed him to the ground. Zomala sneered, "Didn't I say, what if you Bankai with your speed? You can't attack me at all." Amagai Susuk chuckled in a low voice. "Is this the same trick as the one just now?" At this time, the ground in Hueco Mundo shook, and flame pillars spurted out from the ground, merging into a huge wave of flames, sweeping towards Zamari. "This is... With this move, your acrobatic clone will come to an end." A huge wave of fire rushes forward and destroys any enemy enveloped in flames. In an instant, Zamari and his clone were wrapped in a tsunami of flames. Chapter 17 Zomalia is defeated. The Sword City suddenly appears. Zomalia and the 5 clones he created using Shuang Ersiang were instantly drowned by the huge wave of flames. "It's not over yet, Thunder Flame Bullet." Amagai Susuk raised his Zanpakut horizontally, and several spherical flames condensed on the front of the hook blade and shot out. Amagai Susuk stared at the flames and mobilized his whole body's spiritual pressure to sense abnormal movements. He also knew that a mere move would definitely not be able to solve a big void like Zomali. Sure enough, the smoke slowly dispersed, and Zamari's figure slowly emerged. Zomali retracted his body into the pumpkin on his lower body, which still had burn marks. Pregnant posture. In the original work, Zomala shrinks his body into the pumpkin-shaped body of his lower body to avoid attacks, and his defense is so strong that even Byakuya Bankai cannot break it. "Hey!" Zamari's left hand stretched out from the pumpkin below, and then his hands moved his entire body to pull Zamari's body out of the pumpkin. "Sure enough, it's just as I thought. After all, it's impossible to solve it for you with just one move," Amagaisuk said coldly. Zamari made a reluctant voice, "Damn it! Damn it! Shinigami's Bankai, how could he kill me?" The next moment, the cracks in Zamari's forehead slowly opened, and several more terrifying eyes were revealed. The eyes on the forehead squirmed and turned to spy on everything around them. The next moment, his forehead and eyes were closed. After opening them, Zamari raised his spiritual pressure to the highest point in one breath. "This is my love. My dominating power. Shinigami." Zamari opened his mouth wide and roared loudly, "Watch. Let my love wipe out your arrogance to the last bit. Curse Isunga. Dominate him in one breath." Amagai Susuk raised his Zanpakut and said, "Bakut's 39 round gate fan." As soon as Zamari's love came into contact with the round gate fan, the round gate fan was broken instantly, but the love was not passed on to Amagai Susuk. Zomala looked at his power failure and expressed confusion. "Is this Amagai Susuk instantly approached Zomalia and said, "This is Kid. I have noticed your attack ability from the beginning. The pattern of spiritual pressure emanating from it is similar to Shinigami's Kid technique. Kid, you can use Kid to deal with it, so naturally you think that your ability can be offset by Kid." Amagai's assistant held a Zanpakuto and said, "Next, you are finished. Kyun, you carry the soul of the Shinigami that you have ravaged and trampled on, and I will kill you. Damn. Unforgivable. Hurry up and accept my love." Zamura's anxious activation ability. Brush. Amagai Susuk used Shunpo, and his figure appeared behind Zamuri, and said coldly, "It seems that your irritability has completely made you lose your mind. I said, you will be trampled by you. Shinigami's soul died. It's over." Booming Dragon Fang burning knife. Amagai Susuk's thunder fire ignited with blazing flames, and then with a wave of his right hand, he chopped off Zomalia in the chest. Before Zomala's soul entered Hueco Mundo and fell into Hueco Mundo, he was just an ordinary young man in this world. He was in a place where black people gathered, so robberies and fights were inevitable. However, Commander Marley does not like violence in this world, which makes him seem out of place. And he naturally becomes the target of bullying from all around. Until he met a kind-hearted priest. The priest is his only close friend in this land. He told Zomalia, the environment he is in cannot be changed, so it is better to learn to settle and influence everything around him with love. Zamura listened to the priest and became loving. He would take the initiative to do things that others couldn't do. Sure enough, the environment around Zamura gradually became better. People around him will ask Zamura to help solve all their problems, and Zamura will not refuse. He just thinks this is a manifestation of love. Until something unexpected happened. That night, several young people around Zomalia were discovered by the security when they went shopping for 0 yuan. During the hunt, they stuffed all the stolen money directly into Zamura's bag. Because the real prisoner wore a mask, the surrounding environment was not monitored, and the robbers were handcuffed, making it difficult to search. Naturally, Zamura, who holds the stolen money, becomes the first suspect. Zamura was tried and thrown into prison. Why is this happening? Don't I always treat others with love? Why would this happen to me again? Real love? Does real love really exist? Is the so-called dominance the real love? In prison, Zomala's soul gradually deteriorated. In this way, Zomala came to Hueco Mundo. For some unknown reason, Zamura gained the ability to control others through his eyes. Based on his doubts during his lifetime, he named this ability love. He firmly believes that it was the gods who gave him this power to influence everything around him. This power is the power that the gods expect. Love in the name of dominance. Zomala fell to the ground and got up with difficulty. I haven't found the truth about love yet. It is absolutely impossible for me to die. Amagai Susuk had already sensed that Zamura's spiritual pressure was gradually weakening, and released his Bankai stance. When he was about to leave, he suddenly heard movement behind him. Amagai Susuk said in surprise, "Obviously the spiritual pressure is about to dissipate, but why do you have to get up? This spirit does not match Su Zhen. It seems that I have to give you one more blow before I can leave. Don't think about surviving the next blow, Su." Amagai Susuk pulled out the Zanpakuto inserted back into his waist. "I won't die, I will definitely find true love." Zamura continued to use his hands as if he didn't see Amagai Susuk. He crawled hard on the ground. "It's over." Susuk Amagai waved his Zanpakuto expressionlessly towards Zomalia, who was defenseless. Bite. At this time, a man suddenly appeared in front of Amagai Susuk, standing between him and Zomalia, and at the same time he stretched out a finger to touch Amagai Susuk's Zanpakuto. "There aren't many Su with pursuits, so why do you want to destroy them completely?" A man with black hair and a tattered death domination uniform said calmly. Amagai Susuk was shocked that someone could appear in front of him in an instant. He immediately became vigilant. Shinigami? How can there be a Shinigami here that I haven't seen before? Amagai Susuk stared closely at the flashing mysterious Shinigami, and suddenly realized, no. No. You are Tojo Ayaya. The mysterious Shinigami suddenly appeared and said with a smile, it's interesting. I didn't know I would be so famous. Actually, there are still Shinigami from the Hueco Mundo expedition who know me. I'm really surprised. Let me guess, you should know Tsuneya Shiro. Chapter 18 Pure Spiritual Pressure Crushing. The second Espada member. Shift the perspective to Knife City and move back time. The texture of this spiritual pressure? It seems that I have found something worth admiring. Ayaya Tuhiro, who was halfway there, felt the spiritual pressure emanating from the battle not far away. Master Tuhiro, please tell me what to do next. Haribal saw what Tuhiro Ayaya was thinking and stepped forward and said. Daokeng said, nothing, Haribal, let's go to the place where this spiritual pressure is. Believe me, I will give the confused person the power to walk back to the right path, and he will become our new companion. Bite. Tuhiro used only one finger to hold Amagai Susuk's Zanpakut. Taoshiro's fingers bent and directly clamped the thunder fire. Amagai Susuk suddenly found that his Zanpakuto was held by Yoryuaki Tojo Aya's finger. But when he drew the sword, it was like taking root. Even if he exhausted all his strength, the Zanpakut remained motionless. I'm sorry, I was only concerned about the confused soul, and forgot that your Zanpakut is still held by me, so I'll give it back to you. Tojo Ayaya relaxed her feelings towards Amagai Susuk's Zanpakut in an instant. Oppression. Amagai Susuk used all his strength when he drew the sword. The moment Tojo released his finger, his body fell backwards involuntarily. When Amagai Susuk fell backward, he quickly did a backflip and stood on the ground again. Then Shunpo quickly distanced himself, tensed his whole body and looked at Tuhiro Ayaya. Tuhiro Ayaya calmly looked at Amagai Susuk and said, you know me? So that's it, it's very interesting. Did that old guy tell you about Tsuneya Shiro? Do you know Tsuneya Shiro? Sir, Taoshiro's deputy captain. Amagai Susuk asked. I am no longer the vice captain. Besides, since you called Tsuneya Shiro Toki-sama and still appear in Hueco Mundo, we probably are not on the same journey. Tuhiro said slowly, draw your sword. This is your responsibility, the task assigned to you by room 46. Cut it off, thunder fire. Amagai Susuk's Zanpakuto turned into a hook style again, with several tubes on the handle. Zomala was still crawling on the ground, dying, still muttering, love, love. Deputy Captain Daokeng, before we start, I want to kill this Su first. You don't have any objections to this, right? Ambaizayuzuk said. Tuchin shook his head and said, didn't I stop you just now? Amagai Zayasuk, it is not a good habit to ignore other people's previous requests like this. You? How do you know my name? Amagai Susuk asked Tuhiro in confusion. He remembered that he had never introduced himself, and Tuhiro had defected from Hueco Mundo 100 years ago. How could he know him? Daokeng smiled slightly, I know everything, how can you conclude that I will never understand you? Amagai Susuk shook his head and said, these are not important. For me, I have only one goal, to defeat you. Bankai Thunder Fire Industry Flame Shell. Boom Flame Thunder Fang. Amagai Zayasuk didn't say much, and directly chose Bankai without hesitation. Then he attached a large amount of spiritual pressure to the thunder fire, and instantly a huge pillar of fire rushed up from the solace of Daokeng, submerging Daokeng in the flames. The pillar of fire continued to spray for several minutes, seeming to burn everything inside. Flame Thunder Fang is my strongest single-target attack move at the moment. If you take this move directly, even you won't be able to hold on, deputy captain of Daokeng. Amagai Susuk looked at the burning pillar of fire and said, although I don't know what grudges you have with room 46, everything is over now. At this time, the voice came from the fire pillar, still casual but extremely charming. Flame Thunder Fang? It's an interesting move, but it's useless. Daokeng stood in the fire pillar and said like a god. What? Amagai Zyasuk said in disbelief. Self-righteousness is scarier than anything else, especially when you believe too much in your own superior strength or talent, the results will be even worse. And these tricks of yours, I can easily block them with my spiritual pressure. Daokeng fell to the ground, he taught Amagai Susuk. There wasn't even a speck of dust on his body, and Bankai's strongest single-target attack just now had no effect. You said using spiritual pressure to completely isolate it. Amagai Susuk asked. Yes. Tojo Ayaya explained, Ryutsu is not only a zanpakuto or a driving tool when using Kid, it also has extremely powerful defensive effects and attack capabilities. Simply attack with spiritual pressure. Tojo Ayaya said, Ha, can't you understand? Then let me let you feel the pure spiritual pressure attack. Boom. The moment Tuchin activated his spiritual pressure, Amagai Susuk felt unable to stand, and a majestic spiritual pressure poured out from Tuchin as the center to the surrounding world. Terrifying spiritual pressure filled the surrounding air, and the space visible to the naked eye was shaking. Plop. Suddenly, Amagai Susuk fell to his knees, and the spiritual pressure that was enough to tear apart the space and crush the sky was poured onto him. What frightens Amagai Susuk even more is that the touch this spiritual pressure brings to him is from the same person as the spiritual pressure he encountered in Hueco Mundo. Tojo Ayaya. He actually wanted to kill such a person, and Ambe Zyuzo laughed at his former self from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, Amagai Susuk suddenly felt his body light up, and Tuki had already withdrawn his spiritual pressure. How? Next, please take action. Tojo Ayaya said calmly. Amagai Zyasuk sighed in distress, you know you're defeated, so why take action? Tuhiro Ayaya said, I think so. So Amagai Susuk, are you willing to submit to me? I will bring you new power. Amagai Susuk didn't speak, he looked at Zamaru who was still lying on the side. There were also 4 female Arankars who later jumped out behind the Knife City. Although he didn't know what Arankar was, he still saw at a glance that Hrebel and the others were Su. Do you want me to be associated with Su? Vice Captain Daokeng, it seems that the judgment of room 46 is not unjust to you. Amagai Susuk said. Daokeng looked indifferent and said, the rules can be changed at any time. What is important is yourself, not your identity. Shinigami, who is in the position of purifying the 3 realms, is degenerated by being associated with Hollow. I am right, right? Vice Captain of Tojo. Amagai Susuk is still stubborn. It seems you have already given the answer, right? Tuhiro Ayaya said, looking into Amagai Susuk's eyes. Brush. The next moment, Tojo appeared directly behind Amagai Susuk. A deep slash appeared on Amagai Susuk's chest. Amagai Susuk's body slowly collapsed to the ground, and his spiritual pressure suddenly dissipated. In the anime, Amagai Susuk finally commits suicide to atone for his sins with determination, and Tuhiro also knows that he cannot conquer him. Even if he is forced to surrender, various things will happen, and even his plan to counterattack Soul Society will be leaked, not to mention that his system has not given him the tools to completely change a person. This is always an uncertain factor. The moment before Amagai Susuk said his refusal, Tuki had already predetermined his result. Following the death of Amagai Susuk, Tuhiro Ayaya turned to look at Zamaru who was lying aside. Due to the impact of Tojo's release of spiritual pressure just now, Zamaru's condition became even worse. Tuhiro Ayaya raised the corners of her lips and said meaningfully to Hrebel, start preparing for Arankarization. Also, the second espada has been obtained. Chapter 19 Zomali Arrancarization. Follow me, I will let you realize what the true name of love is. In the cave again, Dao Keng looked at Zomari, who was seriously injured. Just prepare to be arrancarized. He is too seriously injured. After the arrancarization is completed, his injuries will heal automatically. Dao Keng said thoughtfully. Tojo Ayaya took out Hueco and said to Haribal, keep the surrounding quiet and don't let anyone get close to here. Haribal bent down and said respectfully, yes, Master Dao Keng. After Haribal led the two Arrancars out, Tojo Ayaya held Hueco in her hand and said, now let me see the real power, the real love. The Arrancar transformation begins. What's going on? Didn't I get hurt by that arrogant Shinigami? Zomali sat up in confusion and looked around. Zomali remembered that after he was seriously injured by Amagai Shusuk, he lay on the ground with difficulty. During his repeated struggles, he was hit by a surge of spiritual pressure and completely lost consciousness. Zomali was surprised to find that the pumpkin on his lower body was gone and turned into human feet. What is going on? Are you awake? Our new companion. A man with yellow hair and brown skin said next to Zomali. Zomari observed her carefully, is it a Shinigami? Or a human? This spiritual pressure doesn't look like it. Is it a hollow? But this posture. At this time, Zomari noticed the man sitting at the top, and he said in surprise, is it Shinigami? Shinigami and Su are together. You don't need to be surprised. You just need to understand that we are companions, and I am the one responsible for guiding you to the new world. The man sitting at the top said slowly. Lead me to the new world? Lead me to the new world. Zomali repeated. The man smiled gently and said, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Tojiki Ayaya. I am a person who specializes in giving new meaning to confused souls. I am just an ordinary Shinigami who desires to break the world. New meaning? Breaking the world. Dao Keng said, I see, isn't your current posture the one I bestowed upon you? Zomali felt his whole body and found that the changes in his body were not limited to the pumpkin in his lower body. The mask on his face disappeared and turned into a necklace-like bone spur on his head. Other than that, his whole body was no different from humans or Shinigami. What surprised him even more was that he also owned a Zanpakut. This was obviously something that Shinigami only had, so why would he, the Great Hollow, also have it? In addition, the transformation in spiritual pressure also surprised him extremely. This was not the same as the increase in spiritual pressure, but a subdimensional improvement in quality. As far as Zomali's own feelings are concerned, with his current posture, he can definitely defeat Amagai Susuk just now. Dao Keng, who was sitting at the top, said in a seductive tone, we are companions, and I am your leader. I give the virtual the meaning of existence and change their confusion, I give them strength and let them find the truth. Dao Keng stood up, walked to Zomali, stretched out his hand and said, and now I need your loyalty, can you do it? Arrancar, who is pursuing love. Zomali looked at Tuhiro Ayaya, and tears suddenly flowed from his eyes, are you the real God? My prayers were not in vain. And they made me realize the person who really made me understand love. I vow to follow you, Lord Dao Keng, long live. Dao Keng smiled and said with satisfaction, I have already felt your loyalty. Zomari's change at this time is almost the same as in the original work. Zomari after Arrancar is a tall, muscular black man with thick lips. With golden eyes, a pair of skull-shaped earrings and a thick bone necklace, the remnants of his void mask consist of a row of bone spurs along the top of his head, forming something resembling a mohawk, with the void hole located on his right chest. Its mask is the skull earrings on its ears. Tuhiro looked at Zomari's hesitant expression and smiled, are you thinking about the Shinigami incident before? Don't worry, that matter has been resolved, not to mention that he will not have any impact on us. Zomali lowered his head and said, I obey, Lord Dao Keng. Dao King spoke confidently, after all, our goal is to achieve equality in the three realms, to recreate the true order, and to create a real world that belongs to us. Now, the next step is to take down the king of Hueco Mundo. Hueco put his hands behind his back and squinted his eyes, as if he wanted to see through the whole world. Chapter 20 Encounter with Neutra. Zomala's first battle. Sequan, on the throne of Sui Palace. Baelgang looked like he was sleeping with his right hand on his chin, but in fact he was very scared inside. Every time he sat on the throne, he felt restless. He always felt that someone would destroy his throne and take away his position as the king of Hueco Mundo. What he was thinking more about was the terrifying spiritual pressure that erupted in Hueco Mundo before. If he has thoughts about my throne. If he comes to fight me. If he gets the best of me. Baelgang was always thinking about the issue of gaining or losing his throne, so that he was very upset. As the king of Hueco Mundo, Baelgang lacks anything to break through the common sense, nor does he have the demeanor of a king. He is just a frog in the well holding his own crown and hiding in Sui Palace to feel complacent. Baelgang said to Daegzu beside him, the spiritual pressure that appeared before, what is the reward for Su who went to investigate it? Hearing the question from the king above, a bunch of strange-looking Yakukas under the throne shook their heads in thought, and answered hesitantly, no, no. Baelgang looked at Yakukas below and cursed secretly, what a bunch of rubbish. But it's this bunch of rubbish that makes me feel like a king. Continue to send Daegzu forward to search. I must know what the spiritual pressure was last time. Baelgang felt unhappy, but still gave the order to continue the search. Without investigating the origin of that spiritual pressure, Baelgang would have trouble sleeping and eating as the king of Hueco Mundo. On the other side, Dao King led 4 Arankar on the way to Sui Palace. What on earth has this guy Zomala Lurib been doing after being out for so long? Haribel's subordinate officer Myra Rhodes said unhappily. Myra Rose, be quiet. Haribel saw Myra Rose's dissatisfaction and immediately stopped her. After all, the leader, Tojo Ayaya, had not yet spoken. Hero Ayaya still half closed her eyes, leaning against the cave wall and dozing off. After hearing the conversation between Haribel and Myra Ross, she stood up and said, then let's go over and have a look, that guy Zomali seems to have encountered something very interesting. Sword City sent Zamarit to explore the news of Sui Palace, but there has been no news until now. Sword City does not feel that there is anything in Hueco Mundo that can threaten Zamari after Arankar transformation. But after all, if Baelgang, the king of Hueco Mundo, was dispatched, it would be uncertain, so Dao King decided to check what happened ahead. On the other side, Zomala kept catching some weak Su and asked them about the direction and recent situation of Suya Palace. When Zomala caught a dog-shaped Yakukas again, he asked, where is Sui Palace? What's going on in Baelgang recently? Tell me. The Yakukas said tremblingly, if you do this, Mr. Baelgang will not let you go. Ah, I said, Mr. Baelgang is still in Hueco Mundo, ask us to investigate the whereabouts of the spiritual pressure that appeared in front. At first, after Zomala caught Daegzu, their attitude was generally tough. But after Zomala released the suppressive spiritual pressure, he relaxed and revealed all the recent information about Baelgang. Zomala threw the Su on the ground and said, I have too little contact with the Su group. And there is actually a Su who doesn't know the power of Lord Dao King, and still regards Na Baelgang as king, and also attempts to investigate Lord Dao King. Isn't this a sign of arrogance? Suddenly, behind Zomali, yellow sand rolled. A thin but extremely tall mantis-headed man stood over there. He was like a bamboo pole and seemed to fall over when the wind blew, but the spiritual pressure he exuded showed that this guy was not easy to mess with. And he also has 4 arms, each with a large sickle. Seeing this, Zomala drew his Zanpakut and prepared for it. Is this the new arrogant one? This mantis-like creature was extremely excited, with a hint of indescribable excitement. Hey, the spiritual pressure you released just now is really interesting. The mantis-like Daegsu shouted excitedly to Zomali, then come and fight me. After speaking, Mantis Daegsu waved his forearms and rushed forward. After Zomala saw his attack, he also waved his Zanpakut to fight with him. After a brief exchange between Mantis Daegsu's scythe and Zomala's Zanpakut, both sides jumped back to distance themselves. You're such an interesting guy. You actually lost your mask, but you can still draw the knife so quickly. The mantis-like figure with forearms shouted to Zomali. The mantis-headed Daegsu shouted, no matter how you lost your mask, then join me. I have never objected to fighting with the strong. Not interested. Zomala said expressionlessly while holding his Zanpakut in response to Mantis Daegsu's attack. Zomala used the ring to appear in front of Mantis Daegsu, raised his Zanpakut and stabbed him. I have dedicated everything to Lord Tojo. The mantis-headed Daegsu waved his hand to deflect Zomala's attack. The steel skin of this Daegsu was actually able to withstand Zomala's Zanpakut blow. Sword City? Who is that? A strong man like you can actually succumb to others. Mantis Daegsu seemed to have heard something interesting and laughed. Zomala put the knife across his chest. Speaking of it, after the battle just now, I have understood that I will not kill you. Master Daoking needs your power. The next step is the end. Mantis Daegsu burst out his spiritual pressure again, and the yellow spiritual pressure wind surged up. He shouted, how could I lose to a guy like you? Zomala placed the sword horizontally on the front and back of his chest, and loosened his fingers little by little. The Zanpakut actually stayed in mid-air. Zomala made a circle with his fingers, and then clapped his hands inward. Calm down, cursed eyes Mega. The mantis-shaped Daegsu looked at Zomara's return. Zomara's head rotated 90 degrees clockwise, and the Zanpakut folded 5 times toward the center. Then a large number of gray spirits emerged from each corner of the Zanpakut. Pressure smoke surrounded Zomara's whole body. Mantis Daegsu was shocked. What is this? Isn't he a Su? Why is he still freeing the Zanpakut? What kind of combat method is this? The grey smoke turned into running water and dispersed little by little, and Zomara's figure reappeared. At this time, Zomala's body has not changed much from his original self. He still has the shape of eyes and a pumpkin on his lower body. The only difference is that he has a face that is close to a human. Zomala clasped his hands together and said, this move is called Returning Blade, and it was Lord Daoking who gave me the power. Mantis Daegsu, no matter what tricks you use, I will break him. Come on. Strong man. Remember the name of the person who is about to kill you. My name is Neutra Zerla. Chapter 21 Neutra was subdued. Given 3 chances? This mantis-headed Daegsu with 4 scythe arms, a thin body but a very tall figure, is the 5th Espada under Eisen in the original work, Neutra Gilgius. Neutra yelled, Void Flash. He opened his mouth wide, and the yellow spiritual pressure gathered towards him, and then the yellow flash flew towards Zomali at an explosive speed. Boom! Neutra's false flash struck Commander Marley, instantly stirring up dust all over the sky. Neutra waved forearms to follow up, cut through the smoke with a scythe, and further attacked Zomali. Zomala took his time, stretched out his hands and aimed at Neutra, and the eyes on his body slowly opened like a demon. After seeing Zomala's movements, Neutra shouted even more excitedly, if you have any moves, just use them. My purpose is just to die in the hands of a strong person. Arrogant Su, just wait for the arrival of Lord Daoking under my control. Zomala said as if praying. After finishing speaking, the pupils in his palms instantly enlarged, and the power of love immediately acted on Nyo. On Itra. Several sun-shaped marks suddenly appeared on Neutra's feet. Neutra asked strangely, what is this? Why can't the feet suddenly move? While Neutra was being controlled, Zomali appeared and said, your feet have been purified by me. Your feet now belong to me. Now I will take away the control of your limbs and arms. With his whole body controlled by Zomali, Neutra asked loudly, "What on earth did you do?" "I said that Master Daoking needs your power. What I am doing now is nothing more than eliminating your own arrogance." Zomala said to Neutra. "Do you want me to surrender to someone named Daoking that I have never seen before? My uncle. I will not be controlled by you like this." Neutra resisted with all his strength. Thud. Thud. 2 hands suddenly shot out of Neutra's upper ribs. "What is this?" Zomala was so overwhelmed by this sudden incident that he didn't even use the teleport for a moment. Neutra said with a cruel smile, "Now, I finally caught you." The outstretched hand directly clasped Zomara's shoulder like a sharp claw, and the joints of the other hand twisted and grew a sickle. Looking at Zomala, who was caught by him, Neutra raised a cruel smile. Zomala was stunned for a moment. This guy? What kind of desire to fight does he have? Neutra took advantage of Zomara's momentary relaxation and slashed a wound on Zomara's body with one swing of his arm, and then swung Zomara to a stone pillar 1,000 meters away. The stone pillar was shattered by Neutra's swing, and Zomala slowly got up. I still have such a thing after Lord Sword City gave me power. Performance. What emerged in Zomala's mind was not the murderous intention for Neutra, nor the anger for being injured, but the deep guilt for Ayaya Tojo. Obviously, being given the power of Arankar by the City of Swords and returning to the sword himself, Zomala teleported out of the pit the next moment. Curse Isunga. Zomala decided to maximize his ability and completely purify Neutra. At this time, the voice of Tuhiro Ayaya sounded next to Zomala. "Zomala Lulu, you did a good job, but you can retreat now." Daoking had already led Haribal and the others to search all the way, and saw Zomala's Neutra flying away. Scene. Lord Daoking, Zomala felt very guilty when he saw Daoking standing in front of him. Daoking said, "I thought that no one in Hueco Mundo could cause harm to Arankar except those Vastods. I didn't expect this situation to happen. Is this purely a matter of strength? No, it should be considered extreme. The desire to fight is right." Although Neutra injured Zomari and knocked him away, Zomari still maintained the spiritual pressure of the cursed Isunga. As a result, although Neutra injured Zomari, he still could not escape love. Control. Neutra looked at Ayaya Tojo, who appeared in front of her, and smiled. "It's Shinigami? You are the Tojo that the guy just mentioned, right? What are you going to do?" Daoking looked at Neutra, said nothing nonsense, and said calmly, "Submit to me, and then I will give you new power. Or die." Haha, Neutra laughed directly. He felt very funny. Shouldn't his life be decided by Zomala, who controlled himself? When did he become the guy in front of him? This guy actually dares to be disrespectful to Master Daoking. Zomali immediately stepped forward to teach Neutra a lesson after seeing it. Even Haribal's 3 female Arankars stared at Neutra with unkind expressions. Neutra looked at these hollows and was very puzzled why Zomali and the others respected a Shinigami so much. No. There is a deeper meaning than respect. What kind of power does this seemingly humble Shinigami give them? Zomara directly controlled Neutra's hand and pointed the sickle of Neutra's arm at his neck. Zomara bowed his head and asked Ayaya Tojo for instructions. "Should we execute this brave man now?" "You are acting recklessly, Master Daoking, please show me." Tojoho Ayaya is still calm. Conquering these Daigzu is not just about surrendering from the spiritual level. In the original work, Izensuk also relied on his unique strength to suppress Espada, and gathered these Daigzu with their own evil intentions into one. A whole. Daoking waved his hand towards Zomali and said, "Zomali, release him from control." Although the time they got together was short, Zomali also knew that he could not go against Lord Sword City's will, so he immediately cancelled his ability and released his control over Neutra. As soon as the restraints on Neutra's body were released, he revealed the scythe in his hand again, and then exploded his own spiritual pressure. Daokeng was bathed in Neutra's spiritual pressure and said as usual, I can give you 3 chances to take action. You only need to touch me once and you can leave safely, but on the contrary, your loyalty should it's mine. Neutra thought for a while, then stretched out her tongue and laughed maliciously. Neutra put her hand on the ground and said, Search finger method. The finger search method is different from the detection circuit. Neutra searches for the potential status and power of the opponent's spiritual pressure by touching the object with his hand. Neutra felt the spiritual pressure of Daokeng and said in confusion, the spiritual pressure is very ordinary, not even an ant. Suddenly, Neutra burst out with spiritual pressure without any warning, kicked the ground hard, and his body was ejected like a string, and 6 scythes were slashing towards the vital parts of Tohiro Ayaya. Neutra yelled cruelly, How can Shinigami, who is not even an ant, make me surrender? Die, and hate your own carelessness at the same time. Shinigami. Chapter 22 Daokeng takes action. Unimaginably powerful. Neutra has an arrogant personality and likes to taunt. He often claims that Espada is the strongest. Because of the strength of the steel skin, he also says that the Shinigami's sword cannot hurt him. He is very belligerent, but unlike Grimjo Joker Jack, who is equally belligerent but pursues all-out fighting on an equal footing, Neutra will often use means such as sneaking in and sneak attacks to defeat his opponents. Now, too, Neutra aimed at the gap and launched a sudden attack on Daokeng, trying to kill Daokeng with one move. Daokeng said, Do you want to attack directly? Still have a semi-sneak attack attitude. This habit is not good. Although Neutra has a despicable and cruel personality, he is not ruthless. When he realizes Kenpake's powerful strength, he will also excitedly shout to the subordinate officer Deisler who is confronting Kenpake to run away. He can still be subdued. Roll. Shinigami. You will regret it. Neutra burst out with spiritual pressure and slashed hard at the vital points of the Sword City with the scythe. Boom. A large scythe from Neutra struck directly on the Sword City, and the violent spiritual pressure stirred up a large amount of sand and dust. When Zomalia and Haribal saw it, they were shocked at the same time and pulled out their Zanpakutos in unison. Lord Tojo. Hey! Neutra felt something strange about the sickle. It didn't feel like it was being hit. What's going on? Why is there a strange feeling when it's hit? Did you really hit it? A calm voice came from the smoke. The dust dispersed, and Daokeng still stood there, looking at Neutra calmly with his hands in his pockets. There is still spiritual pressure surrounding Tohiro Ayaya's body. There is no doubt that the spiritual pressure wiped out Neutra's powerful slash. After Zomalia and Haribal saw that Tojo Ayaya was unharmed, they silently pushed back the sword that was about to be drawn out. Zomalia cursed secretly. He actually didn't believe in Lord Daokeng's strength. It seemed that he was a little arrogant, and actually thought that the great Lord Daokeng would be injured in front of this mantis-headed Daegzu. How is it possible? I didn't move my body and just used spiritual pressure to completely prevent him. Neutra couldn't imagine what his eyes were seeing. Tohiro Ayaya said, There are still 2 moves left, let's go ahead. Neutra burst out with all his spiritual pressure, and the yellow spiritual pressure spread out like light. Neutra's 6 arms moved together, and 6 terrifying scythes slashed at Tojo Ayaya with powerful spiritual pressure. Neutra shouted, Haha, Shinigami, you can defend against 1 arm, but are you sure you can defend against the attacks of the 6 arms? When 6 sickles struck at a position only a few centimeters away from Daokeng's body, but he suddenly couldn't move forward an inch. It felt as if it had been struck on steel, and it seemed as if there was nothing in front of me. When did you have the illusion that I can't prevent you? Daokeng said. Impossible. 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 The defense in Neutra's heart was ruthlessly torn apart by Ayaya Tojo. Even if Tojo made some moves, he would not be so panicked. The Shinigami in front of him was far more powerful than he imagined. Damn it! Neutra shouted, her figure flashing. Boom! Neutra instantly appeared behind Tojo Ayaya. False flash. Neutra opened his mouth wide, and his most powerful yellow flash was condensed from the tip of his tongue. Neutra locked the position of Sword City and launched his strongest blow. The terrifying virtual flash streaked through the air, stirring up the air, and the terrifying heat energy seemed to be breaking through everything, attacking towards Sword City Ayaya. Is it a false flash? It seems that the spiritual pressure has become unstable. Are you anxious? Hero Ayaya seemed to have eyes on her back and turned around slightly. The virtual flash of Neutra's strongest attack suddenly stopped in front of Taoshiro's eyes. The last yellow flash that gathered Neutra's strongest spiritual pressure was like a toy. It burst like a bubble in front of Hero Ayaya. Doesn't stir up any waves. Neutra himself didn't believe that his strongest virtual flash was shattered like a toy in the hands of the man in front of him. Who is this Shinigami? Fear spread in Neutra's heart, and his 3 chances had been used up. Daokeng walked up to Neutra and said, I said I would give you 3 chances. Now it's my turn to take action, right? Neutra hadn't recovered yet and nodded blankly. He didn't know why he nodded. Daokeng showed a smile, put his hand in front of him, and turned his palm over. Suddenly, the surrounding space began to vibrate. The endless spiritual pressure started from Hero Ayaya and ruthlessly raged around, but suddenly the spiritual pressure changed direction. The endless spiritual pressure suddenly changed direction and poured towards the top of Neutra. After this period of exploring herself, Hero Ayaya obviously found that her control of spiritual pressure became easier than before. While the Sword City was pouring out spiritual pressure, several Arankars on the side were also shocked as before. They all chose to kneel down to relieve the pressure, but this time the spiritual pressure came quickly and disappeared after a while. Tojiki Ayaya's spiritual pressure has changed its direction. It is no longer mindlessly pouring out around like before, but has reached the point of precise control. The space is still trembling, the gravity is distorting, and a spiritual pressure pillar standing straight into the sky stands in Hueco Mundo. Haribal said in a daze, Master Daokeng has become stronger again. Somalakide on the side, Lord Tojo has always been so powerful. Long live Lord Tojo, long live Lord Tojo. When dealing with Neutra in Knife City, Zamari did not forget to praise him. The Arankars around him have different emotions, but they are all full of respect and loyalty to the City of Swords. Hero Ayaya looked down at Neutra who was lying on the ground expressionlessly. Neutra finally understood why the 2 Daksons surrendered to Tojo Ayaya. That Shinigami was so powerful that they didn't have the courage to catch up. Under the ravage of powerful spiritual pressure, Neutra vomited blood, and 6 scythe arms were also cut off by spiritual pressure. Feeling that the resistance of Neutra's spiritual pressure was getting weaker and weaker, the will to survive in him was dying. Hero withdrew the torrential spiritual pressure in an instant. Hero controlled his own spiritual pressure and continued to exercise during the process of falling asleep, so that it was easy to control it. Neutra was in a daze, feeling that the pressure on her body suddenly disappeared. Neutra's spiritual pressure dimmed, and her thoughts began to make associations. Ah, were I going to die? But my pursuit came true, and I died in the hands of a truly strong man. People can cultivate flowers to bloom and appreciate them. But there is absolutely no thought of letting flowers know about themselves. In just 3 moves, all the skills and fighting inspiration I have accumulated for 100 years were revealed. I wish I had passed all of this on to him, the Shinigami named Hero. But that Shinigami didn't give it all, and he wasn't even qualified to take it seriously, so I felt guilty for him. In short, I am very glad that I finally died in the hands of a strong man, rather than due to the aging of my soul or bad means. My wish as a hollow finally came true. Suddenly, words that made Neutra memorable and frightening came over. It was the Daigzu next to Shinigami who was speaking. Zomala scolded angrily, "Get up! The Arankar transformation given to you by Master Daokeng has been completed perfectly. How long do you want to lie down? Chapter 23. I said, your loyalty belongs to me. Time goes back an hour. Daokeng stood in front and looked at Neutra, who was lying on the ground dying. He turned to Haribal and Zomalia and said, take him to the original cave and prepare for Arancarization. Although Zomalia was dissatisfied with Neutra's previous disrespect towards Ayaya Tojo, he still followed Tojo's will. He dragged one of Neutra's feet with his hand, but regardless of how the rest of Neutra's body was on the sand, he followed behind Ayaya Tojo. Neutra asked doubtfully, why? Why don't you kill me? Zomalia shook his head and said, all this is the will of Master Daokeng, I can't make the decision. Neutra looked back at Two-Hero Ayaya, who was sitting at the top. At this time, Two-Hero Ayaya was completely different from what he had perceived outside before. Sitting at the top, although there is no exclusive seat, what you think and see shows your powerful demeanor. What does it mean to be without a throne like a throne? Two-Hero Ayaya said calmly, why don't I kill you? Because we made an agreement before. After you lose, your loyalty belongs to me. Two-Hero Ayaya treated this Chien Neutra disrespectfully towards him, and treated everything with magnanimity. He has always been a very generous person, but if the rules exceed his boundaries or there is a real threat to him, he will actually kill the opponent. Before, when he killed Amagai Susuke, he was just considering the identity of his opponent Tsuneya Shiro Toki's subordinate. Before he counterattacks Soul Society, he wants to make sure that nothing unknown will appear to disturb him. I have given you new power, just like Zomalia and Haribal. Daokeng said calmly. Neutra glanced at Haribal and the 4 Arancars on Zomalia's side, and immediately understood what he had given her. Neutra asked, does it mean the power that breaks the mask? Tohiro, Resurrection, Arankar transformed and has a unique sword liberation. There is a fundamental difference between the liberation of the Arankar Zanpakut and the liberation of the Shinigami Zanpakut. Tojo then explained, Arankar's return to the blade is to seal his hollow core into the shape of a sword. Liberation is a return of the virtual ability. Returning to the blade redirects Arankar's virtual ability. In essence, it is the Shinigami transformation of the virtual. An evolution that breaks through the boundaries of one's own soul. Just like the original work, after Arancarization, Neutra became a tall, thin man with a single eye patch and medium-long black hair parted in the middle. The location of the virtual hole is very special. Unlike other virtual holes, which are generally located from the chest to the abdomen, it is located on the head near the left eye. While he appears as a Zanpakut in the form of a giant scythe, or weapon-like weapon bearing 2 crescent-shaped moon blades with a chain attached to the hilt at his waist. Or in the dark, Neutra was feeling the changes in his spiritual pressure and soul. He truly realized that his soul was greatly strengthened, and he willingly gave it to the Lord of Sword City who gave him strength. Then he knelt on one knee and expressed his loyalty to Tojo Ayaya. Daokeng smiled with satisfaction. So far, he has conquered 5 Daigzu, and the Espada in the original work has conquered 3. Next, he will solve the current king of Hueco Mundo, Bale Gang, and become the true king of Hueco Mundo. After walking out of the cave, Two-Hero Ayaya immediately said, you are the most powerful Daigzu with the most powerful killing ability that I have encountered so far. In the future, I will carefully select the 10 most powerful Daigzu from the entire Hueco Mundo as my subordinates. Espada Legion. Right now, because the 10 members have not been collected yet, the order is tentatively decided. But if you have something to do in the future, I will leave it to Haribal to make the decision. Haribal is the first Daigzu to follow Knife City and has been operating with Knife City for more than 100 years now, not to mention that she is still the only Vastad. Myra Rhodes and Sun Sun, who had been following Haribal, were also overjoyed to see Haribal being so valued by Sword City. However, when Neutra heard Daokeng say that he was looking for Haribal, a feeling of dissatisfaction suddenly arose in his heart. Such a powerful self actually ranks behind a woman in Daokeng's heart? Lord Daokeng, is there any Neutra immediately jumped out to express doubts. Neutra, what do you have to say? Daokeng glanced sideways at Neutra. Before Neutra finished speaking, a huge sense of oppression suddenly fell on Neutra. Oops, this sense of oppression. Still such fear from the soul. Neutra now clearly knows that this is Lord Daokeng's punishment for him. But he didn't expect that even though he had been transformed into Arrancar and his soul had been improved, Neutra would still be vulnerable to the Sword City. He originally thought that even if he was still far inferior to Ayaya Tojo after being transformed into Arrancar, he would not be as embarrassed as before. It turns out that my idea was still too naive. Haribal and Zomala looked at Tojo Ayaya. Although they did not suffer any impact, they still felt the oppression in the air at this moment. After Zomala saw it, he couldn't help praising Hiro Ayaya loudly. Taoshiro-sama, you can definitely become the real king of Hueco Mundo. Long live Taoshiro-sama, long live Taoshiro-sama. At this time, Haribal, like Zomali, had an attitude of worship and loyalty towards Knife City. But the pressure came and went away just as quickly. Neutra suddenly felt relieved, and then she lay on the ground and took a long breath, feeling scared. Neutra is very sure that if he dares to be disrespectful to Daokeng or if he dares to raise objections to Daokeng, he will never end it as easily as today. After a brief demonstration, Daokeng asked Zomali, I asked you to explore Sui Palace, what did you find? Zomala knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, Lord Daokeng, I have completely found out the location of Sui Palace. As for what actions Sui Palace has taken, that is Bailgang sending him crazily. The subordinates want to find out the identity of the spiritual pressure that suddenly broke out a few days ago, that is, Bailgang wants to investigate you, Master Daokeng. Daokeng smiled and said, it seems that this Bailgang has some courage. Does he want to take the initiative to find out about me? Then I must visit Sui Palace as soon as possible. Chapter 24 Finally meeting the King of Hueco Mundo. The game of Bailgang? Dang dang dang. A broken yellow bell hangs on a towering pillar, and a long bell stick hangs below the bell and floats in the wind. Bailgang wore a crown on his head and gold bracelets on his hands. He sat on the throne, holding his chin with his right hand and making a dissatisfied sound. Behind him, a female maid Daegzu came out with a bottle of wine. When she walked to the edge of Bailgang, she wanted to fill up the wine glass on one side for him. When Bailgang saw it, he waved his hands in disgust and said, no need. Bailgang said, it's really boring. As an army, nothing shows the lack of meaning of existence more than the lack of enemies. Don't you feel this way? All the Achiukas under the throne looked at each other, and no one answered. Bailgang laughed at himself, even if I ask this, you won't have any answer other than yes. Bailgang put his hands on the throne and leaned back, I am completely exhausted now. The troops did not report any news about the spiritual pressure that appeared before. Brush brush brush. Suddenly there was the sound of swords outside, and then the painful cry of Daegzu outside was heard. One Yachukas shouted anxiously, what happened? Suddenly, several figures appeared directly in front of Bailgang, a strange combination of 3 Arrancar and a Shinigami. 3 people who looked like Daegzu gathered behind a Shinigami, seemingly dominated by him. A giant like Achiukas with long red hair shouted, who are you? Then he stepped forward and waved his huge right hand towards Sword City Ayaya. Tojo Ayayuruaki was motionless, but Zamari on the other side took the lead and pulled out his Zanpakuto and instantly cut the red-haired giant Daegzu in half. The Achiukas below the throne shouted in unison, this is unforgivable. Everyone, come on together. Bailgang on the throne became interested at this time, stood up from the chair and said, wait. Yakukas looked at Bailgang in confusion, not sure why he made such a decision. Bailgang said, it comes at the right time to kill the boring time. I will be your opponent. Hiro took a step forward and said, this is the first time we meet, my name is Hiro Ayaya, I'm just a Shinigami, you should be Bale Gang, the king of Hueco Mundo, right? Bale Gang replied proudly, that's me. Who are you guys? I think the few around you are Su, they seem to still have some masks. Bale Gang said, hey. No matter what comes, it's the same. I'm just bored today. If you didn't show up today, I would still be thinking about leading my army to conquer other places in Hueco Mundo. Bale Gang said to the Daokeng group, anyway, I still want to say welcome to you. Welcome to my castle, Sui Palace. Zomali was already angry when he saw that Bale Gang showed no respect to Sword City. He laughed at Bale Gang and said, it's so funny. Can a place without roofs and walls be called a castle? There is no need for a roof at all. For me as the king, this entire Hueco Mundo sky is the roof of my castle. Bale Gang said. Zomali was immediately amused by Bale Gang's answer and said, unexpectedly, the king of Hueco Mundo also loves to joke. Daokeng interrupted Zomali and said, Zomali, there is no point in talking too fast. After Zomali heard Taoshiro's statement, he immediately said, yes, Lord Tojo. Then, he respectfully retreated behind Tojo, but he was still very unhappy with this arrogant king of Hueco Mundo. Daokeng took a few steps forward and said, King of Hueco Mundo, I want to ask you a question. Bale Gang repeated in confusion, a question. Tojo Ayaya asked calmly, yes, a question. Are you satisfied with yourself now? What? Daokeng continued, do you realize that the current world is different from the original appearance? Don't you want to see the real world clearly? I will help you, surrender to me. In this case, I will give it to you. See the power of this world. The power of seeing the world clearly. Bale Gang said. Daokeng explained to Bale Gang, yes, my research has basically been completed, turning the virtual Shinigami into a virtual one. Borrowing foreign objects to break the boundaries between two completely opposite objects and elevate the realm of the soul to a new level. Realm. And you are about to see the world clearly. After Daokeng finished speaking, he quietly watched Bale Gang's reaction. Ha ha ha! Bale Gang laughed instantly after hearing this, the power of seeing the world clearly? A new realm? It's ridiculous, you ain't like Shinigami. Bale Gang suddenly changed his tone and said with murderous intent, I am the king of Hueco Mundo, the king of the world. There is no existence beyond me. Except for the world I created, there is no existence at all. I can't see clearly. World. Hero curled up his lips and said with a smile, really? Is it you who created Hueco Mundo? Is it you who split the three realms? So I say you can't see this world clearly at all. Bale Gang commanded his subordinate Daegzu and said, go kill them and completely defeat these arrogant ants. Ah, hoi huanji. Daegzu all around made strange sounds and rushed towards Daokeng and the four of them. Haribol, Nutra, and Zomali watched as the Daegzu around them rushed toward them and attacked them crazily. They all drew out their Zanpakut to fight against these Daegzu. Bale Gang pointed at Tojo Ayaya and said, and your opponent is me. We don't have much time, so I can just treat you as a game. You should feel honored that you are about to be killed by the king of Hueco Mundo, and... Hero looked at Bale Gang's attire and said, it's really ironic, king of Hueco Mundo. You are obviously a hollow, but the way you look like a skeleton and a skeleton holding a weapon is very similar to the appearance of Shinigami imagined by humans. Bale Gang jumped down with a weapon in hand and slashed at Tuchin Ayaya head-on, saying, nonsense. Brush. Daokeng put his hands in his pockets and dodged Bale Gang's attack calmly. And, can you only run away? Bale Gang held a huge double-edged axe and continued to pursue Ayaya Tojo. Had number 31, Red Fire Cannon. Hero Ayaya omitted the chant and threw a fireball seemingly casually from her fingers. Bale Gang was not afraid, holding a giant axe and facing the red artillery of Sword City. Does this kind of thing want to defeat me? And Boom! The moment the giant axe of Baelgang hit the red cannon, a huge force burst out, as if the blazing flames were carrying a huge force and hit the double-edged axe head-on. Baelgang's double-edged axe couldn't withstand a blow at all. With a dang sound, he was half broken by the red fire cannon. At the same time, Baelgang couldn't control the power with the double-edged axe in his hand. His half-broken hands, the bladed axe was directly shot away by the red artillery. Baelgang no longer looked as calm as before. His body was hit by the red cannon. Half of his original purple costume was burned, and his right hand became tattered. Hueco fell slowly and praised, "You are indeed the king of Hueco Mundo. Can I only say that my kid can only hurt you to this extent?" Baelgang was directly stimulated by Daokeng's words. Baelgang suddenly burst into flames. Baelgang said, "You just hurt me, so don't get carried away." A purple-black substance suddenly rose from Baelgang's body into the sky, seeming to annihilate everything around him. Death Sigh. Chapter 25 Death Sigh. The vast and invincible spiritual pressure wall. Baelgang was angered by Daokeng's attitude and immediately unleashed his strongest ability, Death Sigh. Death Sigh, Respira. It is the strongest attack of Baelgang in the original work. When launched, a barrier-like large-scale attack will occur. All people or objects in contact will quickly decay and collapse. It is an extremely terrifying move. And it spread extremely fast. Even Sui Feng, who was famous for his speed, was caught up by the spread of Death Sigh and was forced to cut off an arm. This purple-black smoke spread towards Tojo Ayaya at an extremely fast speed in an instant. Baelgang believed that all his spiritual pressure must have exploded at this time, trying to kill Tojo directly with this move. Haribal looked at the place where this strange purple-black mist passed. Whether it was rocks or quartz trees, they were instantly eroded by the purple-black smoke, and then gradually corroded into fine dust. This purple-black smoke has the power to corrupt everything. When Haribal saw that the mist was about to reach Tohiro Ayaya, she shouted in horror, "What kind of ability is that? Master Tohiro, it's dangerous." Zomalia and Neutra on the other side were extremely horrified when they saw Baelgang decaying everything into fine dust. Tohiro Ayaya looked at the smoke that was about to devour him, and directly chose to activate Kid to block, Bakud no 81 breaking the sky. A giant wall of air appeared in front of the Sword City, which seemed to separate the Death Sigh and Sword City Ayaya into two worlds. Baelgang looked at Daokeng's movements and laughed, "Ha ha ha, what is this? Kid? Nothing can stop the spread of the Sigh of Death." Baelgang said arrogantly, "What do you think is the most powerful force in the world? Let me tell you the answer. It's time. No one can escape the control of aging. Do you think you can stop the Sigh of Death with a kid?" After the Death Sigh came into contact with the air wall, it took a while for cracks to slowly appear in the air. The purple-black color of the Death Sigh began to invade. With the intrusion of the Death Sigh, the cracks in the air became wider and wider, and then the air wall collapsed. Daokeng stood on the other side of Duankong and watched the erosion process of Death Sigh, appearing to be very interested in it. The moment before the Sigh of Death broke through the sky, Swipe Daokeng used Shunpo to distance himself, and stood high in the sky looking at Baelgang. Daokeng asked, "King of Hueco Mundo, your attack has made your already dilapidated Sui Palace even more dilapidated, and you are still here using your abilities carelessly." Baelgang laughed loudly, "Do you think I care about this? My castle is not just Sui Palace. It is the entire Hueco Mundo. It's so nerve-wracking." Daokeng flashed away, but he didn't see any distress at all. Through his test just now, Daokeng already understood the operation of Death Sigh and the way to restrain it. "Way." Tojo showed a smile. In the original work, Baelgang's ability cannot be said to absolutely corrode everything. In the original work, Akita Hakugen's multiple kid barriers successfully isolated the Sigh of Death. In the original work, Aizen relied on Kaika Suijutsu to conquer Baelgang, but at this time Tojo Ayaya lost his Zanpakuto. There is no way to subdue Baelgang directly through complete hypnosis like Aizen did. In Shinigami's later patch novels, the death sigh, also known as Baelagon, can be completely suppressed by spiritual pressure. There is also an example in it, just like after the liberation of the Bloody Battle chapter, Kenpeka can rely on spiritual pressure to shake the death sigh out of thin air. At this time, Tojo Ayaya's spiritual pressure has been rewarded through system sign-ins over the years. There is no doubt that the spiritual pressure has become more powerful than the Bloody Battle of Liberation Kenpeki. In other words, as long as the spiritual pressure is strong enough, even time cannot erase it. That is the biggest nemesis of Death Sigh. The next moment, vast spiritual pressure spurted out from Tojo Ayaya's body, and the boundless spiritual pressure blocked the purple-black Death Sigh. In an instant, the sky and earth in Hueco Mundo changed color, and the space trembled. Why can this kind of thing be done? It can actually stop my Death Sigh. My decaying ability, which even the Great Hollow that devoured everything thousands of years ago was afraid of, was actually blocked by this Shinigami's simple spiritual pressure. At this moment, Baelgang simply couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. If Hero had avoided his death sigh, or used Kid to block it like he did just now, Baelgang wouldn't be so out of control. But the problem is, Daokeng blocked the invasion of death with just his spiritual pressure. And Baelgang recognized this spiritual pressure and said, Before, the spiritual pressure that shook Hueco Mundo was you, right? Baelgang was stunned. This spiritual pressure that frightened him for days and nights came from the humble Shinigami in front of him. Daokeng smiled and said, Yes, but that time was just a test. I'm really sorry to disturb you. Hero Ayaya's next move directly shattered Baelgang's three views. Hero took a step forward. Baelgang is confident that he is the king of the world, and that his aging ability is the ability of time, an ability that can only be possessed by a true god. It is this ability that makes him so invincible that he disregards the sun, the stars, and everything else in the world. Let everything that was contaminated quickly decay and age, leaving only dust on the ground. With this ability, he has been unrivaled in Hueco Mundo for thousands of years, and has become the king of Hueco Mundo along the way. And this aging ability, which he always thought was a god, was easily resolved by a Shinigami using spiritual pressure. Baelgang was stunned and thought to himself, could this be the real world that I have never seen clearly? The spiritual pressure released by the Sword City is endless. Even after aging erodes the spiritual pressure, the subsequent spiritual pressure will also make up for it. That is to say, Sword City's spiritual pressure forcibly tore a hole in the aging power. As Sword City moved forward, the spiritual pressure continued to open a way forward. He even directly used spiritual pressure to create a road that leads directly in front of Baelgang. This road directly squeezes the aging power to both sides. This is a road that belongs to the new king. Just like this, under Baelgang's disbelieving eyes, Hero Ayaya walked up to Baelgang. So, can I show you the power of New World now? King of Hueco Mundo. Daokeng exuded the aura of a king and asked Baelgang condescendingly. Chapter 26 The Crown is Broken? The new king of Hueco Mundo. King of Hueco Mundo, have you felt the power of New World? Tojo asked. How could this happen? Such a thing could happen. Baelgang sighed as he looked at his own death. He was forced back bit by Daokeng's spiritual pressure, and was still in a state of brain failure. Boom! A majestic and infinite spiritual pressure poured directly towards Baelgang. In an instant, Tojo Ayaya's terrifying spiritual pressure completely pushed back the purple-black smoke of the death sigh, and then the majestic spiritual pressure completely enveloped Baelgang. The force that was enough to shoot down the sky and cause the earth to collapse was suddenly fully borne by Baelgang alone. Baelgang tried hard to keep his figure and not let himself fall to his knees. He is the king of Hueco Mundo, the king of the world, how could he kneel down to Shinigami? He is a god who holds aging in his hands and does not even pay attention to the sun, moon, and stars. Dao King saw that Bailgang was still struggling to hold on, and couldn't help but praise, the average Daegsu will be completely crushed by this spiritual pressure at this moment, and the weak and Daegsu are not qualified to get close. You are still here now. Hold on, I really underestimated you before, King of Hueco Mundo. The next moment, Dao King's eyes condensed, and more powerful spiritual pressure than before was released. Originally, Bailgang was almost unable to hold on under the torture of Dao King's spiritual pressure. It was only the King of Hueco Mundo's confidence that forced him not to kneel down. However, Dao King's suddenly aggravated spiritual pressure impact caught Bailgang off guard. Boom! Under the suppression of this spiritual pressure, Bailgang knelt down directly. This is impossible. Why is this something I can't look up to? Bailgang was still roaring in his heart, unable to accept the fact that he was completely suppressed. Bailgang used all his strength in an attempt to escape from the control of this spiritual pressure. People often fear an escape when faced with things they cannot accept, but they often don't know that what they are avoiding is the rare reality. In the process of releasing spiritual pressure, Hero was able to deal with it with ease. He was talking to Bailgang and talking about the truth. Speaking, Tucky further intensified the release of spiritual pressure. Boom! Bailgang's whole body was pressed into a big pit by spiritual pressure. Bailgang's whole body was lying on the ground, his face pressed against the sand. This is the first time that Bailgang touches the ground with his face. It was the first time in 1,000 years that Bailgang felt such humiliation, but under the absolute spiritual pressure of Tojo Ayaya, he could not resist at all. The spiritual pressure of Dao King is still outputting continuously, like an uninterrupted light source that continuously hits Bailgang's body. Bailgang's body is like a gigantic gravity, carrying this huge mountain on his back. Apart from lying helplessly in the pit, I couldn't do anything. Brush swipe swipe. When Dao King used spiritual pressure to completely suppress Bailgang, Zomali, and the 3 new Arankars were not idle either. They directly solved Bailgang's former subordinates in Sui Palace. However, they still acted in a measured manner. After all, Dao King had the idea of gathering power. Zomali and the others did not kill wantonly, and even Neutra restrained himself. In addition to the weaker Daegsu, there are other Daegsu that seem to be useful to Hero Ayaya, such as the whale-like Daegsu Shinanpo and the elephant-shaped Ashoka's Daegsu Nilj Pardoke. Zomali and the others did not kill them all. The 3 Haribles had already believed that Sword City would definitely defeat Bailgang and become the new king of Hueco Mundo when they felt the power of Sword City. However, they did not expect that it would be so simple. This was the original king of Hueco Mundo, and the mist that erupted all over his body was enough to make it impossible for anything to get close to him. This invincible ability was actually easily broken by Tojo using spiritual pressure. Zomala couldn't help but raise his hands and shouted, "Long live Lord Dao King! Long live Lord Dao King!" Haribal and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of Hero Ayaya. At the same time, they also felt that their decision to surrender to Hero Ayaya was correct. If he had not surrendered to Dao King, the consequences would have been the Bailgang in front of him, not to mention that the 3 of them were a bit weaker than the Bailgang. After Dao King withdrew his spiritual pressure, he looked at the embarrassed Bailgan in the pit with an expressionless face, and said, "Wang Yu of Hueco Mundo, this is the power of New World, remember it with your soul." Tojo Ayaya then gave the last option, "Finally, shall I give you another chance? First, surrender to me, and then I will give you the power to enter a new realm. Second, be crushed to death by my spiritual pressure." Dao King will not begrudge Bailgang. As long as he does not surrender, Dao King will directly crush him to death with spiritual pressure. Espada's position can be replaced at any time, but keeping a rebel is automatically laying a landmine for himself. What's more, even if Bailgang was made into a Zanpakut, it would still be far from being useful in high-end games. Bailgang's heart turned grey. When Dao King used spiritual pressure to trample his dignity as the king of Hueco Mundo over and over again, the little bit of confidence he had also disappeared. A crisp sound sounded, and the crown on Balagang's head could not withstand the long-term torture of Tojo Ayaya, and suddenly a crack appeared. Then the sound of kaka sounded continuously, and the crown on Balagang's head was completely shattered, just like Balagang itself. Balagang looked at the dilapidated Sui palace and his former subordinates who fell under the swords of Haribal and the others. Seeing this, Balagang slowly lowered his head and knelt down on one knee automatically. Tojo Ayaya also felt that Balagang here was completely surrendered. In contrast to the original work, Aizen conquered Balagang through Kaika Suijutsu hypnosis, which always made Balagang feel that Aizen could do without Kaika Suijutsu. The illusion of winning. This is the reason why Balagang was not convinced by Aizen from the beginning to the end. Therefore, Balagang has always dreamed of regaining the throne, and even chose to attack Aizen when he was dying. And Tucky chose to use his absolute supreme strength to completely solve the aging ability that he regarded as invincible. Coupled with the extreme pressure of spiritual pressure. This caused Balagang to be engraved with the fear of Tojo Ayaya from the depths of his soul, and this effect was what Tojo Ayaya needed. Seeing this, Tojo Ayaya showed a satisfied smile and said, "I accept your surrender. Okay, now let's start cleaning the Sui Palace." Hiro Ayaya slowly walked up to the original high platform of Balagang and sat down generously. There was no movement on Balagang's face. He had changed from his previous arrogant attitude, and was filled with the loneliness of his failure and the fear of Sword City. Haribal stepped forward, bowed and said, "Master Daokeng, what should we do next?" Sitting on the original throne of Balagang, Daokeng muttered, "Spread the news that the king of Hueco Mundo has changed hands, and at the same time select the powerful Daegzu. I still have 6 positions left for the position of Espada." Chapter 27 Completely taking over Sui Palace, Sar Apollo's amazement. Neutra discovered the blind spot, and there are 6 more locations? Master Daokeng, who does this Espada refer to? Neutra asked carefully. Tojo explained, Espada was selected by me after I completed the reincarnation from Hollow to Arankar through Hueco, and selected the outstanding ones with superior killing ability, and then ranked them according to the level of killing ability from low to high. The 10 Arankars are called Espada. Neutra did not speak after hearing this, but made a circle with her tongue. Neutra still hasn't changed his arrogant character. Even though he has surrendered to Sword City, he still has the same attitude towards Arankar, who is in the same position. He thought in his heart, the first name must be mine. After all, it is mine. Ranking by strength. Daokeng sat on the throne and spoke, "After all, the number of people is not complete now. There are only 4 members, so we will not do the ranking for the time being. We will discuss it after the subsequent members are added." Haribal and Zomala looked at each other, including Balagang who had just surrendered to Sword City Ayaya, and was also shocked by the huge idea of Sword City. Balagang had just surrendered, but he didn't understand why Daokeng wanted to find Daegzu. He asked, "Master Dao, Cheng, what are you trying to do to summon and find the powerful Daegzu?" Balagang's words happened to be what Neutra and Zomala wanted to ask. These 2 had just returned to Daokeng's subordinates, and Daokeng had not told them about the future. Daokeng said, "Go and end this world full of lies. And create a new world." Daokeng's words were domineering and mixed with confidence and calmness. End this world full of lies? Create a new world? Several Arankar still can't understand the true purpose of Daokeng. Even Haribal, who has followed Ayaya Daokeng for 100 years, can't figure it out. However, just follow what Daokeng said, go find the powerful Daegzu and let them join Daokeng's subordinates. For his subordinates, Daokeng's will is everything. A few days later, the army led by Jiaweg returned to Sui Palace. Balagang asked him to find out the identity of that strange and terrifying spiritual pressure, but he continued to investigate for several days and still found nothing. As soon as he approached the Sui Palace, Geo Uyghur felt strange. According to the past situation, there must be a few Daegzu led by Kokaks patrolling outside the Sui Palace, but now there is nothing outside. What happened to Sui Palace? What happened to His Majesty Bail Gang? Zhaoger couldn't help but feel strange. When he officially entered Sui Palace and walked up to it, Geo Uyghur saw an unbelievable scene. Sitting on the original throne was a seemingly very weak Shinigami. When Geo Uyghur saw it, he immediately showed his claws and asked loudly, "Who are you? How dare you sit in Lord Bailagang's seat?" When Daokeng heard Geo Uyghur's question, he opened his half-closed eyes and glanced at the saber-toothed tiger Daegzu, and then continued to close his eyes as if ignoring it. "Damn it! Ignore it! Look at me!" Zhou Wei was very dissatisfied when he saw this Shinigami's actions, and immediately wanted to step forward and attack Knife City. Just when Zhou Wei was about to rush forward, an old man who had been lowering his head grabbed the eager Zhou Wei and said, "Stop! Who are you? Why are you blocking me?" When Zhou felt someone was blocking him, he turned around and asked, Is this? Are you Mr. Bail Gang?" Zhou Wei said in unimaginably after feeling the old man's aura. Bail Gang does not have the arrogance of the past, but instead has the consciousness of being a subordinate. Zhou Wei said, "Bail Egan. Sir, what is this? And how come you look like a human being?" As early as shortly after Tojiki captured Kaya Palace and issued an order to find the powerful Daki, Tojo Hoayaya used Hueco to carry out an Arankar attack on Bail Gang. Behind Arankar, Bail Gang turned into a paunchy old man wearing a long white coat. With a gloomy face, Bail Gang pulled Zhao Yig and said a few words into his ear. After listening to Bail Gang's description, Zhou Wei's expression changed drastically. The original king of Hueco Mundo he originally served was defeated. And Shinigami sitting on the throne is the new king of Hueco Mundo. Shinigami became the king of Hueco Mundo? If someone had told Zhou Wei before that a Shinigami would become the king of Hueco Mundo, Zhou Wei would have thought it was a joke. However, this scene that seemed like a joke just turned into reality. Geo Uyghur stood there for a long time, but still chose to kneel on one knee in front of Daokeng. The Shinigami in front of him has become the king of Hueco Mundo, which means that he is an existence that even Bail Gang cannot defeat. If he persists in his obsession, he will be seeking death. However, the soldiers following Zhao Yig didn't think so much, and they all started shouting. "Who are you? What conspiracy did you use to defeat His Majesty Bail Gang? We don't recognize you as our new king." Shinigami with such a weak spiritual pressure should not try to take the position of the king of Hueco Mundo. Geo Uyghur quickly stopped him and said, "Idiot, don't be impulsive." Daokeng, who was sitting on the throne, opened his eyes, and there was a chill in his eyes. Boom! The majestic spiritual pressure in Daokeng's body appeared again, and a huge spiritual pressure column instantly appeared on these rude guys. The locking precision of spiritual pressure is very powerful, without any leakage. In a short wailing sound, these Daegzu were directly crushed to death by the spiritual pressure of Tojo Ayaya. What kind of spiritual pressure is this? I really want to study the structure of this spiritual body. Following Zhou Wei, there are not only provocative idiots, but also a very excellent Hueco Mundo scientist Tsar Apollo Grants. When he saw a Shinigami sitting on the throne of the king of Hueco Mundo, Sal Apollo had already guessed the strength of Tojo Ayaya. I just didn't expect Tojo Ayaya's spiritual pressure to be so powerful. As a scientific researcher and a powerful Daegzu, Sal Apollo also knows that he currently does not have the strength to analyze the City of Swords. Tsar Apollo also observed that the masks of these Daegzu on the side, and even Bail Gang, had all been removed. Apart from a few powerful Daegzu, there is still a possibility of autonomous Arankar, but Daegzu of a level like Sunsun is absolutely incapable of autonomous Arankar. Sal Apollo was confused on the spot, and then showed his strong research interest. Previously, Thrall Apollo accepted Balagang's recruitment because of his strong strength and need to research materials, and became the current researcher of Hueco Mundo. At the same time, he is also the most powerful researcher in Hueco Mundo and an expert in developing all spiritual weapons. The meaning of his name is playing with life in the palm of your hand. Chapter 28 Sal Apollo? A very good wage earner. Thrall Apollo was an alchemist when he was still human. Since his brother, who was a human general during his lifetime, often brought defeated people to Tsar Apollo as experimental subjects, he began to use humans to conduct various experiments. After the two brothers died suddenly for some reason, they became hollows, and Sal Apollo swallowed the souls of his brother and other experimental subjects. Later, after a long period of hunting and evolution in Hueco Mundo, Thrall Apollo gradually gained the strength of Vastad Degzu. Since Thrall Apollo often needs living materials for research, he is used to limiting his power in battles, so he rarely makes fatal attacks in general battles. Subsequently, after the existence of Thrall Apollo was learned by Balagang, he was recruited by the king of Hueco Mundo and became a researcher of Hueco Mundo. Daokeng looked at Sal Apollo, who was standing behind and kneeling with all the Degzu, and thought, I need to train him well, so that he can complete the work of Arancarization for me. After all, it is practical for me to do it one by one. Trouble. Daokeng faced Balagang and asked knowingly, who is that Degzu at the end? He looks different from other Degzu. Balagang glanced in the direction that Daokeng said and replied, this Degzu's name is Sal Apollo. He is the researcher of Hueco Mundo that I recruited. Although he is a researcher, there is no doubt that he is Vasto, a great virtue of virtue. Daokeng saw that Sal Apollo was indeed very different from the ordinary Degzu. The size and appearance of his entire body were more human-like. It's just that the lower body is tentacle-shaped instead of feet, and the mask on Sal Apollo seems to be unique in the style of glasses. Although Sal Apollo had some guesses about the situation, he still had only a partial understanding of the situation. He never expected that he planned to go out with Geo Weiger's troops to get some materials, but when he came back, he found that his boss had been replaced. Thrall Apollo never paid much attention to who the king of Hueco Mundo was. He only needed to provide him with sufficient information, and at the same time, don't disturb his own research. However, Sal Apollo was very surprised by Haribel's Arankar. Based on his own research, as long as Degzu grows to a certain level, he will naturally become an independent Arankar, which can improve the soul to a higher level. However, as far as he knew, in the entire Hueco Mundo, there was only one great hollow named Arturo Platido who belonged to the autonomous completed body Arankar. Earlier, he single-handedly attacked and almost captured Soul Society. However, he was sealed under the 46th chamber by Captain Yamamoto because he underestimated the enemy. Thrall Apollo is also trying to make his own Arankar. Now when the research here has a little clue, he is surprised to find that so many Arankars appear at the same time. Daokeng looked at Sal Apollo and asked with coercion, according to the introduction of the original king of Hueco Mundo, your scientific research level is very good, right? Sal Apollo said a few times, and then looked at Tuhiro Ayaya with a hint of tangle. Tuhiro Ayaya asked, do you have any questions? If it is research, I will not interfere with you. Sal Apollo adjusted his glasses. With a Frankenstein-like expression, he said, yes, Master Daokeng. I regard you as my king, but I have a wish, can you answer it? Why did the Daksons under you, including the former king of Hueco Mundo, Mr. Balajaon, become like Shinigami? Daokeng said calmly, it's very simple, you come with me. Daokeng left the throne, walked to the audience, and stood in front of Zhao Yig. A small bead with an inconspicuous appearance appeared in Daokeng's palm. Geo Weiger was kneeling down and bowing his head. When he saw Daokeng standing in front of him, he said, Daokeng, Master Daokeng, I have surrendered to you. Already? Geo Weiger looked at Daokeng appearing in front of him, and was immediately frightened, thinking that Daokeng wanted to clean him up. Daokeng reassured, "Don't worry, this is just a new power I gave you." Sal Apollo had already listened to Daokeng's words. He came forward from the end, looked at a small bead in the palm of Daokeng's hand, and said, "Master Daokeng, what is this?" "Hueco. The power I discovered belongs to the New World. It is a god's tool that forcibly breaks down the boundaries of the soul itself and enhances the status." Hero said slowly. Hueco floated in front of Zhou Weig. Under the control of Daokeng, the small beads instantly planned a cube to completely wrap Zhou Weig's body. After a while, the broken spirits of the small cube scattered and moved away, and Zhou Weiger appeared in everyone's sight with a new look. Zhou Weiger broke away from his previous appearance of a saber-toothed tiger and turned into a black-haired boy with golden eyes, wearing a saber-toothed tiger skull mask on his head and a braid. "This is..." Zhou Weig looked at his hands. "How did I become like this? And what is this sudden increase in spiritual pressure?" Hueco has forcibly increased his strength by becoming a virtual Shinigami, which is also known as Arankar transformation. In addition, Your Majesty and some of your former companions are already like this. Hero said to Zhou Weig. Zhou Weiger knelt down and asked Daokeng, "Master Daokeng, I have one more request, please allow me." Hero Ayaya saw through everything and said, "You want to continue to follow the previous king, right?" "I agree. From now on, you will obey my orders as the subordinate officers of Bale Gang." "Thank you, Lord Sword City." Although Zhou Weig is arrogant and likes to sarcastic others, he has always maintained a calm and loyal side to Bale Gang. Daokeng turned to Sal Apollo and said, "This is the reason why Daegzu Arankar transformed. You should understand it. After a while, I will teach you the secrets of Daegzu Arankar. Arankar will turn you into you and complete it for me. In addition, Hueco will be left to you to study." Hero said while looking at Hueco in his hand. After all, Hueco was awarded to Tojo Ayaya by the system, and it was exclusive to Tojo from the beginning. No matter what other people are doing, they can't take Hueco away, which is why Hero boldly handed over Hueco to Sar Apollo. Sal Apollo looked at the Hueco handed to him by Sword City, and his eyes suddenly shone, showing infinite interest. After all, he had already seen the power of Hueco just now. Such a sacred thing, Daokeng, was actually given to him for study with confidence and boldness. Sal Apollo was instantly grateful to Daokeng and also had extreme reverence for it. Sal Apollo took Hueco, knelt down on one knee and said, "Yes, great king." Daokeng turned around calmly and said, "Come with me to Sal Apollo. I will perform Arankar for you next. By the way, I will explain to you the skills of Arankar." P.S. Arturo Platido, an original character in the Japanese game Shinigami, Rondo of Shining Blades. The name means Silver King Arthur in Spanish. The name of the Zanpakuto is the Immortal King. Chapter 29 Eyes of the Soul King? Attack of Grimcho. After a while, Thrall Apollo appeared with a new look. She has short pink hair, golden pupils, obvious lower eyelashes, and a mask in the shape of glasses. Daokeng said, "You should have completely mastered the process of Arankarization, right?" Sal Apollo lowered his head and replied, "Yes, Master Daokeng. I have mastered it perfectly. This is really a breathtaking technology, breaking through the boundaries of the soul itself." "This is, what kind of magical skill is this?" "Ah." Daokeng smiled slightly, "That's it. After all, there will be many things for you to study in the future." "What?" Sal Apollo said after hearing Daokeng's words, "Master Daokeng, will there be many such artifacts for me to study in the future?" "Naturally." Daokeng replied. Who knows what the system will prescribe for him in the future, and Hero also knows that his research capabilities are far different from those of Urahara Kisuk and Aizen in the original work. Just one Arankarization, Daokeng has been researching it for nearly 100 years. From this point of view, although Tohiro Ayaya's scientific research ability is quite satisfactory, Tohiro despises tedious research. After all, Daokeng is a man of action, not a scientific research madman like Nirvana and Sal Apollo. What he cares about is the results rather than the research process. Of course, giving things to people like Sal Apollo for research is an excellent way. Moreover, the items produced by the system are exclusive to Sword City and cannot be plundered by others. When Daokeng returned to the throne and sat down, there was a rare movement from the system that originally sounded once a year. Daokeng. Ding. Congratulations to host for achieving the achievement Void Night Palace and gaining the eyes of the Spirit King. Daokeng, is this the power of the Spirit King? The moment he received the system reward, a force emerged in Daokeng's eyes, as if a warm current was flowing in Daokeng's eyes. Tojo Ayaya closed her eyes, waiting for the perfect integration of power in herself. The next moment, Daokeng opened his closed eyes. At this moment, Daokeng's eyes were very different from before. The black eyes of Mei Tojo disappeared and were replaced by 4 black pupils, with the whites in the middle forming a strange diamond-like pattern. Tohiro boldly activated the power of his eyes. In an instant, the edge of Hueco Mundo that he could not see was clearly reflected in front of his eyes. Tohiro could even clearly sense the past that had happened here and the future that was about to happen. In other words, this is an eye that can see through all past and future. Daokeng felt the power of the eyes of the Spirit King and said with a smile, "So, it's such an interesting eye. I used to be unable to see things. But from now on, everything in the past and future in this world will all be reflected in my eyes. The world that I cannot know no longer exists." Lingwang Palace, Li Palace. Hisub Ichai Bayu, the leader of the Royal Agent Zero Squadron. He was given the name I Monk by the Soul King, and was also changed to true name calling Monk. He was the original namer of all things in the Soul Society. Hisub is extremely loyal to the Spirit King and obeys the Spirit King's wishes in everything, but at the same time, he also obeys the will of the 5 noble ancestors and is the person who protects the Spirit King. However, Hisub is loyal to the existence of the Soul King. He does not care about who the Soul King is as an individual. All he cares about is a wedge that maintains the 3 realms. At this moment, he suddenly seemed to sense something, and then a shunpo came to the inner palace of the Spirit King in an instant. The main hall of the Soul King Palace is the Soul King Palace. It floats deep in the Omotsando Road and has 4 floors in total. The Soul King, the wedge of the 3 realms, is buried here. Hisub Ichai cautiously approached the Soul King crystal, and then he discovered a shocking fact: the Soul King's eyes were missing at this moment. The Soul King's eyes fell to the lower realm. Hisub looked at the Soul King's empty eyes, couldn't help but sit down, and murmured to himself, "It's not like the 5 nobles did this, and there are no signs of intrusion in the Soul King's palace." Hisub held the brush and secretly speculated, what is going on? Is it the Spirit King's will that is driving the changes in the 3 realms? The perspective returned to Hueco Mundo. A Daegzu in the form of a deer is running in an endless virtual circle. She has to avoid the pursuit of 6 Daegzu behind her. The leader is a Daegzu in the form of a leopard that looks very agile. Dust was billowing behind him, and a Daegzu wearing a big hat roared, "Stop!" Ha! The deer-shaped figure jumped down a hill. Boom! The leading leopard Daegzu used the ring to turn and instantly appeared in front of the deer-shaped Daegzu. The other 5 Daegzu behind him also followed closely, attacking her from the front and back. The deer-shaped Daegzu condensed a red virtual flash at the antlers and blasted it at the leopard Daegzu. When the leopard Daegzu saw this, his eyes froze, and he also opened his mouth wide and condensed a red virtual flash to face him. Boom! The deer-shaped Daegzu's false flash was directly shattered by the opponent's false flash, and the virtual flash condensed by the leopard-shaped Daegzu remained powerful after defeating the opponent's virtual flash, and directly hit the deer-shaped Daegzus on the body. Ah! The deer-shaped Daegzu let out a scream, and then fell to the ground. The deer-shaped Daegzu thought in his heart, the weak are devoured by the strong. This is common sense in Hueco Mundo. It seems that I have been devoured by these guys. Is my journey in Hueco Mundo over? A leopard-like figure walked up to her and made a disdainful sound. So weak? Is she a female? The deer-shaped Daegsu groaned helplessly. After being directly attacked by Sudian, he could not move even half a minute. Daegsu from behind surrounded her and asked, Grimjo, do you want to kill her? Or do you just devour her? No interest. Leopard Daegsu curled his lips in disdain and said, I have no interest in killing weak guys. Devouring such guys is simply a shame. You can do whatever you want. Daegsu, who was 5 behind, said in surprise, then you will let us devour her. Leopard Daegsu said impatiently, I told you to let you figure it out on your own. Weak guys can't arouse my interest at all. This Leopard Daegsu is undoubtedly Grimjo Jakajak, who was originally ranked 6th among Aizen Espada. The 5 great hollows following him are Grimjo's subordinate officers in the original work, Xiaolong Qufeng, Eldorade Leonis, Nakim, Ilford Grants, De Roy. When De Roy saw Grimjo, who was much thinner than them, he was about to target him, but Grimjo took the lead and ate the right side of his head. Xiaolong was shocked by what happened in front of him, but he also realized that Grimjo was the strong man they had been looking for a long time to lead them. On behalf of the other 4, he invited Grimjo to join them. Although Grimjo disapproved of this, he still let them follow him. As a result, the 6 great voids formed a strange team, with the goal of evolving into the largest void, Stod, to hunt other voids in Hueco Mundo. Sudden the sound of stones falling to the ground came from not far away. Hey, who is there? A weakling hiding his head and tail. Grimjo said loudly. After hearing Grimjo's provocation, 2 female Arankars immediately jumped down from the cliff on the side, pulled out their Zanpakut, and said with a fierce expression, Hey! Who are you calling weak? Chapter 30 Grimjo was crushed. These 2 female Arankars are Haribel's subordinate officers, Francesca Myra Rhodes and Sunsin. 2 Arankars had just been transformed into Arankars from Sword City, so they naturally felt arrogant in their hearts. Seeing that Grimjo, a Daegsu whose spiritual pressure was weaker than his own, dared to mock him as a weakling, he immediately lost his temper. They all jumped down from the cliff and drew their Zanpakut towards Grimjo and his gang. What level of hollow is this? Where are their masks? And what is the Zanpakut in this hand? Xiaolong Qufeng said as he looked at the 2 Arankars suddenly. Grimjo said disdainfully, no matter who she is. No matter what condition her mask is in. No matter what level of Daegsu it is, just wait for Laozi to completely destroy it. Grimjo looked at Myra Rhodes and Sunsin and judged on the spot that these 2 Arankars were worthy opponents to kill. He pawed the ground and prepared to jump up and fight the 2 female Daegsons. Myra Rhodes, Sunsin, you are too impatient. Haribel slowly walked out from behind and taught her subordinate officers. But Lady Haribel, the leopard form Daegsu in front of you is indeed not something you can deal with. Even if you have passed Master Daokeng's Arankar, you are still no match for this Daegsu in front of you. Haribel said calmly. Haribel prepared a fighting posture and said, the 5 Daegsu following him will be dealt with by you. As for the Daegsu that looks like the leader, I will deal with it. After Myra Rhodes and Sunsin heard what Haribel said, they also chose to listen to her and said, yes. Haribel followed up with a reminder, Master Daokeng's reminder, have you not forgotten it? Well. Instead of killing them, just beat them until they can't get up again. Myra Rhodes shook her shoulders and said. When the 5 Daegsu behind Grimjo heard that the 2 female Arankars despised them, they said angrily, beat us until we can't get up again. Then let us tear you apart first. Myra Rhodes and Sunsun saw the 5 Daegsu rushing towards them at full speed, and at the same time they released their Zanpakut. Bite her away, Golden Lion General. Hang her, White Snake Princess. Myra Rhodes and Sun Sun suddenly changed drastically. One's body became huge and a black sword appeared, and the other's lower body turned into the shape of a giant python. The scene in front of him once again refreshed Xiaolong Qufang's 3 views. Su can also liberate the Zanpakut? What is going on? Sun Sun smiled and said, "What's going on? I'll explain it slowly later, but now, please lie down first." Xiaolong, Ku Feng, and other 5 Daigzu. You seem to be a very powerful person, right? Although you are a female, the aura you exude is undoubtedly that of a strong one. Grimjo looked at Haribel and said in a prying manner. Haribel remained silent and slowly pulled the knife out of the sheath behind her back with one finger. At this time, Sun Sun and Myra Rhodes had already returned to fight with Xiaolong Qufeng and other 5 Daigzu. Grimjo glanced at the battle taking place behind him, analyzed the functions of the swords in the hands of the 3 men, and said with full fighting spirit, "Are you also going to free your Zanpakut? Come on! Let me see you! With your strength, I can kill you without mercy." Haribel responded to Grimjo very calmly, "Sword liberation? Who said I need to free the Zanpakut to deal with you?" Grimjo said, "What?" Haribel seemed to have a winning chance and said naturally, "Don't worry, there is no need to free the sword." The next moment, both sides acted simultaneously. Grimjo swung his claws and collided with Haribel's Zanpakut. "It's over for you." Haribel completed what she had not yet finished speaking and slashed hard with all her strength. No! The alarm bells rang in Grimjo's heart. He couldn't resist such a powerful force at all, and was swatted away by Haribel's Zanpakut like a child. Grimjo was quickly knocked away. In the process, he worked hard to adjust his body, burst out spiritual pressure, and relied on the leopard's flexibility to twist and land safely. "You were knocked out by me, can you still stand?" "With a Kyoka's level strength," Haribel said, looking at Grimjo's state. Boom! Haribel exerted force on her feet, and the sand behind her was instantly kicked up. At the same time, Haribel rushed towards Grimjo like an arrow from a string. "Damn it! There is no chance to breathe at all. This guy is not simply strong, he is like a monster." Grimjo cursed in his heart. However, Grimjo belongs to the type that becomes more courageous the more he fights. He is keen on challenging powerful opponents under equal conditions and purely enjoys the fun of fighting. Haribel pressed forward step by step, which aroused Grimjo's desire to fight. "Come on! That's it!" Grimjo looked at Haribel's impact and did not dodge. Instead, he held up his body to face Haribel's attack. Haribel was a little surprised when she saw Grimjo rising to the challenge despite knowing the gap. This high-spirited fighting style was a bit similar to Neutra, who had previously surrendered to the City of Swords. Haribel turned around to avoid Grimjo's claw attack, and then used her spiritual pressure to slash at him heavily from the side. Boom! Under the spiritual pressure Haribel brought up, a huge explosion of spiritual pressure occurred. Whoosh! Grimjo was directly hit by Haribel's attack, flew backwards from the smoke of the explosion, and fell to the ground helplessly. "Are you so strong? Stand up, keep fighting!" Grimjo roared. Haribel walked out of the smoke like a queen and said, "That leopard-shaped Yakukaze, you have passed. Do you want to continue to fight?" Grimjo gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! Grimjo is the Daikson who evolved from Jillian. He is very familiar with the rules of Hueco Mundo. The defeated Daikson will become the nourishment for the winner. But I haven't even experienced a decent battle, so am I going to die?" At this time, Sun Sun and Myra Rhodes had already transformed into their former forms and appeared behind Haribel. Grimjo's eyes narrowed, and the 2 Daigzu had all changed into their previous appearance. Could it be that Xiaolong Qufang and the others had already? At this time, Sun Sun looked at Grimjo's miserable state, covered his mouth with his long sleeves and said in a mocking tone, "Ah, all of your followers have fallen too. Sun Sun, the opponent has already fallen, there is no need to use these words." Haribal said. Sun Sun put down his sleeves and said, "Yes, Lord Haribal." Haribal asked the two of them, "Where is the female Daegzu who was chased by these 6 Daegzu before?" Myra Rhodes looked around, stretched out her hand and pointed back, saying, "That deer-like shape is so big and empty. She is still lying there. It seems that the injury is still a bit serious." Chapter 31 The Sacrifice of 5 People. Grimjo's strongest move. Haribal slowly walked over where Myra Rhodes pointed and came to the deer-shaped Daegzu. The deer-shaped Daegzu said feebly, "Are you here to devour me?" Before Haribal could answer, the deer-shaped Daegzu seemed to accept his fate and said, "Well, it's better to be swallowed by you than to be swallowed by other disgusting Daegzu." Myra Rhodes interjected at this time, "Hello hello hello? Is this your attitude towards your savior? Also, when did we say we were going to devour you?" The deer-shaped Daegzu struggled and said, "Although I am a female Daegzu, I am still the weakest among them, but I still know the rules of Hueco Mundo." "What are you going to do?" Haribal said, "You are our new partner." "Companion? I'm a companion." The deer-shaped Daegzu couldn't believe his ears. There was actually a female Daegzu who accepted a companion in Hueco Mundo? What is going on? I was indeed saved by you, but I didn't ask for help from you, and I won't be grateful to you. Myra Rhodes seemed to be unable to bear the deer-like attitude, and scolded, "You were obviously saved by us, why are you still so arrogant?" Although the deer-shaped Daegzu fell to the ground, he still said unforgivingly, "What did you say?" Sun Sun hurriedly tried to smooth things over, "Shut up, you two. But let's talk about it, you two are very similar in your cheeky and informal attitudes." After Sun Sun said good things, Luxing Daegzu and Myra Rhodes started a wave of dissatisfaction again. "What did you say, Sun Sun? Which side are you on?" At this time, Haribal suddenly became more vigilant and said, "Don't talk yet. There seems to be some movement over there with Daegzu who was just defeated by us." Myra Rhodes said in disbelief, "What's going on?" Sun Sun and I just said that we beat them to the point where they completely lost their ability to fight." Haribal said, "But something is wrong. The spiritual pressure of the other 5 is gradually declining, but the spiritual pressure of one of them, Daegzu, suddenly rose sharply, as if it had just successfully progressed to a higher level." "What? I was beaten to this point by Lord Haribal just now, but I can still evolve." Sun Sun opened his beautiful eyes and said, "And my companion's spiritual pressure has declined, is it possible?" Haribal stood back up and quietly waited for the movement on the other side, while saying, "That's right. Just now, the leopard Daegzu devoured part of his companion's body, thereby achieving the evolution of the soul. A few minutes ago." Looking at the other 5 voids lying on the ground, Grimjo made a sound of reluctance. At this time, Xiaolong Qufang suddenly said, "I think we should give up, Grimjo." When Grimjo saw Xiaolong Qufang and other Daegzu who were traveling with him showing their intention to retreat, he said angrily, "What did you say?" Xiaolong Qufang fell to the ground, and his condition was not much better than that of Grimjo. He said, "How many years have passed since we acted together? I'm afraid I can't remember." Another horned Yakukaz, Ilfert Granz, said with determination, "We have already realized that we cannot become Vastad. If we continue to hunt now, it will be too late. I can't feel the power at all. It's boring. If you want to give up, you just want to be killed by a few people who ran out of nowhere in this place. It's up to you. I will continue to fight." Grimjo forced himself to hold on. "Want to stand up?" Xiaolong Qufang suddenly felt sad at this time and said, "Yes. But if you want to fight, please eat us before continuing to fight. If a part of his body is eaten by a Daegzu of the same race, he will completely stop evolving." Xiaolong Qufang continued, "We cannot become Vastad. The result is already clear. Our evolution ends here. I say this is the realization we have made. In the end, is becoming vast. Odd whether virtual will become another level of virtuality has probably been determined from the beginning. From the very beginning, the 5 of us were destined to only reach Achiuka's, and you, Grimjo, are destined to continue moving forward. You must not fall here. Xiaolong Qifeng, Adorad Leonis, Nakim, Ilfert Glanz, and Deroy all said together, "That's it, please eat us." Grimjo. Haribal said in surprise, "I originally wanted you to lie on the ground for a while before looking at you, but I didn't expect you to stand up." The corner of Grimjo's mouth still had the flesh and blood of his companion, and he stared at Haribal with a look that desperately wanted to win. "What's that look in your eyes? Do you want to defeat me? It's impossible. You should have felt it just now, right? Even if you evolve a step on the spot, you are still far from my opponent." Haribal looked at Grimjo. In an attacking stance, he drew his Zanpakuh again and said. Grimjo raised his claws, and giant blue spiritual pressure claws were condensed on them. Grimjo's cold eyes were hidden behind his sharp claws, and he said coldly, "Look, no matter who you are, whether it's a hollow, a human, or a Shinigami, as long as anyone looks at me with contempt, I will definitely not do anything about it. Kill him mercilessly. Tear him apart completely." Haribal held the Zanpakuh in one hand, noticed Grimjo's blue claws, and asked, "What is this?" Grimjo said with a terrifying sneer, "Leopard King's Claw. This is the strongest move I can use at the moment. Just be torn apart by the leopard's claws." Brush. Grimjo waved his claws, and 10 rows of sharp claws rushed towards Haribal. Dang! Haribal placed her Zanpakuh horizontally in an attempt to intercept these spiritual pressure claws. Grimjo saw this and shouted, "It's useless. Even if you block it, the power of the Leopard King's claws will still knock you away." At this moment, he suddenly felt uncomfortable in his stomach, and Grimjo could still clearly feel the flesh and blood of the 5 great voids in his body. "They are all innocent guys, just watch. Your flesh and blood will witness my future. And I will be the king." Grimjo thought in his heart. Fly. Boom boom boom, the claws of the Leopard King knocked Haribal flying under a cliff. The cliff was shattered by the remaining power of the leopard's claws, and the dust seemed to rise above the dark night of Hueco Mundo. Apply another layer of tool. Chapter 32, Use Absolute Power. Complete defeat. Seeing the violent explosion in the distance, Myra Rhodes and Sunsun worriedly shouted, "Lord Haribal! Sunsun is about to attack. The lion will bite that abominable leopard into pieces." Myra Rhodes said. "That's exactly what I meant. A hungry python can even swallow an elephant." Sunsun responded following Myra Rhodes' words. Grimjo looked at the 2 female Arankars and said disdainfully, "What use are you two? Your boss was defeated by my leopard claw, what can you do as her subordinates?" At this time, Haribal's voice came out of the explosion smoke. "You mean you defeated me? I remember I haven't shown my true power yet, so that's what you call defeating me." The next moment, a figure emerged from the smoke, and Haribal reappeared in front of Grimjo, unharmed. Grimjo looked at Haribal, who was completely unharmed, and was very surprised. "I didn't expect that after taking this blow, you would be unscathed. When did you have the illusion that I would be injured by your blow?" Haribal said lightly. Since she has been acting with Daokeng for a long time, even the way she speaks has become a bit closer to Daokeng. "What did you say? Are you looking down on me?" Grimjo showed his claws again and said, "I said before, anyone who looks down on me, no matter who you are, I will destroy them all. Lose." Haribal held her Zanpakuh and said, "You said I was looking down on you? Isn't that right? From the beginning, you have been looking down on me, so much so that you have the illusion that I can be defeated by you." Haribal threw a sword flower with one hand and held the Zanpakuh upside down with one hand. The tip of the Zanpakuh pointed at the ground and said, "It seems that I need to use absolute power to completely defeat you. Conquer him, Queen Shark." At this time, Haribel's body exploded with spiritual pressure, and a huge wave like a pearl clam suddenly appeared under her body. The huge wave looked like a heart and surrounded Haribel and closed at the same time. Brush! A big sword stretched out from the middle of the huge waves and swiped downwards. The huge waves were instantly separated. The separated waves were like monstrous water columns, completely engulfing everything below. After liberation, Haribel's mask that covered almost half of her upper body completely disappeared, leaving only the armor-like mask on her neck and chest. She had dark blue lightning-shaped facial lines on her cheeks, and her attire turned into a short skirt-like swimsuit. And the weapon in her hand turned into a giant sword with shark gill pattern. Grimjo said, "So what is this move? I have never heard of Hollow being able to use this move." Resurrection, the name of our liberation of the soul-cutting sword. After liberation, it means that our true power has been released. Haribel explained. Real power? Could it be that what you just exerted was not your full strength? Yes, but now I think it is necessary to completely defeat you and no longer have the idea of resistance. Haribel raised the giant sword and said, "I will definitely tear you apart." Leopard King's Claw. Grimjo roared upon seeing this, and directly used his strongest move. Grimjo gasped and said, "I just said that the Leopard King's Claw is my strongest move. And did you feel its power just now? And now, I will use this move to tear it apart. Your throat. Stand here and don't move." The Leopard King's Claw this time is even more powerful than before. I don't want you to be directly affected by this attack at zero distance. Grimjo shouted, and at the same time, he moved 10 a row of sharp claws were thrown out, and the speed and power this time were undoubtedly faster than before. Haribel shook her head and said, "Boring." Haribel used her spiritual pressure, filled the giant sword with yellow spiritual pressure, and at the same time used the ring to appear directly in front of the Leopard King's Claw. In front of Haribel's giant sword, the extremely ferocious Leopard King's claws were torn to pieces like glass. The claws could no longer maintain their original appearance and directly shattered into pieces of blue spirit particles, like snowflakes, scattered in the air. Boom! The next moment, Haribel used the ring to appear in front of Grimjo. Grimjo! Swipe! Grimjo was struck down by the giant sword before he had time to react. Grimjo was shocked and said, "This speed? This kind of range?" After Grimjo was hit by the giant sword, his body could no longer remain in the air. Grimjo's murderous eyes retreated, his eyes blurred for a moment, and his body began to fall like a lead ball in the air. The last moment Grimjo touched the ground, he looked at Haribel holding a giant sword in the air. "Ah, I see, is it so powerful?" Then, after Grimjo hit the ground hard, Haribel also slowly fell. Sunsun and Myra Rhodes ran to Haribel. Myra Rhodes said arrogantly as usual, "This guy, what do you mean by tearing everything apart, and the result is like this?" Humph. Sunsun seemed to be a little more stable, and said, "Lord Haribel? Now, should we keep them?" "Stay. Master Daoking means to find the powerful Daegzu and bring him to Sui Palace." I was still a little hesitant at first, but now, I am sure, this guy, he has the power to help Master Daoking. "The power used?" Haribel said looking at Grimjo. "Also? I'd better take the deer-shaped Daegzu next to me. As a female Daegzu, she doesn't have strong strength yet. She is born with disadvantages in Hueco Mundo. She can also be my companion," Haribel ordered. "By the way, don't forget the 5 Daegzu under this guy." "What? Do you have to bring these 5 guys with you too?" Myra Rhodes said with emotion. But she still did not disobey Haribel's words, and quickly tied the 5 Daegzu, Xiaolong and Ku Fang, into a line, dragged them behind her and left. Sunsun was walking at the back, looking at Xiaolong, Ku Fang and the other 5 Daegzu being dragged away, and thought to himself. Lady Haribel seems to have said before that this is what Zomala did when dealing with Neutra. Looking at it now, it seems like a good method of dragging and moving objects. Chapter 33, Announcement to Hueco Mundo. Daegzu assembles. Sui Palace. Daokeng was sitting on the throne, and several days had passed since he entered the Sui Palace. After Daokeng eliminated some Daegzu who disobeyed him, he took over all the Hueco Mundo subordinates left by Bail Gang. At the same time, relying on these Daegzu to successfully spread the news that the king of Hueco Mundo changed hands, Tojo Ayaya will summon all the powerful Daegzu in Sui Palace and give them new power. After the order was issued in Sword City, Haribal, Zomali, and Neutra took action one after another, and each set out to search for the powerful Daegzu in Hueco Mundo. Bail Gang himself was unwilling to take action and arranged for several of his subordinate officers to spread the news. It is unknown whether they contributed. Hiro Ayaya always turned a blind eye to the matter of Bail Gang not contributing, and did not choose to investigate further. After all, which giant would care about the little actions of ants? Sal Apollo regarded Hueco as a treasure and returned to his research room without stopping to start studying it behind closed doors. In an instant, the news that a new king appeared in Hueco Mundo and defeated Bail Gang spread widely. Why was Bail Gang defeated? Isn't he very powerful? TCH, the arrogant Hueco Mundo will be defeated one day. If I had taken action earlier, the throne would have been mine. How strong is the one who defeated the king of Hueco Mundo? I don't know how strong it is, but it's called Tojo Ayaya. Doesn't it sound like a hollow thing? Who cares who he is? I only know that he claims that he will give power to those who come to Sui Palace. Then let's get going. For several days in a row, such conversations were everywhere in Hueco Mundo, and without exception they were full of shock at the change of ownership of the king of Hueco Mundo and the desire for new power. Slowly, ordinary conscious Daegzu began to take action, moving towards Sui Palace in an organized and targeted manner. But there are also some who hold different opinions. Lord Nilu, are we going to Sui Palace? Paigzu Katache, who was wearing a termite-shaped mask, asked for his opinion after receiving the news. Let's go and take a look. I've met that Bail Gang before, and to be honest, he's the type I hate. We don't know what the new king of Hueco Mundo's character is yet, and we can't be sure about him until we meet him. Future actions in Hueco Mundo, analyzed a female Vastad with the body of an antelope. This antelope Daegzu is the original third Espada Nilu El Duo Chavank in the original work. At this moment, she is discussing the new king of Hueco Mundo with her two original companions. In my opinion, all irrational fighting is meaningless and stupid. I just hope that this new king named Tojo Ayaya is different from Bail Gang. Another big head, Daegzu Dongkaka Bilstein, who was sitting next to Nilu, echoed, "Sir Nilu is right." Nilu's antelope body stood up from the ground and said, "Let's go to Sui Palace now." Just as the three of them were about to set off, a thin figure suddenly appeared from behind the boulder. "Hey, it looks like the feeling of spiritual pressure is very good." The thin figure turned out from behind the boulder and stood in front of Nilu and his party. When he saw Nilu clearly, his expression suddenly became strange. "Why is it female again?" Seeing the hostility on the other side, Nilu picked up a round gun and said, "Who are you? Are you going to start another unreasonable war in Hueco Mundo? It doesn't make me feel at ease every day. I was going on the road in a happy mood, but seeing you makes me feel as uncomfortable as seeing that yellow-haired woman." The man who was as thin as a bamboo pole was holding a huge crescent-shaped sickle and roared, "Be obedient and be stepped on by Laozi. BD." This strange, thin figure is Neutra Gilga, who was sent out by Knife City to find a candidate for Espada. Nilu saw the sudden appearance of the strange guy and his cannibalistic eyes full of fighting intent, and said helplessly, "Are we going to have another insignificant battle? Paigzu, Don Chaka, stay away." Humph! Is this the new king of Hueco Mundo? But the Sioux that came to report was so weak. A virtual that was as big as a mountain grasped the Sioux that came to spread the news. "Hey! Talk!" Daegzu squeezed hard, causing Baoxingsu to wail in pain. Yami, you're going too far. He can't speak at all when you pinch him like this. A tall figure with wings on the side said. The mask on his face shattered, revealing part of a human-like face, but there were still some remaining mask coverings. He has short black hair, pale skin, green eyes, and dark green Arankar lines on his face that resemble tear stains. Yami didn't seem to hear what Ulquiera said. He clenched his hands slightly, and the telegram in his hand was crushed to death in an instant. Yami said disdainfully, "Kill him, kill him. There are so many weak hollows in Hueco Mundo." He actually asked a hollow of this level to spread the news. It seems that this new leader of Hueco Mundo named Tojiki Ayaya the king is nothing more than that. Ulquiera, you're not scared anymore, are you? Yami, who was as big as a mountain, mocked. Ulquiera said expressionlessly, "No, but is fear also a kind of spiritual existence?" What Ulquiera didn't expect was that Balagon, the king of Hueco Mundo, would be defeated. Balagon's invincible aging ability would actually be defeated. Was he the new king of Hueco Mundo? I wonder if he can tell himself the meaning of the existence of heart and what soul is. Ulquiera stood up and said, "Yami, let's go." Yami followed and asked doubtfully, "Where are you going?" "Sui Palace." Ulquiera's words still contained no emotion, exactly as usual. As a fan of Sword City, Zomala takes the mission of Sword City and goes deep into Hueco Mundo to find a powerful Daigzu who is powerful enough to join Espada. This time, Zomala accidentally walked to the front of a hill. Zomala looked at the hill in front of him and said doubtfully, "I remember there were no mountains here before. Why did the terrain change for no reason?" When he walked to the front of the hill and took a look, Zomala was surprised to find that the hill in front of him was actually made of stacked hollows. As expected, the souls of these hollows had already been reduced and lost their vitality. In front of the empty mountain of corpses piled up like a hill, two men in black robes sat. This is a strange combination. One of them is an ordinary-looking uncle, and the other is an innocent girl. Moreover, most of their faces were not covered by masks, but a small amount of residue showed their identity, Arankar. Zomala was surprised. Hueco Mundo actually still exists. And the Hueco Mundo has completed the Arankar transformation without being promoted by Tojo-sama. Zomala stepped forward and said, "How amazing! Did you do all of this? You killed these Daigzu?" Unexpectedly, the voice on the other side sounded sad, as if he was extremely disgusted with this power. The uncle, Arankar, said sadly, "No, those guys died on their own." The girl Arankar was still lying in his arms and did not hear the conversation between the two people in front of her. The uncle-looking Arankar slowly turned his head, looked at Zomala, and said, "You are the same, you look very strong." Zomala said with a pious attitude, "I am helping my king find companions." Uncle Arankar said to Zomala, "What a coincidence. The same is true for us. Are the companions you are looking for also very strong?" Zomala said, "Yes, my king is the only one who can guide confused souls to the right path, and our companions are also very strong. If you want to know more, come with me to see him." Zomala finally wanted to know the name of the autonomous Arankar in front of him and asked, "What is your name?" Coyote Starkey, and Lilionette Gingerbuck. Chapter 34 Meeting the New King. Yami's provocation? As the news of the new king of Hueco Mundo spread, all the major voids in the originally dead Hueco Mundo took action. Some are curious and want to meet the new king, some are curious about the new power the new king calls, and some are overestimating their abilities and want to challenge. In short, the great Zus in Hueco Mundo are all heading in the same direction, Sui Palace. The perimeter of Sui Palace has been crowded with Daigzu, and they are a little afraid of Baelgang's reputation. These Daigzu more or less knew the terrifying strength of Baelgang, the original king of Hueco Mundo, and they were all curious about who defeated Baelgang. Looking at the towering cloud-like gate, those Daegsu did not dare to enter without authorization. They don't know the character of the new king, and they can't touch this thing casually. At this time, these Daegsu looked at each other and whispered to each other. Who do you think this new king of Hueco Mundo is? How strong is he? He defeated Lord Baelgang, at least. So in the final analysis, can we get in? But I heard that the new king will make us stronger. Sitting on the throne, Hero Ayaya could clearly see the noisy scene outside Suyu Palace and the large groups of Suyu through the eyes of the Soul King. Daokeng looked at the Daegsu outside and smiled slightly, and said to the two girls accompanying him, it seems that they are all impatient with waiting. It's time to go out and meet them. Daokeng said. Lori Yvonne and Minorai Maria opened the door of Suyu Palace to welcome the guests. At the same time, Daokeng ordered, don't forget to inform Sal Apollo to come over and prepare for Arankar. These two girls, Arankar, are the two mates under Aizen in the original work, Lori Ivan and Minori Maria. They were the two girls that Hero accidentally discovered when he was wandering around Suyu Palace a day ago. The injured female Daegsu. Out of curiosity and experimental attitude, Tojo treated their injuries, and also took out Hyaku from Sal Apollo and gave them Arankarization. Just like in the original work, Lori Ivan has long black hair tied into a pair of ponytails, purple eyes, wearing a white short skirt and black over-the-knee boots. She looks like a cute girl Arankar, and the other beautiful girl Nori Maria is Arankar, a girl with short blonde hair, green eyes, and a somewhat boyish appearance. The act of taking care of an injured animal on the road, brought into reality, made the two female Arankar completely dependent on Ayaya Tojo. Unexpectedly, after the existence of Daokeng, their star-chasing target changed from the original Aizen to the current Daokeng. Shaking the tall and giant stone door in front of him made a hoarse sound and slowly opened, as if to welcome these Daegsu to enter. Seeing the door open, Daegsu outside the door was talking a lot. Now that the door is open, do you agree to let us in? Then what are you waiting for? Come in quickly. I'm a little curious about what the new king of Hueco Mundo who defeated Baelgang looks like. What kind of power will the new king give me? Accompanied by extreme noise, Daegsu's group came to Suyu Palace in a noisy manner. At this time, Daokeng also came to the high platform in front of Daegsu with two floor-mopping attendants. The three people who suddenly appeared on the high platform instantly attracted the attention of Daegsu. Look! Who are those three people on the high platform? These three people don't have masks. No, it looks like the follower walking behind has a mask on his eyes. What's going on? At this time, Daokeng was completely at the front of the high platform, and all the Daegsu below looked at him together. Suddenly, a Daegsu shouted, "Look, he doesn't even have a mask." Another Daegsun muttered and shouted, "And his clothes. He's a Shinigami." Daegsu below suddenly became restless. What's going on? Why is Shinigami here? Kill those three guys up there. Su and Shinigami were originally opposed to each other. At this moment, Su and Shinigami suddenly saw Hero Ayaya and had an instinctive desire to devour each other. At this moment, Sal Apollo arrived just in time. It's Lord Sal Apollo, the Shinigami above is doomed. Lord Sal Apollo, please quickly deal with that arrogant Shinigami above. Hey! Sal Apollo heard the voices in the Daegsu group and showed an unkind look. The low-level Daegsu below had no idea where they had offended Sal Apollo, and suddenly suffered from this oppressive feeling that invaded their souls. Boom! Sal Apollo immediately used ring turn and returned to the original place in the blink of an eye. Daegsu around him had no idea what was happening. At this time, the bodies of the two rude Daegsu slowly collapsed, and in an instant their bodies were broken into two sections. Why is Sal Apollo's spiritual pressure stronger than before? Not at our level at all. You see, Sir Apollo's appearance has also changed. What the hell is going on? Sal Apollo looked at Hero Ayaya, who nodded slightly and acquiesced to what Sal Apollo did. Ha 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 ha, it's really fun. Over here. This loud voice lit up, and at this time, a giant mountain-sized virtual creature that had been crawling in the virtual group said. Having said that, he still didn't forget to pick up the Daigzu on one side and threw it fiercely at Sal Apollo. Brush, seeing the fierceness of the oncoming attack, Sal Apollo simply pulled out his Zanpakuto and cut the thrown Daigzu in two. Boom! The body that was chopped into two pieces made a big hole in the back. At this time, Jushin Daigzu's companion standing aside advised, "Yami, don't cause trouble. Ulquiera, it's rare to see an opponent who can let me vent my anger. This is exactly what I want," Yami said with a laugh. The huge Yami moved without any sluggishness at all. He rushed straight towards Sal Apollo like a cannonball. Under Yami's body, the rising spiritual pressure directly flew away the ordinary Daigzu next to him. Daokeng continued to stand on the high platform, looking at everything in front of him calmly, and said, "Does it look like a powerful Daigzu has come?" Sal Apollo. After hearing what Daokeng said, Sar Apollo said respectfully, "Master Daokeng? What are your orders?" Daokeng said, "Let this arrogant and ignorant Daigzu truly experience the power of the new world." Sal Apollo adjusted his glasses, bowed and said, "Understood, Lord Daokeng." Chapter 35 The Conflict in Front of the Throne. Thrall Apollo vs Yami. What did Sal Apollo call that Shinigami on the stage just now? Sir? Sal Apollo just called that Shinigami your lord. Could it be that he is the new king of Hueco Mundo who defeated Bale Gang? The Daigzu people below started talking in a chaotic manner again, and Daokeng didn't seem to see this at all. Tojo Ayaya was still standing calmly on the high platform, quietly watching the conflict between Sal Apollo and Yami. Rumble. When Yami collided with Sal Apollo used his small body to dodge it neatly. Yami's body hit a group of unlucky Daigzu heavily. Yami patted his head and turned over to stand up again. Yami roared loudly, "Too weak! Too weak!" while casually picking up the unlucky Daigzu next to him and throwing them towards Sal Apollo like cannonballs. "Run quickly! Such a powerful spiritual pressure has actually erupted in this place, we cannot be involved in a battle between Daigzu at this level." The Daigzu around the two people fled one after another, which just left a space for the two to fight. Sal Apollo avoided the big virtual shells bombarded by Yami, while using the spirit instrument he had placed aside in advance to detect the data of the opponent in front of him. "Hey? You can only run? It's boring. It's boring." Yami accelerated the throwing in his hand while mocking Sal Apollo, "It's not enough. It's not enough for my anger. Let me. Make me angrier." Boom! Sal Apollo caught the big void thrown by Yami with one hand and threw it back casually. Sal Apollo said confidently, "From now on, I have analyzed everything about you." Yami heard Sal Apollo's words and asked, "What are you talking about?" "Analysis. It's really troublesome." Sal Apollo said slowly, "Early before, I had already arranged the spirit analysis instruments around me to fight with you." Sal Apollo pointed at his brain with his finger, "Every time after analysis, the information from the instrument will appear in my mind. Your spiritual pressure strength, spiritual sun density or spiritual body strength will be reflected in every movement you make. After that, they will all be captured by the instrument." Sal Apollo intertwined his hands and slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto hanging from his waist with his backhand, saying, "Now, we can declare it over." "What are you talking about? Don't underestimate me. You trash like ant." After Yami heard Sal Apollo's announcement, she got angry and her body obviously grew a bit bigger, and stronger energy erupted from all over her body. Ryotsu. Yami's demon-like face, the mask slowly curled up and then unfolded, as terrifying as an evil ghost who had just crawled out of hell. Boom boom boom. Yami's spiritual pressure was still rising, and the crimson spiritual pressure swept across the world, sweeping up some people in the Daigzu group in the distance. Yami took a deep breath and said ferociously, "You made me angry to the extreme. UBD. Boom! Yami was about to burst out with spiritual pressure and rushed towards Sal Apollo again. Sal Apollo adjusted his glasses and said confidently, "Didn't I tell you that the density of spiritual particles in your moves or the strength of your own spiritual body have been analyzed by me?" Boom! Sal Apollo instantly appeared in Yami's blind spot during the action and said, "I told you that everything about you is under my control." Brush Yami's two arms were cleanly separated from his body, and blood splattered everywhere. Yami still refuses to admit defeat and is still looking for the figure of Sal Apollo. Boom! Sal Apollo used the sound to turn for a moment, and moved from Yami's blind spot to his eyes. Whether it's a human, a Shinigami, or even a hollow, the eyes have always been one of the most vulnerable parts of a creature. Sal Apollo, who is very small compared to Yami, is standing in front of Yami, and the tip of the Zanpakuto in his hand is pointed at Yami's eyes mercilessly. The winner has been decided, Lord Thrall Apollo won. I didn't expect that this big void that appeared out of nowhere could actually delay Sir Apollo for so long. Hueco Mundo is really huge. I didn't know there would be so many monsters at the same time. Listening to Daegzu's discussion on the side, Yami became furious and veins popped up on his face. Who said I lost? Yami opened his mouth slightly and concentrated his crimson spiritual pressure. "Ah, go to hell." After Yami shouted, he sprayed out the virtual flash at an extremely fast speed. Because Yami's body is so huge, the range of the virtual flash he fires is also extremely wide, making it impossible for ordinary people to dodge easily. Boom! Thrall Apollo used the resonator to move away. A powerful virtual flash shot out, with a hint of burnt smell as it passed through the air. No. The end of this false flash is us. No. This false flash is also targeting the Shinigami. Sal Apollo swerved to avoid the false flash, looked at the false flash's attack towards Daokeng, and reminded, "Master Daokeng." The two mopping Arankars behind Daokeng were trembling when they saw the menacing virtual flash. Two-Hero turned sideways slightly and said calmly, "Bakades 81, Duan Kong." This powerful virtual flash bombarded the wall of air. Although it was a transparent barrier, the huge explosion caused by the virtual flash separated the Sword City and Kungsu behind into two worlds. Luo Li Ivan patted her chest and said with longing, "You are indeed Lord Daokeng." Two-Hero Ayaya didn't make a sound and gave a soft hum. "Sal Apollo, it's enough. This Daegzu is qualified. You can give him the first Arankar transformation here." Daokeng slowly walked into the air and said. Sal Apollo said, "But Master Daokeng, he has not yet surrendered, so is it really good to decide to give him power?" Daokeng smiled slightly and said, "His power was given by me, and I can suppress it and take back this power at any time." Daokeng walked towards Yami and said, "New Daegzu, are you satisfied with yourself now? Don't you want to improve your status?" Yami was still immersed in extreme anger at this time and didn't want to listen to Taoshiro's words. He was about to grab Two-Hero with one hand and said, "Shinigami, I just want to kill that pink-haired BD now. If you want to be buried with him, you can come and give it a try. I have not recognized you as the king of Hueco Mundo." The moment Yami's hand was about to touch the Sword City, Yami suddenly felt that a huge mountain was pressing on his hand, and he couldn't break free at all. Boom! Yami's hand was firmly fixed on the ground, and then the weight of the mountain slowly transferred to his whole body. Not only was his hands unable to break free, but Yami's entire body was firmly pressed to the ground. Although Two-Hero still retains his previous smile, the spiritual pressure emanating from his whole body shows that Yami's entire predicament was caused by Two-Hero. Ulquiorra couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Daokeng's understatement. "You can firmly control Yami in the ultimate angry state with your spiritual pressure alone, and there is not a trace of spiritual pressure leaked. The new king of Hueco Mundo in front of us is absolutely terrifying beyond common sense." Boom boom! Two-Hero directly increased his intensity and used spiritual pressure to output. The terrifying spiritual pressure pillar directly suppressed Yami and fainted. Daokeng's eyes narrowed, as if he regarded Yami as a 3-year-old child, and he didn't care about his speech, and then said, "Don't you want to get the power to break the mask? To take the power to the next level?" Yami regained a little rationality at this time, but his body was still firmly pressed to the ground and said, "Damn it! What little trick did you do? Despicable Shinigami!" Hiro Ayaya did not answer Yami's question, but stared into Yami's eyes and asked, "So have you calmed down now?" Daigzu. Chapter 36 The Meaning of Heart. Ulquiorra's joining. Daokeng pointed behind his finger and said to Sal Apollo, "Prepare to Arankarize him." Sal Apollo was surprised by Daokeng's decision. Just now he was fighting against the Daigzu in front of him, so why would he be helping him increase his strength in a few seconds? The Daigzu in front of him has the weird ability to grow in size on his own, and as he grows in size, his spiritual pressure will also increase dramatically. If he undergoes Arankarization, the power of his anger will be far greater than it is now, and he may not be able to control him by then. Out of such considerations, Sal Apollo cautiously asked again, "Is Lord Daokeng sure you want to Arankarize him?" Daokeng said calmly, "No need to worry, everything is under control." "Yes, my king." After getting the guarantee letter from Daokeng, Sal Apollo had nothing to say. Ulquiorra was shocked. The Shinigami in front of him really had the power to shatter the hollow mask. As a semi-autonomous Arankar, Ulquiorra knew very well that just being a semi-Arankar would be an absolute improvement for Daigzu. If he were a complete Arankar, the power it would bring would definitely be beyond imagination. Yami didn't feel anything wrong with Sal Apollo's Arankarization of him. Although he had just lost both arms, Yami's arrogant character still had not restrained. His extreme self-confidence made him think that nothing could defeat him, so he naturally had no doubts about Daokeng. Hearing that he could gain strength for nothing, he happily followed Sal Apollo and waited for him to perform Arankar for himself. But in fact, Sword City didn't focus on Yami at all. Sword City was focusing on the companion who had just entered the field with Yami, Ulquiorra. Daokeng slowly walked towards Ulquiorra and said, "I believe you must be curious, why should I help your companions improve their strength?" The answer is simple, it is absolute self-confidence and strength. This self-confidence is not the arrogance of sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Arrogance is not a self-hypnosis that is helpless against reality, but is completely powerful. Ulquiorra said, "Then what do you really want to do when you become the king of Hueco Mundo?" Daokeng explained, "World." Ulquiorra, as a hollow, you should know that the unconscious Daigzu is at best a lost soul that only knows to devour, and its own existence has no meaning, but I am different, I will give them the real mission. Ulquiorra said doubtfully, "You know me." Every time Ulquiorra met Tojo Ayaya's eyes, he felt like everything about him had been seen through. Hiro said with a bewitching tone, "I know everything about the 3 realms. Don't you have something you want to know?" Ulquiorra Sifur. "Is there really a channel for you to solve your doubts in Hueco Mundo? Shinigami, humans, don't you want to understand their true meaning?" Since arriving at Sui Palace, Ulquiorra has felt that there is a clear difference between Sword Castle and ordinary Shinigami. What is it specifically, Ulquiorra cannot tell. Seeing that Urakira did not respond, Tuki lowered his head in thought, and then said, "I am a Shinigami. This is an irrefutable fact, but what is the meaning of race? All of us are small souls in the 3 realms. The biggest difference between Hueco Mundo souls and Soul Society souls is their different places of belonging." Hiro Ayaya walked up to Ulquiorra, stretched out her hand and said, "Don't you want to deny the existence of something? Don't you want to understand the meaning of the world? Even your confusion about heart, you can also find out by following me. Believe me, for myself and for Hueco Mundo, I need the strength of all of you." Ulquiorra felt the appeal of Ayaya Tojo, and his words seemed to open up the knot in his heart. Since he couldn't find the answer, he might as well follow behind Tojo and discover the heart again in the future significance. Ulquiorra looked at Daokeng's outstretched hand and recalled his past. When Ulquiorra was first born, he was a pure white hollow with only vision among his 5 senses. He was somewhere in Hueco Mundo, deep in the cave. Because their appearance and habits are different from those of their own kind, Daegsu generally have a pitch-black appearance with glowing eyes and mouths. They are ostracized by the Daegsu group. Later, Ulquiorra left the cave alone and wandered around Hueco Mundo. During his wandering, he saw a strange white bush and decided to bury himself in nothingness. As he walked into the object, the mask that originally covered his face automatically broke apart, transforming into a look similar to Arrancar's later appearance. It was in the process of being buried in nothingness that Ulquiorra began to become curious about the heart of human beings. As his experience increased, Ulquiorra became more and more curious. Why do people always choose to persevere without giving up, instead of diving into nothingness? Why persist in launching challenges when knowing that perseverance is unnecessary? This problem has been with Ulquiorra to this day, and now a Shinigami has appeared who claims to be able to solve his problem. While Ulquiorra was thinking about it, he already had the intention to join, and now that he had the guarantee from Sword City, he had no hesitation. I am willing to join your army to find the meaning of human's heart, Master Daokeng. Ulquiorra knelt down on one knee and expressed his surrender to Daokeng. At this time, a sudden change occurred, and a powerful spiritual pressure shot up into the sky without warning. The source of spiritual pressure comes from the rear, where Sal Apollo gave Yami Arrancar. Is it Yami? As Yami's companion day and night, Ulquiorra instantly recognized the owner of this spiritual pressure. Ulquiorra secretly thought something was wrong and said, Master Sword City, Yami will definitely become a powerful force for you. Please forgive him for what he did before. I know everything, don't worry, Ulquiorra. Tojo Ayaya waved her hand and said, and the Espada Legion has officially gathered. Chapter 37 Furious Yami. Espada returns. Ulquiorra was shocked by Yami's Ryutsu performance. Is this really Yami's Ryutsu? Just the complete shattering of the mask can increase the Ryutsu level so much. It's not like Ulquiorra has never felt Yami's spiritual pressure before, but overall Ulquiorra can completely suppress Yami. But the current quality of spiritual pressure is okay now, but what about the ultimate state of anger? Even Ulquiorra doesn't know if it can be the same as before. Ulquiorra glanced at Ayaya Tojo who was walking next to him. The seemingly ordinary Shinigami in front of him actually had the power to make two completely opposite things, Hollow and Shinigami, break through each other's realms. Daokeng felt Yami's violent spiritual pressure and said to Ulquiorra, you must be curious, right? Why should I give it to the Hollow Arrancar who was the enemy just a few seconds ago? Daokeng looked at Ulquiorra, and then explained, the problem is very simple, that is, defeat him when he reaches this level, give him a new starting point, and then suppress him easily. This method can make him he has a better understanding of his strengths and positioning. Ulquiorra looked at Ayaya Tojo's still calm appearance and directly felt Tojo's absolute confidence. Even if he gave Yami Arrancar the power, the Shinigami in front of him could easily suppress it. At this moment, a huge stone was suddenly thrown at the field behind, and Daokeng did not move. The moment the stone approached Daokeng, the spiritual pressure released by Daokeng directly turned it into small stones. Ulquiorra looked at Daokeng's understatement and thought in his mind, is this pure spiritual pressure protection? No, it is not. It is an invisible spiritual pressure slash, a slash that does not require movement and is simply controlled by thoughts. Turn your spiritual pressure into sharp blades to cut it. I didn't expect that Tojo's control of spiritual pressure would actually reach a point of perfection. Daokeng said calmly, look, they are finished. Boom, a strong man suddenly jumped in front of Hiro Ayaya, waving his arms and looking at the muscles of his body after being transformed into Arrancar. At this time, Yami changed from his previous body as huge as a mountain to a burly adult man with dark skin and black hair. There are 4 strangely shaped protrusions on the top of his head, and there are symmetrical red Madara lines on both cheeks. The remaining virtual mask behind Arankar is on the chin, shaped like a mandible, and the virtual hole is in the center of the chest. Seeing Yami's appearance, Daegzu and the audience reacted. Is this the big mountain-like thing just now? Why did it suddenly become so small? That's not right. Feel his spiritual pressure again. It's obviously on a different level than just now. What's going on? Is this the new power that will be given to us? At this time, Sal Apollo appeared behind Daokeng, and he said directly, Master Daokeng, the Arankar in front of you seems to be extremely emotionally unstable. I wonder if he has transformed into an Arankar. Don't worry, Sal Apollo. After you deal with a speck of dust, will you still worry about whether it is big or small? Daokeng said calmly. Ha ha ha, this is really a powerful force. But you asked someone to give me such a powerful power, but you are so weak. It's really shameful. Shinigami. Yami just got the power, as if howling like an ignorant child. Don't worry. In return for the power you gave me, I will use this power to kill you. Hiro Ayaya glanced at Yami and said with a smile, if you want to try it, go ahead. But it has a premise, that is, you are stronger than me. Yami heard Taoshiro's methodical appearance and couldn't help but put her head up and laugh. What are you talking about? Shinigami? Don't you understand how much my power has increased? With Yami's arrogant and chattering speech, Daokeng always watched with a calm and indifferent attitude. Yami laughed wildly and said, really? Then I will use the power given to me to kill you. After saying that, Yami put his hand on the Zanpakut. Dong 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 dong, several consecutive moving sounds appeared, and 4 Arankars suddenly flashed around Yami, surrounding Yami in the center. Target Yami's vital parts mercilessly. Yami did not expect that when he was about to release the sword and show off his new power, the vital parts of his body would fall into the opponent's control. At this moment, Yami's hand was just holding the hilt of the Zanpakut. He only needed to expose the blade a little to be freed. Unexpectedly, he was subdued by 4 Arankars who appeared at this time. Sal Apollo pointed the knife directly at Yami's heart, licked his lips and said, you can run really fast. There is no precedent for a test subject to escape from my test bed before. Damn it, you bastards! Yami shouted angrily, showing only extreme unwillingness. Daokeng slowly walked over and said, Haribal, Neutra, Zomali, Sal Apollo, your loyalty is worthy of commendation, but you can let him go now. Zomala said, but Master Daokeng. Hiro Ayaya said, I know what you want to say, but his target is obviously me, so let me solve it first. It won't take long anyway. Yami said disdainfully, humph. What's the point of fighting alone now? If you have the guts, you first ask them to withdraw their swords, and then, you really. Before Yami could finish his words, 4 people, both Arankar's swords were sheathed at the same time. Seeing the sword removed, Yami couldn't help but feel happy. The Shinigami in front of her really chose to give up her advantage and fight with him alone. Ha ha ha, Shinigami, you really have a heart. In this case, I have to admire your arrogance. Let me crush you. Yami laughed loudly, and then chopped off the waist. Pull out the sword. Get angry, angry beast. When Yami pulled out his Zanpakuto, a large amount of red smoke poured out from the sword. Then the red smoke turned into powerful bright red spiritual pressure, and Yami's body slowly expanded in the red light. Haribal said in surprise, what kind of return blade is this? Will he continue to grow bigger? As the red light rose into the sky, Daegzu below anticipated what was happening now. Sudden. A hand suddenly stretched out from the red light, pushing away the smoke in front of his eyes. Yami's whole body was bathed in red spiritual pressure after returning to the blade. Yami's body became extremely large at this time, with 12 legs. Every time he took a step, he felt that the world was almost shattered. Yami felt the terrifying power behind the sword, raised her eyebrows, and said, "Too small. Too small. In my eyes, you are as small, weak, and vulnerable as ants." As he spoke, Yami activated his spiritual pressure. And the crimson spiritual pressure directly wrapped his fist, and smashed it straight towards Tojo Ayaya. P.S. The positioning of Yami Realgo's own strength has always been controversial. I think that in the final angry form, Yami's power is definitely not inferior to the previous blades. Moreover, the status of Byakuya and Kenpeki is also shown at the end. Their victory is not easy. The most difficult point for Yami is that the accumulation of anger cannot be achieved in one step, and the overall range of his own strength is unstable. Chapter 38. When did you have the illusion that you can fight with me? Boom! Yami punched the sword city hard. Along with the punch storm, a red spiritual pressure column rose up in front of Yami, and sand and stones flew up in an instant. Don't let me get carried away. Shinigami! Yami shouted angrily, punching the front wildly, trying to completely smash everything in front of him before he stopped. Hey, where are you hitting? Don't you even know the enemy's position? Daokeng smiled faintly behind Yami. Yami! When did the Shinigami in front of him escape his sight? The power and speed of his punch just now were all at his best, but he couldn't keep up with his speed? Yami stretched out his hands and said angrily, "Stop joking." After saying that, powerful spiritual pressure erupted from Yami's body again. Under the red spiritual pressure, Yami's body became a little bigger. Hiro Ayaya said in surprise, "In the returning state, can you still complete further strengthening through your own power?" Yami's body expanded for the second time, and then he was filled with spiritual pressure and blasted towards the Sword City. Daokeng stood in the air and said, "In that case, I will first test whether your strength matches your body." Hiro clenched his fist and turned sideways to backhand, and connected with Yami's fist, setting off a powerful spiritual pressure storm. Boom, boom, boom. Yami collided with Tuki with several consecutive punches, and a powerful spiritual pressure storm broke out with each punch. Yami's whole body was bathed in red light and he shouted, "Shinigami! I'm surprised that you can actually fight with me, but these few punches have shown me that you are trash. You can only do passive defense, but I just increase your strength a little more and your arm will be completely useless." Yami punched again with confidence and murderous intent. Boom! After a violent explosion, Yami's eyes widened. The scene where he expected Daokeng's arm to be broken did not happen. On the contrary, his arm was now being held tightly by Daokeng's hand and could not move. Break free. Half a point. Yami's fist after returning to the blade was almost the same size as Tuki's entire body, but when Yami's fist touched Tuchin's palm, it was as if the fist was firmly attached to it and could not be pulled out at all. It's like the weird scene in a fairy tale where a giant's fist is stifled by a child's slap, but the only difference is, Daokeng is not a child. Is this? What is going on? Faced with Yami's performance, Daokeng smiled slightly and said, "You have the illusion that you can fight with me? When did you feel that your punch was better than mine?" Yami's pupils became larger and she said, "Up there?" Oh! The spiritual pressure on Tuki's palm made it impossible for Yami to move at all. With Tuki's arm, Yami's huge body was instantly thrown in front of him. Seizing the opportunity, Daokeng took advantage of the opportunity to punch, and his fist was filled with extremely terrifying spiritual pressure, with a faint illusion of thunder and lightning and space collapse. "Why do you think I want you, Arankar? That is to let you see the gap between the worlds," Daokeng said immediately while Daokeng was shaking his fist. Daokeng punched forward, and the space where the fist passed was instantly distorted, locking Yami's body tightly and making it impossible to escape. Boom boom Tojo Ayuruaki punched Yami hard, and Yami's body was thrown upside down by the wind of the fist. Wow, Yami sparkled with lightning all the way, and was knocked away by Tojo Ayaya's impact, and most of his huge body was broken into pieces. Half of Yami's body was almost broken. He fell to the ground and stared at Taoshiro's fist. Why? A mere Shinigami has such power? The ant-like Shinigami smashed half of my body. Me. I want more anger. Suddenly, the broken half of Yami's body was repaired quickly and directly, and then Yami's body began to squirm a lot. With the wriggling, Yami's body grew a bit bigger, and then the mask on his face deformed, transforming into two bodies like upper and lower hell ghosts, with hair-covered lower limbs and tail, 4 sharp horns on the top of his head, and 1 on the back. Right angle. Yami said, after drawing the sword, "This is the first time I have become like this. This is the ultimate angry state after my evolution. In this form, my wrist strength, spiritual power, and other attack power also continue to increase, and everything in the world will killed by me." Daokeng watched Yami change his appearance again, and began to have a tendency to attack blindly. The punch I just made was also reserved. I didn't want to kill him, but now I have completely lost my mind. Daokeng shook his head silently and used the method he used to subdue other Daigzu before. Tojo Ayaya slowly raised her hand, and then a spiritual pressure that shocked the depths of her soul suddenly erupted, and at the same time, the amount this time was stronger than any before. Boom! The spiritual pressure pillar descended on Yami, and with the spiritual pressure pillar as the center, hurricanes were set off in all directions. The remnants of the spiritual pressure were like sharp blades that shattered the surrounding valleys and walls. At this time, the 4 Arankars under Daokeng gathered together again. Seeing Yami being suppressed by Daokeng again using spiritual pressure, he couldn't help but think of his past experience of facing Daokeng for the first time. "So, what exactly is the adult you call doing to Daigzu?" A woman with gentle words said. "Again, you Daigzu. Damn it." Neutral looked at the green-haired Daigzu who suddenly came up to him, and couldn't help but started to curse. Zomala looked at the antelope-like female Daigzu in front of him and said doubtfully, "Who are you?" "My name is Nilu, and I am a person who is curious about the new king of Hueco Mundo." Zomala looked at it carefully. It was a Daigzu at the level of Vastad, and he should also be able to become the power of Master Daokeng. And seeing that Haribel seems to have brought a big void, and she has lived up to the trust of the Sword City, will the Espada gather together like this? Sal Apollo still had the madness of a scientist, and said, "I just don't know if this big virtual creature in front of me will become Master Daokeng's new power, or will it be my experimental subject?" Yami's rage has obviously decreased, and now his spiritual pressure is completely suppressed in the Sword City. It's so huge that you can't even see the end of it. It's so dignified that you can't even breathe. It has the power to turn spiritual pressure into substance. Yami only felt the power of the sky falling and the universe collapsing. Yami's anger slowly diminished. So that's it, is this his power? Does it seem like my anger is just an ant in front of him? Yami slowly fell down, retaining only the most basic vitality. The body as huge as a giant mountain was also shrinking, and in the blink of an eye it became the same size as before the sword. Seeing Yami's complete defeat, Daokeng walked up slowly and said calmly as if he had done an insignificant thing, "Are you still alive? Daigzu, I will ask you 2 questions now. Then, you must I make a choice." Chapter 39 Fear Overrides Anger. Espada is assembled. Daokeng walked up to Yami, although his expression was the same as before, but the words that came out of his mouth were chilling to the bone. "Then you have to make a choice for me. If Yami refuses to surrender, Daokeng will kill him completely at this moment. After all, it doesn't matter if the original Espada is not together, after all, the Espada position is alive. For things that are beyond his control, Hero kills them without any hesitation. Just like the previous Amagai Sushuk, Hero will kill them immediately as soon as he judges that keeping him alive may lead to unexpected situations. What Daokeng looks at in a person is not whether the person is strong or not, nor the quality of his character, but whether he can be 100% controlled by himself. In fact, when Daegzu was Arankar for Daegzu, unlike Aizen, backup measures had already been buried in Daegzu's body, allowing Daegzu to control everything anytime and anywhere through the connection established between Daegzu and him. But this is all before the eyes of the Spirit King. Now, with the eyes of the Spirit King, Hero Ayaya can see everything in the three realms clearly anytime and anywhere. Every time Yami resisted, biting cold spiritual pressure would come from above, as if it was going to crush him. For a moment, Yami's heart couldn't beat, as if Daokeng was holding his heart at any time, and now life and death were completely controlled by Daokeng. A suffocating and depressing atmosphere invaded his mind, and the fear of death arose spontaneously, sweeping away the previous arrogance and anger. The suppression of death over the power of anger. Instead of anger, there was boundless fear lingering in Yami's heart. What kind of power is this? So that's why he feels confident and bold enough to give me the power to break the mask. In the past, Yami had absolute confidence in his own strength, so he looked down on those weaker than him. To him, no matter who the opponent is, whether Shinigami is weak or not, as long as he is weak, he is no different from trash. If the other party is considered weak by him, he will not show mercy even if he is a companion. Unexpectedly, the person who is considered weak now has become himself. Due to the absolute suppression, Yami instinctively had the fear of Tojo Ayaya that was as great as heaven and earth. Now, do you understand what real power is? Yami lay on the ground and said feebly, I understand, I understand. Daokeng smiled slightly, narrowed his eyes and said, then the two choices given to you, are you to choose to surrender to me, or to lie down like an ant and be wiped out by me. After Daokeng finished speaking, a sense of fear once again occupied Yami's heart. Do you want to die? Do you want to die? Do you want to die? Yami knew that this time was the closest to death since she was born in Hueco Mundo, but she didn't have the confidence to accept the death arrangement yet. She didn't want to die yet. Yami knelt down on the ground and said, I choose to surrender, Master Daokeng, and I, Yami Realgo, choose to be loyal to you. Although Sui Palace was hit by Yami just now, under the throne, it was still not affected much. Daokeng sat under the throne, and Daegzu, who had already subdued him, stood in 2 rows. They are Bale Gang, Haribal, Urakra, Neutra, Zomali, Yami. Thrall Apollo. Daokeng raised the corner of his mouth and said, Haribal, Neutra, Zomali. 3 Arankar stood up and responded, Lord Daokeng, please give me your instructions. X3. I remember that I assigned you a task in Sui Palace a few days ago, to find the powerful Daegzu. I wonder if you have completed it and brought him to Sui Palace. Haribal said, Lord Sword City, I have brought you a great void with powerful fighting ability, Grimjokajok. Although his current strength is not an advantage, there is no doubt that he also has the potential to become your strength. Daokeng looked at the pure white leopard-shaped Daegzu with blue eyes in the audience, and thought, is this Grimjo? Although he is currently relatively weak, there is no doubt that he has the ability to become Vasto virtual level has great potential. Daokeng nodded slightly and said, Haribal, you did a good job. He does have this power. He can call Sal Apollo later to let him have a glimpse of the new realm in advance. Daokeng turned to look at Zomari and said, what about you? Zomari, as the messenger of love, what kind of surprises will you bring to me? Zomala stepped forward and knelt down and said, Master Daokeng, when I was searching for strong men for you, I heard the story of a lonely Daegzu in the deepest part of Hueco Mundo. I followed this clue and led you to Here Comes Coyote Star K, the lone wolf of Hueco Mundo. Hero looked at the decadent uncle at the end and a blonde loli beside him. Hero said, it is indeed an independent Arankar? Since Arturo Platido, Hueco Mundo is the only independent Arrancar. Totally Arrancar. Daokeng crossed his hands and asked, Star K, do you know what Arrancar represents? It is the whole new world that belongs to Su. I heard that you yearn for being weak because of your companions? Then follow me, you will not have this worry. Congratulations on becoming a member of my Espada. Star K still maintained his uncle's voice and said, I have met Master Daokeng. Neutra? What about you? Daokeng finally looked at Neutra. It seemed that this guy was still a little awkward. Neutra stammered, this. Daokeng smiled and said, Neutra, I know exactly what you did in Hueco Mundo, don't you want to tell me? The reality of what happened in Hueco Mundo is all reflected in my eyes, and I know everything. Your power is actually even if you lose slightly, you haven't broken the mask yet. Zomala bowed forward to replace Neutra and said, Lord Sword City, the name of the Daegzu that Neutra found is Niluel du Odchevenk. She is an antelope-shaped female Vastad Daegzu. Virtual. Daokeng slowly walked down the stairs and walked to the Daegzu whom Zomala mentioned. Nilueli du Odchevan, what wish do you have? Or what obsession do you have? Nilu replied, I have no wishes. The only idea I have is that when Su regains consciousness, he should regain his rationality and not engage in meaningless fights. But when I have to fight, I will do it without any reason. Picking up the knife in your hand to protect important people is like the behavior of a beast. This is the reason why I came to Hueco Mundo. I will bring new hope to the confused souls of Hueco Mundo, let them get rid of the devouring instinct, and then pick up the sword to fight for themselves. Daokeng nodded and said. Two heroes stretched out his hand towards Nilu and said, in that case, are you willing to fight for me? In this way, you will also see the new Hueco Mundo, Niluel du Odchevenk. Hearing this, Nilu lowered her head to express her loyalty and said, yes, I will protect everything you bring to Hueco Mundo, and I will fight for you without hesitation, Lord Tocho. Daokeng's back, that's good, a brand new world is right in front of us. Sar Apollo, can be Arrancarized. In the future, I believe we will usher in a true awakening for the three realms. P.S. In the original work, Nilu has added that Ichigo needs to run for 3 consecutive days before he can run from one end of Suyi Palace to the other. It can be seen that the size of Suyi Palace is very huge. Chapter 40 The Establishment of Espada. The Shadow Behind Soul Society. After the battle, everything in Suyi Palace returned to peace. Daokeng is filled with the aura of a king. He is sitting on the high platform on the top floor. Below him, Arrancar stands in 2 rows. At the bottom is the large group of people who came to Suyi Palace following the call. At this time, Sal Apollo had helped all Nero and the others to complete the Arrancar, and since then all the Espadas in the Blade City have been officially gathered. Daokeng stood up from the throne and said, hello everyone, welcome to my Suyi Palace. We are number 1 in Hueco Mundo. Enemies who face us will be afraid, and we will become their nightmare. There is no need to worry or be impatient. As long as you follow me, I will have no rivals ahead. Because the Daegzu on the field have all realized the strength of Daokeng before, in this virtual circle where the strong make a living, they have automatically regarded Daokeng as the king. Voices such as Long live Lord Daokeng, and My King, live forever, were heard one after another below. Daokeng looked at the virtual group below, and after they calmed down, he said, in terms of killing ability, I selected the 10 strongest Arrancars to be selected into my Espada Legion. The first Espada, Coyote Stark. Second Espada, Bailgang Ruzenbang. Third Espada, Sal Apollo Grands. Fourth Espada, Tia Haribal. The fifth Espada, Niliel du Odchevenk. Sixth Espada, Ulquira Sifur. The seventh Espada, Neutra Gilga. Eighth Espada, Grimjo Jokerjack. The ninth Espada, Zomala Lulu. Then comes the 10th Espada, the Zeroth Espada, Yami Realgo. They will become my swords and bring about the true awakening of the three realms. Just when two heroes stood up to announce Espada's list, he also gave an impromptu speech. Although there was a suspicion of plagiarizing Aizen is still busy collecting Shinigami souls in Soul Society for virtualization experiments. At the same time, not forgetting to try to trick his own captain. The voice of the system sounded again in Daokeng's mind. Congratulations to host for unlocking the achievement King of Hueco Mundo and obtaining a special prop, the Seal of Seal. Note, this prop conforms to the operating rules of the Shinigami world. It allows the person holding this seal to completely block Shinigami's Bankai and can be copied. Can it be copied? That would be much more useful. Daokeng thought in his mind. When Waiwak led the Invisible Empire to attack Soul Society, why was it that the Shinigami side was completely defeated in the first battle, and no captain was their opponent? Is it true that the entire Star-Cross Legion has super captain strength? No, except for the guards and a few difficult holy scripts, the overall hard power of the Quincy is not much stronger than that of the Shinigami. The key is their star formation, the ability to plunder Shinigami Bankai. Without Bankai, the enemy cannot be eliminated, and if Bankai is used, it will be captured by the enemy. In addition, the Shinigami intelligence collected by hiding in the shadows for thousands of years makes it impossible to destroy the Shinigami. It can be said that Keishi had the upper hand in the first battle. At present, Hiro himself now has something that can block Bankai. Not to mention that he has been in Soul Society before and can be said to have a good understanding of Shinigami's information. Daokeng raised his hand and signaled for Sal Apollo to come over. Daokeng said, "Can you analyze this thing?" After saying that, Daokeng took out a black plate from his arms and handed it to Sal Apollo. Sal Apollo took a look and said, "Lord Daokeng, I will try my best." Daokeng said solemnly, "This thing is very important. I need you to completely analyze the composition of his spirit sun and be able to copy it." "Master Daokeng, what is this?" Sal Apollo couldn't help but be a little curious when he saw Daokeng Ayaya being so solemn. "After you analyze it, you will naturally deduce its function, but there is no rush to say it now. Once the secret is exported, it will only become a fact that can be seen everywhere." Daokeng said, "Finally, I will just a reminder, this thing is very important, and it will probably be a great breakthrough for your research." "Research on me? I understand. Thank you Lord Daokeng for once again giving me a divine object for research." Sal Apollo bowed. Daokeng narrowed his eyes and looked at the espada in front of him and the countless Daigzu groups below. "The most important thing now is to conserve strength and wait for the final fatal blow to Soul Society." "Yes, just wait." "Yen? Want? Don't you think it has become difficult to capture Daigzu and study it over the past 100 years? In a hidden laboratory, a man wearing a captain's white long-sleeved haori and glasses, who looked very gentle and elegant, said. The other is a dark-skinned man, also wearing captain's feathers, with his hair styled into short dreadlocks. After hearing the question and answer, he said respectfully. "Aizen-sama, although the effect of the Daigzu recently created by borrowing the soul of Shinigami is very obvious, there is still a lack of real comparison templates." "That's right, the one who wears glasses, wears Captain Haori, has a gentle demeanor and eyes as gentle as the sun, is Aizen-suke, the big boss of the Arankar chapter in the original work." Aizen observed the modified Daigzu who was soaked in the nutrient tank in front of him, and said, "Yes, Hueco Mundo's movements have indeed become different in the past 100 years. The powerful Daigzu seems to have disappeared all of a sudden." Standing beside him was a man with short light purple hair and a habit of squinting his eyes. Shinigami said in a half-joking tone, "Ah, Captain Aizen, does this mean we have to go to Hueco Mundo?" Aizen lowered his head, his glasses reflecting in the light, and said in a deep voice, "Silver, what do you think?" Ichimaru-jin still had the same tone and said, "Captain Aizen, what are you going to do?" Aizen chuckled and said, "Yeah, it's time to go to Hueco Mundo. I want to know what happened in Hueco Mundo in the past 100 years. Experimenting in Hueco Mundo is safer than Soul Society. In addition, it's the best time to go to Hueco Mundo. The most important thing is the whereabouts of Yura Harakisuk and Hirako Shinji. I believe the truth will come to light. Jin, Kaname. Get ready, we are about to go to Hueco Mundo. Chapter 41 Hueco Mundo's Huge Changes? Aizen's Shock. Brush swipe swipe along with 3 footsteps, 3 Shinigami suddenly appeared in Hueco Mundo. They were all uniformly dressed in Death Tyrant uniforms, with Captain Yuri draped over them. These 3 people are the current captain of the 5th Division of the Godi I-13, Aizensuke, the captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin, and the captain of the 9th Division, Taisen Kaname. As soon as Ichimaru Jin stepped into the land of Hueco Mundo, he felt the sand slap on his face and said, I have heard a lot about Hueco Mundo before, but the opportunity to go so deep like today is really rare. Taisen must remain serious at all times and scolded, be careful, Ichimaru. This is not Soul Society, this is the world of hollows. Aizen said, no need to be nervous, yes. Don't worry, everything is under control. According to Hueco Mundo's original combat power, with the 2 captains and the existence of Aizen, it is completely capable of walking sideways in Hueco Mundo. The 3 of them sensed Hueco Mundo's surroundings, and Taisen Kaname suddenly said, Lord Aizen. Aizen waved his hand to stop Taisen Kaname from speaking, I know everything you want to say. It's interesting that Hueco Mundo has become like this now. Aizen turned to look in one direction and said, most of all the powerful Daigzu are gathered there. No wonder we can't find powerful individuals when we look for experimental materials. It turns out they are all concentrated in one place. Let's go, Yin. Let's uncover the secrets that Hueco Mundo has hidden for nearly 100 years. On the throne, Dao King, dressed in white, suddenly seemed to sense something and suddenly opened his eyes. Dao King's eyes suddenly turned pure black, and a strange diamond pattern appeared in the center of his eyes. Nearly 100 years have passed since 2 heroes seized the position of King of Hueco Mundo. He transformed all the Daigzu who had self-awareness and breakthrough potential into Arrancar. And not only that, when Arrancar was transforming Daigzu at the bottom, they were worried that they would leak information because of their weak words. Dao King also mixed some things into it, which can effectively control him anytime and anywhere. Based on Mirai Aizen's aesthetic, 2 heroes slightly changed the colors and designed a set of white and red Kunomiya costumes. In the past 100 years, Dao King has also made many innovations in Sui Palace, and the internal environment of Sui Palace has completely changed. Sword City designed the Sui Palace into a larger and more complicated labyrinth-like building. Each of Espada has its own palace, and Arrancar outside Espada also has its own residence according to different levels. Based on the actual sun, Dao King imitated the artificial sun in proportion in Sui Palace, and used means to improve the phenomenon of yellow sand everywhere in Sui Palace. At this time, lawns, running water, and sunlight have been created in Sui Palace. It is almost impossible to find any difference from the environment in the Soul Society. During this process, Sal Apollo also successfully analyzed the spirit composition of the sealing seal, and engraved it on the black seal and distributed it to Espada, so that every member of Espada could seal it alone. Shinigami Bankai's abilities. However, Dao King still does not forget to check in every year according to the system, and its strength is also increasing day by day. In terms of pure panels, it can be said that no one in the entire 3 realms is the opponent of Sword City at this moment. At this time, Tuchin Ayayu rarely opened the eyes of the Soul King, because just now in Tuchin, she felt the opening of the world-traveling gate. The eye of the Soul King opened, and everything in Hueco Mundo instantly appeared in front of Tuchin. 2 Hero observed the 3 intruders in front of him, all of whom were wearing Captain Hayori and equipped with Zanpakuto at their waists. Dao King watched the movements of the 3 people and secretly speculated. Captain? Since the last time I killed Amagai Suhu, Soul Society has not made any move towards me for 100 years. After such a long time, the 46th chamber, including Tsunoya Shiro, may have forgotten about me. And the way they entered Hueco Mundo was so hidden that if my perception hadn't covered the entire Hueco Mundo, it would have been impossible to detect them. Tuhiro then saw Haori, the bespectacled man who looked like the leader. His Haori was fluttering behind his back, with the word printed on it in a big way. Aizen and the others. After Tuhiro saw the sign, he instantly determined the identities of the 3 people. Daokeng smiled lightly and said to the 2 maids next to him, "Go and inform all Espada that important guests have arrived, and ask them to come and sit in front of the throne for a while. And tell them, if you see that man with glasses, please when you pull out the knife, you feel like you close your eyes, do you understand?" "Yes, heard that." Watching the maids leave and go to various palaces in Espada to start reporting, Tuhiro kept a close eye on Aizen and the others' movements, as if a hidden eye was always watching them. Halfway through the march, Aizen suddenly felt from his 6th sense that he was being watched. Is this my hallucination? Why do I feel like a pair of eyes are watching my every move all the time? But if I take a closer look, there is no one within 100 miles. Ichimaru-jin looked at Aizen's strange look and asked, "Captain Aizen, what's wrong?" Aizen said, "There is nothing strange, just a little strange. This is probably my illusion, Jin, Kaname, now we need to know the changes inside before entering Sui Palace. Why are there so many? The Dagzawai is entrenched there, even if it is the territory of the king of Hueco Mundo, this is really strange." Taisen asked, "So what does Aizen-sama mean? Let's first capture a lone and conscious Dagzu and ask. After all, we need to know the information inside in advance." Aizen adjusted his glasses and said without any nervousness, "Yes." Tsun Kaname received Aizen's order and disappeared in an instant to find Dagzu, who was alone. 10 minutes later, an errand car was thrown in front of Aizen. Dongxian Yao said, "It was really easy to find. All the conscious Dagzu are in Sui Palace. In the end, after searching for a long time, I could only find this one." Aizen was shocked when he saw Arankar for the first time. Why was this false mask shattered? But feeling his spiritual pressure, it was far from the level of being able to control Arankar. Regarding Shinigami virtualization and virtual Shinigami transformation, Aizen has been doing experimental research for hundreds of years in this aspect. He deeply understands that it is not easy to break through this realm. Once this point is reached, it will bring about a cliff-like improvement in the soul. Countless thoughts flashed through Aizen's mind in an instant. There is also something like Hueco in Hueco Mundo that can completely destroy the soul barrier. "Your mask is broken, what happened?" Although Aizen was surprised in his heart, his face remained calm and he observed the performance of Arankar in front of him. The Arankar on the other end felt the endless pressure from the 3 people in front of him, especially the man with glasses. Although he asked with a smile, the chill that was revealed all the time had already penetrated deep into the soul of this Arankar. The nameless Arankar was hindered by the pressure from the 3 people in front of him, but when he thought of Knife City, the nameless Arankar still replied tremblingly, "The king of Hueco Mundo, forbid us to send the news. Spread the word, this, I can't tell you this." Aizen remained elegant and calm, "Can't you answer? Then I will ask you something in another way." Chapter 42 Tojo's Methods. The foreplay for the upcoming meeting with Aizen. "Can't you answer? Then I'll ask you something in another way." After Aizen said this, a huge pressure suddenly appeared on Arankar. In an instant, Arankar suddenly felt a huge force pressing directly on his body, and the surrounding air was filled with endless gravity. Boom! This Arankar was immediately suppressed by Aizen's spiritual pressure and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Aizen still had an elegant smile and said, "In this case, you should be able to understand. Tell me about your king of Hueco Mundo." The nameless Arankar faced this imminent threat of death. Arankar said tremblingly, "Sir, I really don't know the details. It's just that this is the power given to us by the new king of Hueco Mundo." The new king of Hueco Mundo? He has the power to make the hollows Arankar, gather a large number of big hollows in the Hollow Knight Palace, and hide the news for nearly 100 years. Eisen suddenly felt that something was out of his control, which made him feel unhappy. This was the first time that someone had taken the lead. "Raise your head." Eisen looked at the prostrate Arankar in front of him and comforted him, "Don't be afraid, I'm just asking you a few questions." Eisen then asked, "What's going on with the new king of Hueco Mundo? How did he let you have the power of Arankar? As long as you tell me, you can leave." The nameless Arankar said, I'm not very clear. Nearly 100 years ago, we heard that the king of Hueco Mundo suddenly changed people, and he also sent Degzu to inform us, saying that he would give us new power." Eisen listened carefully to the explanation of the nameless Arankar and said, "Hey? Then what? How did he let you complete your evolution?" The nameless Arankar continued, "Then, behind the Sui Palace, his men took out a wow. Nameless Arankar had just finished speaking when his body suddenly swelled up, and nameless Arankar let out a shrill scream, "Ah!" At this time, Ichimaru-jin and Tisan-kaname suddenly saw Arankar's sudden change in front of them, and they both stood up directly and put their hands on the zanpakut at their waists. "Captain Eisen, are you okay?" "Hey? It's nothing." Eisen looked at the Arankar's body in front of him becoming more and more swollen, and said, "Is it surveillance? Or is it an automatic restriction method? I see, I understand why the corpse soul has been here for nearly 100 years. There is no reason for Hueco Mundo to move." "Ah!" After the nameless Arankar screamed, his body began to expand gradually. His body could not withstand the power of the expansion. Boom! The Arankar was blown up directly in front of Eisen. Fragmented. Eisen still smiled calmly. It seems that this new king of Hueco Mundo is a very capable guy, with the ability to remotely control his Arankar. As far as his actions are concerned, there is no doubt that he is also very ambitious. That guy, but why hasn't he taken any action in the past 100 years? What is he planning? Eisen was also shocked by the king of Hueco Mundo at this moment, and he also felt a little curious in his heart. "Yin, Kaname. Head to Sui Palace. It seems that we have to visit the king of Hueco Mundo now." Two heroes sat leisurely on the throne of Sui Palace, holding his chin with his right hand, watching every move of Eisen and the others through the eyes of the Soul King. Eisen's sixth sense was not wrong. From the beginning, they were monitored by Dao Keng. Just now, when the Arankar was about to tell the key information about Hyaku, Two Hero decisively chose to kill it remotely. Two Hero looked at all the espada present at the bottom of the stairs, sensing Eisen's approach, a smile appeared on his lips. He is about to meet one of the most charismatic villains in the entire history of Japanese comics. The three of Eisen walked very quickly and arrived outside Sui Palace in a short time. Eisen looked at the huge white building and the majestic stone gate in front of him. Ichimaru smiled and said, "Eisen-sama, if you just walk in like this, it's somewhat rude." Tisan-kaname reprimanded, "Ichimaru, watch your tone." Eisen didn't have any thoughts, and said, "I came here specifically to see the king of Hueco Mundo, so hurry up and see him. This happens to be a form of etiquette, so you don't need to think too much." Eisen and the other three people couldn't help but immediately reported that they were shuttled back and forth in Sui Palace directly through Shunpo. Sui Palace was a large maze complex. With the speed at which Eisen and three people shuttled back and forth, ordinary Arankar could not see through it at all. When they came to a hidden corner and looked at the huge number of Arankars, even Ichimaru-jin, who had always loved teasing, was shocked. Hey, are you kidding? There are so many Arankars appearing like this? What on earth is this king of Hueco Mundo going to do?" Tisan Kaname said, Lord Aizen, it seems that this king of Hueco Mundo has a big plan. I suggest you wait until you are fully prepared before coming again. Aizen smiled slightly and said, Yao, you are not usually a scared person, so you can't accept seeing such a battle? As long as Kaika Suijutsu is in my hand for a day, I will always be fully prepared. Even if there are hundreds of these Arankars in front of Kaika Suijutsu, nothing can harm Aizen in the slightest. Even if Kaika Suijutsu is removed, Aizen can defeat these low-level Arankars in an instant with sheer strength. The only thing that shocked Aizen was how big Hueco Mundo's movements were, and how much ambition he showed could be seen by so many people. There will be no peace in the Three Realms soon. Dongxian lowered his head and punished himself. Yes, I didn't think it through. Look, the doors are open. Aizen looked at the door directly leading to the King of Hueco Mundo, and it changed from the original closed state to an open state. Aizen said, everyone is actually treating us, why do we just retreat like this? Ichimaru-jin said with an exaggerated tone, alas, have you been discovered now? We are all suppressing our spiritual pressure to avoid unnecessary fights. Why are the perceptions of these people in Hueco Mundo so bad? Keen. Aizen recalled the process after arriving in Hueco Mundo, and pondered, if my feeling is not wrong, we have been sensed from the beginning. Tisan Kaname quickly said, then, Lord Aizen. No need to say more, yes. Aizen tidied up his death boss outfit and said, interesting, Omashiroi, it has already been noticed. Is it an instrument? Or a special ability? Or a method that I don't understand? Aizen smiled slightly, the new king of Hueco Mundo. I am becoming more and more interested in you. What kind of person are you? Chapter 43 Finally meeting Aizen. Tojo's warning. On the way to the throne, Aizen, Ichimaru-jin, and Tisan Kaname moved forward slowly and in an orderly manner. Da-da-da-da-da, the footsteps of three people echoed in the corridor. In the quiet palace corridor, the footsteps of three people came from time to time, which seemed unusually strange. Just as they walked a certain distance, a white light suddenly appeared in front of them. The lights in his eyes instantly illuminated what was in front of him like daylight, and Aizen and the others had arrived in a dazzling hall. Aizen and the other three looked up along the light. The person sitting on the throne was wearing red and white clothes and had black hair. There were 2 rows of Arankar standing in front of the throne, also wearing a uniform set of red and white clothes, and they all carried Zanpakut. Standing neatly on both sides, there are 5 in a row. These espadas had all heard the announcement from Tojo just now, and they regarded the 3 Shinigami who appeared in front of them as enemies. They kept their hands on their Zanpakutos and remained vigilant at all times. Although neither side drew their swords to fight, the hall was filled with a solemn atmosphere at this moment. Seeing the scene in front of him, Tisan Kaname and Ichimaru-jin were facing so many Arankars at the same time, and they did not dare to be confused. They reflexively grasped the hilt of the Zanpakut. If there is any emergency, the 2 of them will immediately draw their swords and fight. Aizen still remained calm and said, Jin, Kaname, there is no need to be nervous, the purpose of our coming here is not to fight. Aizen looked at Tojo Ayaya and said, are you the newly appointed king of Hueco Mundo 100 years ago? I am very satisfied that you attach so much importance to our arrival. Especially when Aizen and the other 3 saw that the person sitting on the throne was not Kyun, but a Shinigami just like them, they were even more surprised than before. I really didn't expect that the legendary king of Hueco Mundo was actually a Shinigami. Although Aizen was surprised, his surprised look flashed past, and then he looked calm again. The corner of Tohiro Ayaya's mouth curled up. He did not expect that the captain he saw for the first time since being exiled to Hueco Mundo was Aizen. Daokeng thought silently in his heart, System, open personal panel. Host, Tojo Ayaya. Zanpakuto, none. Ryutsu, the ultimate peak. Swordsmanship the ultimate pinnacle. White hits the ultimate peak. Shunpo the ultimate peak. Hero looked at his own panel and smiled. Now his hexagons were completely filled up, and he was not inferior to the bosses in the later stages, not to mention the Aizen in front of him who had not yet merged with Hueco. Aizen's only Kaika Suijutsu who may interfere with him can also use the Eye of the Soul King to compete. It can be said that the Shinigami Aizen in front of him poses no threat to Tojo Ayaya at this moment, and he can easily counterattack control him. Hero smiled and said, "I'm really surprised. The guests in front of me are actually the 3 captains of the Godii 13. You don't serve in Soul Society, so why are you here in Hueco Mundo? Are you here specifically for sightseeing?" Aizen showed a smile on his face, shook his head and began to introduce himself. "My name is Aizen, Aizensuke. I am the captain of the 5th Division of Soul Society today. The other 2 are Ichimaru Jin, the captain of the 3rd Division and the 9th Division. Captain Tissen can name. Then 3 captains, why do you come to my palace? This is not Soul Society." Hero did not shy away from the invisible pressure emanating from Aizen, and said, "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Hero, Ayaya Hero, the deputy captain of the 11th Division 300 years ago." The captain 300 years ago. Aizen pondered. 300 years ago, he was not the captain or even a Shinigami. Aizen recalled when he was young 300 years ago. He only remembered rumors that for a few days, the vice-captain of the 11th Division had done a great evil and was sentenced to death by Room 46. But the strange thing is that suddenly the top management issued an order to prohibit everyone in Soul Society from talking about this matter. After being banned by Soul Society and washed away for 300 years, the name of the deputy captain of Squad 11 became. It was little known and gradually turned into a rumor. Unexpectedly, this rumored Shinigami is actually in Hueco Mundo at this moment, and has become the king of Hueco Mundo. "I see, you are the deputy captain of Daokeng." Aizen's mind was spinning very quickly. "Although there were some rumors about you before, I never thought I would see you in person now." Shinigami, who was sentenced by Chamber 46, would definitely have the same views on Soul Society as him. Moreover, Tujao has disappeared for 300 years and yet he has become the king of Hueco Mundo. To be able to defeat so many powerful Arankars just by being a Shinigami shows the strength of Tuju. Aizen regarded Hero as a fighting force that he could win over at first sight. Aizen whispered some information about the Sword City to Ichimaru Jin and Tissen. Ichimaru Jin and Tissen Kaname were shocked on the spot. The genius of the Soul Society, the former vice-captain who betrayed the Shinigami side, and Kantaho was not wearing a Zanpakuto at all. A deputy captain, Shinigami, can continue to survive in the harsh Hueco Mundo despite losing his Zanpakuto. After 100 years, he becomes the king of Hueco Mundo and subdues so many subordinates at the same time. The difficulty of this is even difficult for Ichimaru Jin and Tissen Kaname. Imagine. Hero sat on the throne and looked at Aizen in front of him, and said, "I have finished introducing myself, let me ask again. Captain Aizen, you 3 came to Hueco Mundo not specifically for sightseeing, right?" Tojo deliberately teased, "You came to Hueco Mundo without applying for approval from Soul Society's senior management, and you also met with me, the leader of the Arankar Legion. Do you also want to betray Soul Society?" "Ha ha ha," the deputy captain of Daokeng was joking. Aizen shook his head, and changed his gentle tone before, and said seriously, "How can destroying a rotten tombstone involve betrayal?" Tojo knew that Aizen came to Hueco Mundo to rule Hueco Mundo so that he could conduct Arankarization experiments, and at the same time, he used the Espadas of Arankar to delay the 13th team for a while. But now Hueco Mundo is already in the possession of Ayaya Tojo. As early as nearly 100 years ago, after Tojo took over Espada, Hueco Mundo quietly accumulated strength under the governance of Tojo. Now the position of King of Hueco Mundo will not be given up by Tojo Castle to anyone. And Hero Ayaya has absolute confidence that he will not lose to anyone. Aizen suddenly said at this moment, Vice Captain Dao King, are you satisfied with your current condition? The current numerical values of Sword City are much stronger than those of Aizen, who is not fused with Hueco at this moment. Facing Aizen's inquiry, he just smiled and watched what Aizen did. Have you really seen the world clearly? Are you curious about the laws of how this world works? Aizen spoke philosophically while slowly moving his hand to the Kaika Suijutsu on his waist. Dao King is familiar with Aizen's information and has been wary of Aizen's every move from the beginning. Just when Aizen was about to pull out the scabbard, Tojo disappeared on the throne in an instant, and appeared in front of Aizen the next second. What kind of speed? I'm actually... Aizen had no reaction at all to Taoshiro's teleportation, and could not react at all. Tojo appeared directly in front of Aizen. Tojo Ayaya's hand was like an iron hoop, tightly grabbing Aizen's wrist, preventing him from moving at all. Tuhiro warned coldly, Captain Aizen, when visiting the king of Hueco Mundo, remember not to draw your sword. Chapter 44 Fiery Lightning Howl from Zero Distance. Tojo vs Aizen. Taoshiro's hand tightly grasped Aizen's wrist. Aizen's wrist that had just been held on Kaika Suijutsu could not move at all, let alone pull out Kaika Suijutsu. Lord Dao King. Espada Arankar, who was on the side, clanged when he saw that Tojo had already taken action. All the Zanpakuto were unsheathed, and they surrounded several Zanpakuto with their tips pointing at the vital parts of Ichimaru-jin and Tsusan-kaname. Allah Allah, there is nothing you can do about being pointed at so many knives at the same time, don't you think? Aizen-sama. Ichimaru-jin raised his hands with a spare me expression. Said. Dongxian Yaos frowned and said, damn it. He himself didn't believe that he was actually subdued by such a group of Arankars in an instant. Captain Aizen, when visiting the king of Hueco Mundo, remember not to draw your sword. Taoshiro's cold warning reached Aizen's ears. Although Aizen's wrist was tightly grasped by Tojo, his expression remained unchanged and he said, Deputy Captain Tojo, you are joking. As the king of Hueco Mundo, you will never lose sight of my Zanpakuto. Are you afraid? It seems that your aura of king is really lacking. Tojo sneered and said, Captain Aizen, you are just kidding. Although I, as the ruler of Hueco Mundo, will not be afraid of Shinigami's Zanpakuto, I inevitably need to be careful with Captain Aizen. Although Aizen was still smiling on his face, he was already feeling something bad in his heart. This was the first time he had tasted this feeling of always being one step behind. Even before he faced Urahara Kisuke, the only one with a higher IQ than himself, he relied on his Zanpakuto's advantages and intelligence knowledge to achieve a tit-for-tat confrontation. But Tojiki had already left Soul Society 300 years ago, and Aizen was not even a Shinigami 300 years ago. How did Tojoho Ayaya know about herself? There is also the weird speed of Tojiki Ayaya's hand that makes her unable to react, and the technique that allows Hollow to destroy the mask and complete the Shinigami transformation. At this time, Aizen no longer had any intention of subduing the Sword City, and had completely considered the other party to be at the same level as himself, or even at a higher level. The moment Aizen was caught by Dao King, he had already thought about countless possibilities in his mind. Aizen decided to maintain an attitude of delaying peace, and said, Deputy Captain Sword City, I know you hate Soul Society, but it has been 300 years. After the three of us return to Soul Society, the three of us will, if you put pressure on the top leaders of Soul Society together as a captain, they will definitely relent. By then, your reputation will be restored, and you will definitely be able to become the captain with your current combat power. Is there any more favorable conditions than this to leave the harsh Hueco Mundo and return to my original place? Aizen persuaded. Tojo suddenly laughed and said, Captain Aizen, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? I would give up everything here in Hueco Mundo to serve as a guard for that rotten cemetery. This is my original place, Aizen team leader. It seems that there is no way to solve it peacefully. Aizen sighed leisurely, and suddenly his tone changed, fiery lightning howl. When Aizen was caught by Tojo, he was already thinking about how to get out of Tojo's wrist. First, he used seemingly impossible words to talk to Two-Hero, but in fact, he was secretly operating his own spiritual pressure. Then in the middle of speaking, he suddenly launched an attack on Daokeng. The thunder cannon Aizen used was the right hand held by Tojo, because his wrist was firmly held by Tojo. When the instant thunder cannon is fired, Aizen's thunder cannon does not appear from the palm of the hand like those used by ordinary Shinigami, but is fired from the back of the hand. Boom! A huge golden shock wave 100 meters high appeared in the hall, and the target of Aizen's fiery lightning howl was directly on Taoshiro's face. And at a negative distance, this move even Aizen himself is within the attack range of fiery lightning howl. Tucky frowned slightly, stretched out his free hand, raised his spiritual pressure and moved it in front of his face. Boompong Daokeng blocked fiery lightning howl's attack, but the smoke caused by the explosion still filled the throne hall. Zamaru was pointing a knife at Ichimaru-jin's back. When he saw Two-Hero receiving the next kid from close range, he shouted anxiously, "Taoshiro-sama!" Aizen saw the right moment, and at the moment when Tojo's power weakened slightly, he twisted his wrist out. Aizen followed the two shunpo, keeping a distance between himself and Tojo. Ichimaru-jin suddenly caught the abnormality of Zomala behind him and said with a half-smile, "The gentleman behind you. You have exposed a flaw." Zomala was shocked. "What did you say?" "Shinigami." Haribal yelled, "Don't be distracted by looking around, you idiot." Ichimaru-jin took advantage of Zomala's distraction to retreat from Shunpo, and at the same time, he drew his Zanpakuto with his backhand. "Shoot him, Divine Spear." After Ichimaru-jin recited the Shikai language, the Zanpakuto in his hand directly lengthened like a big sniper, and then Ichimaru-jin handed the Zanpakuto from his left hand to his right hand, and as the hand holding the sword changed, his spirit the attack direction of the gun changed to several Arankars surrounding Dongxian Fortress. While Arankar was resisting a sudden attack by a sharp gun, one of Tsunkane's Shunpo escaped from the encirclement of Arankar's Zanpakuto. Ichimaru-jin smiled and said, I'm not being pointed at a knife." "Captain Aizen, are you okay?" Tsun was about to pull out his Zanpakuto and said seriously, "Be careful with the enemy in front of you, Ichimaru." Suddenly, the smoke activated by Aizen's fiery lightning howl was quickly knocked back. Tojo tore open the smoke and said, "It's surprising, Aizen-suk." In an instant, he adjusted Kid who omitted chanting to this point. "You are capable beyond my imagination." It turns out that the fiery lightning howl fired by Aizen just now adjusted various values. The effect of the fiery lightning howl is to release a blast with thunder and lightning, but Aizen adjusted all the values of the fiery lightning howl just now to the flash of lightning. Aizen naturally knew that ordinary thunder and lightning explosions could not have a real attack effect on opponents like Two-Hero Ayaya, but an unexpected full power flash could, at least allowing Aizen to get rid of Taoshiro's iron hoop-like hand. Two-Hero thought, he is indeed a boss-level figure. Aizen, who was still in the Shinigami period, had the highest Kid attainments. As well as being steady and sophisticated with silver coin attributes and flexible battle ideas, he can escape even when the numerical gap between the two sides is so huge. Aizen looked at his wrist that was almost pinched by Two-Hero, let out a long sigh, and then looked at Two-Hero in front of him with extremely solemn eyes. This enemy in front of us cannot be underestimated. Chapter 45 Kaika Suijutsu fails? The eyes of the Spirit King that see through everything. Deputy Captain Daokeng, although you hold the position of Deputy Captain in Team 13, but looking at it now, your strength is more than that simple. Aizen kept his whole body alert, wary of Daokeng. Second attack. Aizen looked at Daokeng solemnly. Through the previous confrontation, Aizen had a rough estimate of Daokeng's strength. To Aizen's opinion, Tojo's current strength is stronger than Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni, who is said to be the strongest in 1,000 years. Naturally, he is stronger than himself who has not yet completed Hagyaku. Can't you use force to subdue him? You can only use Kaika Suijutsu. After thinking about it, Aizen slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto from his waist. At this time, Dao King said calmly, "You finally drew your sword, right? Captain Aizen." Aizen lowered his head slightly, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the reflection of his glasses made him look particularly gloomy at this moment. After watching Aizen's movements, Haribal yelled at Espada colleagues, "You have forgotten Lord Tojo's warning. Close your eyes when this man draws his sword. You must not open your eyes during this process." Aizen paused after hearing this and looked at Dao King more meaningfully. The man named Dao King in front of him really knew his information. But since he knew his information, why didn't he close his eyes? Is it because he was proud? Now, we can declare the end of this contest. Aizen swung the sword in a circle, pointing the sword downward, so that Kaika Suijutsu's hypnosis ceremony could be seen in full view of the Sword City. Aizen raised the Kaika Suijutsu in his hand and said, "Sword City Vice Captain, there are not many people with your strength in the entire three realms. But it is inevitable that they will become prisoners of the flower in the mirror and the moon in the water. It's cruel to fall completely at the feet of illusion, but this is reality. I see, complete hypnosis as Zanpakuto. Control the enemy's five senses, that is, the posture, shape, texture, touch, and taste of a certain object, which can be Kaika Suijutsu itself, to a specific target." Hero said slowly, "But, you forgot one thing, Captain Aizen." Aizen asked doubtfully, "What do you want to express?" "Vice Captain of Dao King. Illusion and reality, just like light and darkness, are interdependent. The best way to crack the illusion is the reality that is close at hand. Under every stage built by illusion, everyone is a lonely dancer." Tucky looked at Aizen and said, "For example, isn't it very close to cracking your complete hypnosis?" Tojo's eyes stayed on Aizen's Zanpakuto, and Aizen instantly broke into a few drops of cold sweat. The man in front of him actually knew how to break his Kaika Suijutsu. Aizen secretly comforted himself. Hero had been captured by Kaika Suijutsu and became a prisoner of Kaika Suijutsu. When he can control the opponent's five senses anytime and anywhere, Tojo can never touch his own Zanpakuto. Tojo's eyes immediately left Aizen Kaika Suijutsu's blade, and a smile appeared on his lips. A drop of cold sweat dropped from Aizen's chin, and an unpleasant premonition arose in his heart. Tojo may be able to break Kaika Suijutsu's complete hypnosis without touching his blade. Under this premonition, Aizen made a thought and created a picture of himself launching Kid against Dao King. Hero looked at Aizen in front of him, and suddenly a Shunpo rushed up and came to him, raised his hand and said, "Had S90 Black Coffin." Dao King still smiled, and in an instant he activated the power of the Spirit King's Eye, the all-knowing eye that sees through all illusions and truths, and the past and future of the three realms. After Tojo activates the Eye of the Soul King, the picture of Aizen rushing up to use Black Coffin is as fragmented as a glass scroll, and the real world is clearly reflected in front of Tojing's eyes. After Aizen created the illusion of attacking Tojo, he saw that Tojo in front had no reaction and was not affected by Kaika Suijutsu at all. The whites of Dao King's eyes turned black, and diamond-shaped patterns were reflected in his eyes, which seemed to contain the power to see through the entire world. Aizen looked at Dao King's eyes and said in surprise, "What is this?" Aizen felt from a hunch that Tojo was immune to Kaika Suijutsu's ability, mainly because of these weird eyes. At this time, Aizen really felt uncomfortable, a feeling of being one step ahead of him all the time. He felt that everything about him was known to Sword City, and combined with Sword City Arrancar's technology, he was sentenced to death by the upper echelon of Soul Society. Aizen couldn't help but think of a man, Urahara Kisuke. Is there really any connection between Urahara Kisuke and Tojo? How did Aizen's information get to Tojo? How was his Arrancar technology realized? As long as Tojo Ayaya and Urahara Kisuke are tied up, Aizen seems to be able to understand everything. Aizen was thinking in his mind, put the conflict with Tojo on hold for now, and use means to seize the time and completely force out Uraharakisuk's whereabouts in the present world. Uraharakisuk, what do you care about me, Tojiki Ayaya? I have read the script. Tuhiro smiled and said, how about it? Captain Aizen, do you have any other moves? Seeing this, Aizen gathered his spiritual pressure and put the sword into its sheath, saying, Vice Captain of Tuchin, please forgive me for what I said wrong before. With your strength, you are more than just a captain. Although Aizen's information was seen through by Tojo, his expression immediately returned to his previous state, trying his best to look calm. Tuhiro Ayaya saw that Aizen had the intention of acting, but did not tell him. Instead, he acquiesced in Aizen's acting skills and pretended not to notice it. I don't know what level Aizen's acting skills have reached. He has been pretending for hundreds of years. I believe this is also a very difficult thing. The title of the #1 actor in Shinigami is indeed Aizen's fault. When Tsun Kaname and Ichimaru-jin saw their boss sheathing their swords, they also took back their own Zanpakutos, but their vigilance remained unchanged. Arankar Espada, who was originally facing off on the Tojo side, put down his Zanpaku when he saw Tsun Kaname and Ichimaru-jin closing their swords. In the blink of an eye, with Aizen's temporary surrender, a battle that was about to break out was eliminated. Afterwards, both sides chose to stop fighting and choose peaceful negotiations. Tuhiro and Aizen were sitting behind a stone table. Tuhiro and Aizen were sitting at two ends, while Espada, Tsun Kaname, and Ichimaru-jin were seated in 2 rows on both sides. Tuhiro Ayaya sat on the throne, with her hands crossed and always smiling, looking at Aizen as if everything was in her own hands. Seeing Master Tojiki facing Aizen and the others without saying a word, Espada didn't speak either, just waiting for further instructions from Ayaya Tojo. Aizen looked at the silent attitude of Ayaya Tojo and his subordinate Espada, and was determined to break this lonely scene. Aizen took the lead and said, Deputy Captain Tuhiro, I don't think there is any need to be secretive now. Regarding the attitude of Soul Society, I think our goals are basically the same. Tuhiro pretended to be very interested and said, Oh, what do you think? Captain Aizen. Chapter 46 Aizen Compromises. The third Hueco appears. Aizen said slowly, the 3 of us came to Hueco Mundo without the approval of Soul Society's senior management. Our intentions must be well known to the Tuhiro Deputy Captain. That is to defeat the Godi I-13. I believe this. Captain Tojo and I both have the same goal. After listening to Aizen's words, Daokeng also fell into thinking. At this point, Tuhiro and Aizen do have some similarities. But in the end, Aizen and Tuhiro are very different from each other. Aizen's purpose is to find Hueco and use Hueco to destroy his own boundaries and achieve evolution. Then, by building the King Key, he entered the Spirit King's palace and brought down the Spirit King, who was aloof and nominally dominated the 3 realms. Aizen's fundamental starting point is that he doesn't want to be under the control of something, so he hates the existence of the Soul King from the bottom of his heart. But the purpose of Daokeng does not care about the Spirit King. The Spirit King is just a wedge to the world. The only thing that Daokeng is interested in is the Spirit King's power. Ever since Daokeng possessed the eyes of the Spirit King, from these eyes, Daokeng has deeply sensed the unfathomable power of the Spirit King. Will such a character really be sealed by the crystals of the 5 nobles in ancient times? Although the fundamental purposes were different, Tuhiro still nodded to Aizen's proposal. Seeing that Tuhiro agreed with Aizen's idea, Espada, who was sitting aside, couldn't sit still. Especially Haribal, an old subordinate who has been with Daokeng for about 200 years, knows that Lord Daokeng's purpose is always to counterattack Soul Society and overthrow the ancient order of Soul Society. However, Tojo was still Shinigami who defected to Hueco Mundo after being sentenced to death by Room 46. But Aizen and the others are now serious captains and powerful members of Soul Society. Why would they betray Soul Society for no reason? Aizen continued, although our ultimate goals may be different, we all regard the Godi 13 as our enemies. This is undeniable. Aizen said to Tuhiro, you possess the fundamental power of Hueco Mundo, and the three of us serve as captains of the Godi 13. As long as we fight together, there will be no obstacles ahead for us. Although Tuhiro knows that Aizen cannot be trusted, Aizen still plays a large role in the original work. If Aizen and the others are rashly dealt with, the Soul Society will definitely become suspicious of Hueco Mundo's movements. But if Aizen is left alone, the movements of Tuhiro will be leaked by this old silver coin, although Tuhiro has a way to erase it. After much thought, Tuki finally agreed to Aizen's request for an alliance. Although these three require some action from Kaoru Toshiro to monitor, they are still not enough for the overall strength. Tuhiro Ayaya pondered for a moment and said, you are right, the Godi 13 of Soul Society is our common enemy. Hearing Daokeng say these words, Aizen also laughed, and the two sides laughed at each other for a while. The two silver coins looked friendly on the surface, but in fact they had made countless plans in their hearts. After some discussion, Aizen and Tuhiro both believed that now was not the time to attack Soul Society. After the two parties exchanged pleasantries for a while. When Aizen was about to leave with Tisan Kaname and Ichimaru Jin, Aizen suddenly remembered something. Aizen asked Daokeng, Vice Captain Daokeng, I have always had a question. Daokeng smiled secretly in his heart at this time, already knowing roughly what question Aizen had been curious about. Aizen said, as far as I know, some of the undead cannot ascend to heaven due to their nostalgia for the present world or other obstacles, so they linger in the places that attract them. A special part of them, after years of sorrowful torment, may be trapped by the outside world. Accelerated by factors, it will eventually degenerate into nothingness. Tojo pretended to be confused and replied, is this basic common sense that Shinigami must know? Why does Captain Aizen want to ask this? Does Captain Aizen also have a lot of research on hollows? Aizen pretended to be ignorant and laughed at himself. How can such a thing happen? I am the captain of the 5th Division and the captain of the rescue team. How can I know about research on this kind of thing? However, Su has it represents the emptiness inside them, and the mask that will cover their face as their characteristic. I just want to know where the masks on them go. Tuhiro couldn't hold back anymore. He was indeed the most veteran actor in the Soul Society. Who would believe that Aizen was just an ordinary rescue team captain, and deny his scientific research ability? Then 80% of his brains would be kicked by a donkey. Hueco Mundo's autonomous errand cars have been very rare for thousands of years. With so many espadas in front of us being errand cars, it's impossible for all of them to be autonomous errand cars, right? Aizen probably guessed that Tojo had a substance similar to Hueco that could destroy the boundaries of the soul, so he asked this question. Daokeng guessed Aizen's intention and said, what do you mean? After speaking, a small bead suddenly appeared in Daokeng's hand. Is this? Aizen could no longer pretend to be as calm as before. Tuhiro actually had a Hueco in his hand. Ichimaru-jin and Tisan Kaname on the side also knew the importance of this small bead to Aizen, but Aizen did not express his position and they could not act. Aizen looked at the small bead in Tuki's hand, forcibly stabilized his emotions, and pretended to be surprised and said, is it possible for so many Daigzu to gain such power with just such a small bead? At this time, Daokeng saw that Aizen was still pretending to be stupid, and he immediately felt very funny. Unexpectedly, Aizen, who was so pretentious in the original work, actually has such a side. That's true, there's nothing strange about it. Daokeng said, pretending to be relaxed. Aizen asked tentatively, in that case, can you let me hold this small bead in my hand and observe it? Vice Captain of Tuchin. Of course, Captain Aizen. Tuhiro didn't seem to care about the value of the bead and handed it to Aizen. Aizen saw that Hueco, whom he had always longed for, was treated with such an attitude by Tojo, and his disdain for Tojo suddenly surged in his heart. He actually despised a divine object that could break the shackles between mortals and gods. It seems that this person nothing more than that. Aizen carefully took the Hueco, placed the small glowing bead in his hand and observed it carefully, for fear of missing every detail. After Aizen confirmed again and again, Aizen has concluded that this is a genuine Hueco. Although it is also in an incomplete state, there is no doubt that this is a real Hueco. Aizen suddenly had the idea of snatching it in his mind. But when he thought of the strange strength of the Sword City, and that it was located in Hueco Mundo Arrancar's base camp, doing so at this time was tantamount to suicide, and Aizen calmed down the idea of snatching it. Aizen calmed down and returned the Hueco to Daeho without any emotion on the surface, saying, "Is this the legendary thing that can make Daeju evolve? This little bead is really magical, don't you think so?" Daeju City Vice Captain. Seeing Aizen's moment of confusion just now, although Hero has been in Hueco Mundo for 300 years, he still couldn't help but laugh when he saw Aizen like this. Hero followed Aizen's words and simply said, "Yes, I didn't expect this bead to have such an effect." At the beginning, Aizen seemed to have discovered a blind spot in Shiro's words and asked, "So, Vice Captain Hero, how did you get such a magical bead?" Chapter 47 Aizen's Design. Creating sub-I is in progress. Aizen is still very curious about the origin of the Hueco in Tojo's hands. He never imagined that a third Hueco would appear now. Reminiscent of Tojo's previous judgment that he knew his intelligence very well, Aizen subconsciously felt that Urahara Kisuke might have a certain degree of connection with Tojo Ayaya. This seems to be a reasonable conjecture, and it can connect all the problems together. However, this judgment was immediately rejected by Aizen himself. Judging from the time period when Sword City became the king of Hueco Mundo, Sword City obtained Hueco and Urahara Kisuke developed Hueco, and Aizen imitated Hueco was basically in the same time period, and Sword City's time was even earlier. Did Tojo Ayaya also develop Hueco by herself? Aizen had a guess in his mind. "So, Vice Captain Daokeng, how did you get such a magical bead?" Aizen expressed his doubts to Daokeng. Now, the most important thing is to figure out the origin of the Hueco in Tojo's hand. Seeing how much he valued the Hueco in front of him, Hero couldn't help but feel a little amused. This Hueco was obtained as a reward from the system, so why should he tell Aizen seriously? However, even if he told Aizen would definitely not believe it. Instead of doing this, it is better to follow Aizen's words and make up a few random sentences. Daokeng said, "This is something I accidentally discovered when I was experimenting with the fuzzy soul in Hueco Mundo. I found that injecting the soul fragments into it will make this small bead more and more complete. It wasn't until 100 years ago that I completely mastered the power to break the mask." Hearing this, Aizen has no doubts. Hueco was invented by Urahara Kisuke, the former captain of the 12th Division. Urahara Kisuke's Hueco is different from Aizen's Hueco that took Shinigami's soul. It was created based on absorbing a large number of hollow souls, but Urahara Kisuke's Hueco has also not reached the level of maturity. In fact, Aizen had already begun to invent Hueco, Manga 416, TV 308, before Urahara. He collected the souls of hundreds of Shinigami and Rukanga people with Shinigami talents for experiments, but the Hueco developed in this way still could not be completed. Body. From this, in order to obtain Hueco that broke the boundaries of Shinigami itself, Aizen planned for hundreds of years for the Hueco in the hands of Urahara Kisuke. Just to combine the two incomplete Hueco into one, to obtain the perfect Hueco, and thus truly escape from the realm of ordinary Shinigami. Aizen knew that the Hueco in Tojo's hand was definitely real, and it was not the one in Urahara Kisuke's hand. He didn't expect that there was a person who created Hueco in the past 100 years. Aizen thought to himself, however, it seems that Tojo Ayaya in front of him is not very good at using Hueco. He has never been able to discover the true effectiveness of Hueco. He is just using it as a tool to make Daeju Arrancar. What a waste of resources! With that, Hiro and Aizen finished their pretense of politeness. Aizen took Ichimaru-jin and Tissen Kaname and walked out of the Hueco Mundo King Hall where Sword Castle is located. Aizen is still thinking about the series of things just now. To be honest, coming to Hueco Mundo this time has given him a huge shock. A mysteriously powerful Tojoho Ayaya, the terrifying power of gathering Daigzu into a legion and collectively achieving Aaron-Karization, and the third Hyaku in the Three Realms. Under a shadow of Sui Palace, 3 Shinigami wearing captain's Haori stood. Captain Aizen? Are we going to return in vain this time? In that case, there is no point in us sneaking to Hueco Mundo, Ichimaru-jin said with a smile. Tissen wanted to see Ichimaru-jin speaking in such a needless tone again, and scolded, Ichimaru. Aizen-sama is still thinking about the problem. After Ichimaru-jin saw it, he quickly said, I'm sorry Master Aizen, what should we do next? Or should we just return to Soul Society like this? What? How can you say there is nothing gained this time? Aizen put his glasses up and said, although the original goal was not achieved, I saw a lot of things that I aimed for. It's interesting, what can you do with Hiro Ayaya? What kind of surprise will it bring to the entire Three Realms? Tissen stepped forward to ask for instructions, Lord Aizen, regarding the previous Daigzu experimental subject. The original intention of going to Hueco Mundo this time was to capture a suitable individual. Aizen waved his hand and said in a nonchalant tone, yes, don't worry. Since we have obtained so much information today, it is not too late to collect a final sample before leaving. Ichimaru-jin revealed his eyes slightly and said, I just made an agreement with them, and then I turned around and robbed the subordinates of the Tojo vice-captain for experiments. Is this really okay? Aizen threw out 3 black robes and said with a relaxed smile, who would have known it was us? You think so? Silver. Black cloak, special clothing that can completely hide the user's spiritual pressure, preventing other Shinigami from sensing the user's whereabouts. Originally created by Urahara Kisuk, after Urahara Kisuk escaped from Soul Society, Aizen copied the black cloak into 3 pieces for future emergencies. As expected of Captain Aizen, he thought so thoughtfully. My name is Zhang Yaodong, and I am an ordinary student from Daxia. He is an ugly fat nerd who likes to play games with beautiful girls and harass the girls in his class when he has nothing to do. One night, because Genshin Impact failed to draw the wife he wanted, he suffered a heart attack and died suddenly at home. Because of my obsession with beautiful girls, my soul has been lingering and never dispersed. Finally, one day, after being superimposed by certain factors, I turned into a void. I became a virtual queen, with a round body like a pig, and a pig head mask on my face. Unlike me who was a dead otaku when I was a human, I have powerful power after becoming a hollow queen. Because my personal obsession is too strong, I have existed as a great hollow from the beginning. Finally, one day I came to this place called Hueco Mundo. The Daigzu here are all very powerful guys. If it were before, I could only live by licking other people's leftover food, and I would have to always be wary of other Daigzu coming to devour me. However, when I came to Hueco Mundo had been completely transformed by the new king of Hueco Mundo to Zhao Ayaya 100 years ago, and it was no longer the chaotic devouring state of the environment before. I survived the transformation of Arankar arranged by him, successfully broke my mask, obtained my own Zanpakut, and was given a number by Lord Tojo. At this moment I feel that I have reached the peak of my life. Until I met these 3 men in black robes in front of me on a narrow road. Aizen looked at the weak Arankar and only put his hand on the Zanpakut, but he was so frightened by the pressure Aizen released intentionally or unintentionally that his knees weakened. Ichimaru-jin asked doubtfully, Captain Aizen, if it's an ordinary test product, this shouldn't be up to standard, right? Aizen corrected Ichimaru-jin, what I mainly look at is the quality of the soul. Whether the character is strong or not is not within my scope of consideration. Who knew that Hiro Ayaya did a good job in screening and strengthening, and I didn't need to. It's time to find a suitable Daegzu. Although his spiritual pressure is weak, the strength of his soul is no longer that of an ordinary Ashoka's level. Zhang Yaodong tremblingly looked at Lan Ran's stretched out hand, but he was completely powerless, but unable to make any resistance. Aizen didn't care at all and said calmly, "Let this pig-headed Arankar be the body that I used to transform Daegzu in my experiment." Chapter 48 When Subai is completed. Shiba takes action with all his heart. In the dark laboratory, the purple light reflected a gloomy and terrifying luster on the complex experimental machines. Sudden on the rows of experimental equipment, the pieces of meat soaked in red potion were still shrinking regularly, and gases were coming out from time to time. Hunt buzz, the iron door of the laboratory behind opened automatically, and Aizen came to this dark laboratory wearing Captain Haori and wearing glasses. Aizen walked closer and said, "What's the result?" Ichimaru-jin, with a thick local accent, turned around and said, "Yet I don't understand it at all." Tissen turned his chair around and replied, "Based on the pig-headed Arankar that Lord Aizen captured from Hueco Mundo last time, he stuffed the Shinigami soul into it for transformation, and successfully turned it into a Vastad-level Daegzu. With this as the main body, it has been equipped with the ability to make the target virtual, but the souls of the members of the Godai 13th team cannot even withstand this power." "Really?" Aizen's glasses reflected the eerie light and said, "It doesn't matter, the location of Hirako Shinji and the others is gradually becoming clearer. This will not only lead them out, but also complete the virtualization test. This is simply killing two birds with one stone." Ichimaru-jin said with an uncertain tone, "Captain Aizen? Then, won't you make preparations for Tojoho Ayaya of Hueco Mundo?" Aizen Suk said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Tojo Ayaya's strength is amazing. Any conflict with him now is irrational. Our first target is still the living Hirako Shinji and his group, as well as Urahara Kisuk. Once you get Hyaku, everything will be easy. Yin, Yao, everything is in the palm of my hand." Seoul Society, the 10th Division Team Building. A short man with silver hair and green eyes, wearing a death battle uniform and wearing the 10th Division Team flower logo on his chest, handed a stack of information to the current 10th Division Captain Shiba Ishin. The short boy said, "The papers have been taken care of." Seeing that he had subordinates who could complete the work perfectly, Shiba happily hugged the short Shinigami and said happily, "It's really amazing. Toshiro, you are worthy of being the next captain." At this time, the yellow-haired giant girl Matsumoto Rangiku, who was fishing on the side, couldn't sit still and objected on the spot, Wait. In terms of rank, shouldn't I be the next captain?" Shiba expressed his disapproval of her proposal. "What are you talking about? If someone like you becomes the captain, the 10th Division will be completely disintegrated." Hitsugaya Toshiro also nodded and agreed, "Yes, Bankai, I am also practicing. I think there is no problem for me to be the captain." When Matsumoto Rangiku heard that Toshiro, who was still the chief officer, actually spoke to the vice captain like this, he couldn't help but stepped forward and grabbed his cheek and started to pull it. In this way, the two people pulled each other's faces like an adult and a child. "Toshiro, why are you following the captain's nonsense?" Shiba Ishin quickly smoothed things over and said, "That's it, okay." After saying that, he opened the door of the cabinet next to him, looked at the empty cabinet, and then said doubtfully, "Oh? You saw what I put here before? Have you got any buns?" Toshiro turned around, put on a serious expression and said, "Captain, there is a report here that I am a little concerned about." "This is it." Toshiro gave Shiba a report about the mysterious death of Shinigami in the present world. Shiba Ishin still pointed to the empty cabinet and said, No, let's talk about the buns first. Did you see the buns I hid there and planned to enjoy them?" Toshiro patted the table and said dissatisfiedly, "It's so annoying. Steamed buns and stuff don't matter at all, right?" After finishing speaking, Toshiro burped uncontrollably and said, Thank you for the hospitality. Sure enough, I was eaten by you. You still want to get away with it like this, what a little villain. Shiba said, very unhappy. Toshiro ignored Shiba Ishin's teasing at this time. He turned to look at the report in front of him. Do you still remember the report 2 months ago? Hey! Shiba Ishin seemed to suddenly realize that something was wrong. Toshiro continued, the location is a medium-sized city called Naraki City, and the mysterious death of a responsible Shinigami. Shiba put his hand on his chin and said, this is what happened, and the reason is still under investigation. Yes. Then Toshiro handed the new report to Shiba for review. This is the report that was just harvested. 2 people died last month. Former Shinigami, Hamahashi Kojiro, died, accident. Yoshiyama Kaed, died, accident. After seeing this report, Shiba couldn't sit still anymore and ran outside. Several consecutive Shinigami have died abnormally in this world. There is definitely something going on here, and they are targeting these Shinigami. Matsumoto Rangiku shouted anxiously, wait, where are you going? Captain! Go and investigate. Shiba stretched out his hand to show his moves and said, I'll probably be back the day after tomorrow. Then I'll leave the work tomorrow to you. Matsumoto Rangiku couldn't believe the nonsense of his captain, and said, go alone? Leave now? What are you talking about? Aren't you going to report to the captain? Captain! Let's go after Toshiro. Matsumoto Rangiku turned to Tohiro and said. Although Toshiro looked like a child, he was very judgmental and said, no, there is no need to chase. The captain thought this operation was too dangerous, so he went alone. Matsumoto Rangiku said anxiously, then this will make it even worse. Toshiro couldn't refuse and said, that's it, so we should wait here. Chapter 49 Fierce Battle in Naraki City. Shiba Ishin vs Inotugzu. In this world, Naraki City. The clouds came out. How annoying. It seems that the people before and the people before that all died on rainy days, right? Don't say that. In the sky above Naraki City, 2 Shinigami stationed in the real world were communicating with each other in the sky full of complaints. Really? Rainy days are very dangerous. As the 2 Shinigami were flying, they suddenly heard voices coming from behind. It's a good thing to hear this. The 2 Shinigami couldn't help but look behind them and said in surprise, Captain Shiba? Why are you here? Shiba Ishin said with a humorous tone, I was looking for the toilet, so I got lost. One of the cast members, Shinigami, couldn't help but complain, this lie is too false. Shiba said wholeheartedly, if it rains today, you should go back. Shiba's expression became solemn and he said, you will prevent me from peeing. The haze in the sky gradually gathered. The originally dark sky was shrouded by clouds, like a black cloth covering the black background. Above a building, a strange figure in black and wearing a pig head mask slowly stood up. Darkness shrouded all around, boundless terrifying darkness. Naraki City Stadium, South Gate direction. There was more and more haze in the sky over Naraki City, and it started raining heavily in an instant. It was as if someone had put a layer of gauze over the dark city. Shiba stood on the roof intently, alert to everything around him. The rain is starting to fall. Is the target the Shinigami itself? Or will it react to high spiritual pressure? Shiba held the hilt of the Zanpakuto with all his heart. First use the spiritual pressure to seduce it, let's try it. Golden spiritual pressure quickly exploded around Shiba Ishin's body, and the rumbling continuous spiritual pressure continued to sound. So strong. Is this Captain Shiba's spiritual pressure? Shinigami, the 2 extras who stayed downstairs to hide and watch the show, praised. Just after they finished their words of praise, the heads of the 2 Shinigami were suddenly cut open from the middle. Although the 2 sidekicks were killed immediately, the painful screams they made at the moment of death were still captured by Shiba, who was standing on the roof of the building. Shiba looked downstairs anxiously, only to see 2 pools of fresh blood. Shiba said angrily, "Damn it! Didn't you react to high spiritual pressure?" Boom! A black figure suddenly landed behind Shiba Ishin, and the smoke and dust stirred up slowly surrounded his body. This is a tall, fat man with white hair, a black luster all over his body, and a pig-shaped mask with sharp teeth on his face. He suddenly roared like a wild beast. Black Hollow. After seeing the enemy, Shiba tensed up and observed the opponent carefully, trying to find any loopholes. I see, even though his whole body is pitch black, the big hole in his chest is blocked by something. But there is no doubt that this guy is Su. The black-masked Daegzu let out a roar, and rushed towards Shiba as if he had discovered a new prey. Humph! Shiba Ishin's Zanpakuto was blocked by the sharp blade of the black-armored pig-headed Daegsun. Shiba Ishin keenly discovered that the fighting method of this pig-headed Daegsun was very similar to Shinigami's swordsmanship. It looks like a hollow. But its moves are Shinigami's? It's really tricky. Accompanied by the roar of the pig-headed Daegzu, Shiba was unable to stop the Daegzu without Shikai's Zanpakut. He was unable to resist his powerful power and was instantly knocked away. Just when Shiba was knocked away and his body flew out upside down, another sidekick Shinigami came behind him and shouted loudly, "Captain Shiba, Karakura Town is the jurisdiction of the 13th Division." Looking at the clueless members of Team 13, Shiba Ishin quickly shouted, "Don't come over." Do buzz buzz. After gathering spiritual pressure between the eyebrows in front of Zuta Daegzu, he fired a powerful purple flash. Boom! The innocent 13th Division support Shinigami was directly hit by a false flash, and lost his life in less than a second. Shiba put his hands in front of his eyes to block the smoke and dust raised by the big pig head in front of him, and said, "What was that just now? Is it a flash of light?" At the same time that the pig-headed Su was launching an attack, Shiba discovered the flaw, jumped up high and swung his Zanpakut, and slashed hard at the pig-headed Su. The pig-headed Daegzu sensed Shiba Ishin's attack, turned around and stretched out his right hand. The black-armored blade on his right hand collided with Shiba Ishin, making a crisp sound of ding. Shiba Ishin and Inoto Daegzu were wrestling with each other. Shiba Ishin said, "It's impossible for a monster like you to make such a big fuss without being discovered by Soul Society. Who ordered you?" Faced with Shiba's single-minded inquiry, Zhu Tuxu just roared in response. Shiba narrowed his eyes and said, "Can't you answer? Climb." With the strength of Zhu Tuxu, Shiba walked to the other side in a heartbeat, adjusted slightly, and Shikai fired his Zanpakut. "Burn it, Injetsu!" When he was liberated, he condensed a large amount of spiritual pressure on the sword to release flames. The attack power of Shiba Ishin's Zanpakuto was greatly enhanced, and he gathered the flames in front of him and rushed towards the pig-headed hollow, trying to use this move to solve the pig-headed hollow in front of him. Just when Shiba focused on controlling the flames, he swung the knife straight towards the pig head in front of him. Brush! Suddenly Shiba Ishin's rear was attacked. Shiba Ishin groaned in pain and fell weakly downwards with the flames of his Zanpakuto. Hidden behind him was a man wearing black robes and glasses Izansuke. Behind him were 2 men in black robes, following him on his left and right. The black robes completely obscured their bodies, auras, and even spiritual pressure, achieving perfect invisibility. Shiba Ishin couldn't tell that there were 3 people standing behind him, watching his fight from the beginning. Shiba carried the flame with all his heart and rushed towards a building. A deep scar was cut on his back, and the blood stained Shiba Ishin's Captain Hayori. Shiba Ishin was suddenly seriously injured. He slowly stood up from the rubble and said in disbelief, "The sword just struck was a Zanpakut. It was a Shinigami. There is a traitor behind the scenes." Subai, made from the pig form Arankar that was transformed from Sword City Ayaya. Tojiki Ayaya has already elevated his soul to a higher level through Hueco, and then I forcefully inserted a large number of additional Shinigami souls to cause his second evolution, thus bringing him to a whole new level. The whole body is wrapped in black armor, but because of the white inside, it is named Sub-I. It's really ironic. Aizen whispered quietly and calmly in the sky. Chapter 50 Destiny is Determined. What is the live broadcast show in Dao Keng's eyes? In Naraki City, the battle between Shiba Ishin and Ino Tugzu is still fiercely going on in the sky above this city. Shiba was stabbed by Aizen, and it was even more difficult for him to deal with Zhu Tugzu. After several sword fights, he was easily forced back by Zhu Tugzu's black hand knife. Zhu Tugzu roared again, sending Shiba Ishin flying with his sword. The more Shinigami he swallows, the faster Zhu Tugzu's self-strength will grow. Every time he swallows a Shinigami, it means that Zhu Tugzu's technology will improve by 1 point. The seriously injured Shiba lost to Zhu Tugzu several times in a duel of strength. He was thrown into the air and shouted, "Stop looking down on people." BD. Shiba Ishin bit his palm open in one bite, and blood flew out. Shiba Ishin used his own blood to forcefully burst out a more powerful flame. Ah! Shiba roared with all his heart, condensed the flames on the knife into a piercing posture and rushed towards Zhu Tugzu. Boom! Shiba's single-minded strike triggered a huge explosion over the city, and the echo of spiritual pressure filled the entire town. In this huge explosion, something quickly fell from the explosion and was inserted in the middle of the street. It was a sharp blade on the black arm with a white pig head. One of Zhu Tugzu's arms was torn off by Shiba on the spot and fell down, smashing an innocent building to pieces. Shiba Ishin's Zanpakuto was still burning with flames and Ino Tugzu's hand sword, but the intensity of the fire had been reduced a lot compared to before. Shiba Ishin gasped and said, "I broke one arm, but I can still move around, I have some skills." At this time, Zhu Tugzu raised his head, and purple spiritual pressure gathered in the center of the mask again. Damn it! Shiba's eyes froze when he saw Zhu Tugzu gathering spiritual pressure, and his expression flashed with panic. At this distance, his Zanpakuto was still resisting each other. Coupled with the damage caused to him by the sneak attack just now, he could not escape the lock of false flash at this time. And I had seen the power of the opponent's false flash before with my own eyes. At such a zero distance, if I took this false flash without any precautions, I was destined to be wiped out. Whoosh! Suddenly a spirit arrow shot towards Zhu Tugzu from a distance. Although the attack power was not great, there was no doubt that Zhu Tugzu's virtual flash was directly hit by this arrow during the gathering process. It broke, and the high-density purple spiritual pressure that had been successfully condensed collapsed again. Shiba Yuxin, he quickly looked back, wanting to know who had shot the arrow to save him. I saw a girl with orange hair and short side-parted hair standing in the middle of the street. She held the spirit bow and pointed it at Zhu Tugzu. Shiba Yuxin Nanan said, "Who is she?" A trio of spectators on the other side. Aizen, who was standing in the sky wearing a black robe and hiding his whereabouts, said, "Quincy." Dongxian, who was standing next to him, helped up his black robe, bent down and said, "It's an unplanned target. I'll go and eliminate it right now." "Wait a minute." Aizen stretched out his hand to stop Tisan Kaname's advance, with excitement gleaming in his eyes, and said, "Take another look." After discovering the existence of the orange-haired girl, Zhu Tugzu suddenly gave up his entanglement with Shiba and quickly rushed towards the girl in the middle of the road. "This guy!" When Shiba saw Zhu Tugzu rushing towards the unknown girl, he anxiously wanted to stop him immediately, but the wound on his foot was involved and he couldn't move for a while. Seeing Zhu Tugzu approaching, the girl with short orange hair was not timid, but fired hundreds of spirit arrows at him in an instant. However, how could the Quincy's ordinary arrows hurt the high-level transformation Daigzu? The pig-headed Su moved around in the air and avoided all the launched spirit light arrows. Next, under Shiba's surprised eyes, the girl actually chose to disperse the spirit bow when she was unable to hit the pig-head Su. "Idiot, what are you doing?" Shiba watched anxiously as the girl used her body as bait. She stretched out her hand towards Zhu Tugzu, as if a loving mother was calling her child. Under the residual light of the street lamp, she seemed to be emitting a sacred light. Not only Shiba Ishin, but also Aizen, who was watching the battle from the air, was also shocked by the sudden movements of this Quincy girl. The pig-headed man let out a strange cry, rushed in front of the girl, and bit her shoulder in one breath. The orange-haired girl stroked the pig's head like a baby and said, "Okay, I've caught you now." After saying that, she created a very small spirit sun short bow in the palm of her right hand, and fired the spirit arrow at Zhu Tuxu's head at close range. Zhu Tuxu's head was instantly penetrated by the spirit sun light arrow, and Zhu Tuxu's body also slowed down. Fall slowly. Suddenly, Zhu Tuxu's body suddenly began to expand rapidly, and the red meat bulged high as if it was about to explode. Orange-haired girl. Just when she was about to hit the pig head at close range and self-destruct this time, Shiba rushed over quickly and hugged the pig head Su, and at the same time opened the spiritual pressure shield forward to prevent the girl from being in danger of the explosion. Boom! There was a powerful spiritual pressure explosion that could be seen 10 kilometers away in Naraki City, and the fire flew straight into the sky. The flames quickly dissipated and the smoke screen receded. Seeing that the Shinigami in front of her was so seriously injured trying to save herself, the orange-haired girl ran over quickly. As she ran, she said with concern, "Are you okay?" It hurts." Shiba Ishin slowly raised his head, looked at the girl and said, "Thank you, I'm saved." The orange-haired girl said apologetically, "It was you who saved me. It was because you were protecting me that you were so seriously hurt." When Shiba heard this, he laughed and said, "Then we don't owe each other anything." The orange-haired girl squatted in front of Shiba Ishin and said, "I'm here to help you treat him, but don't move." Shiba Ishin then asked about the girl's origin, "However, you can kill that guy alone." "Little sister, who are you?" After hearing Shiba's question, the orange-haired girl seemed a little confused, and then she closed her eyes as if thinking about something. After the orange-haired girl opened her eyes again, she replied firmly, "My name is Kurosaki Masaki, and I am a Quincy." The rain continues to fall in Naraki City, and the torrential rain washes away all traces here. Suddenly a raindrop in the sky stopped, as if the stop button was pressed during the video playback, and then the screen stopped. Sui Palace. Tuhiro Ayaya, who was lying on the throne, slowly opened her eyes. The whites of her eyes began to change from black to white, and the diamond pattern in the center slowly receded, gradually transforming into Taoshiro's original black pupils. Tuhiro Ayaya turned off the follow-up monitoring of the battle in Naraki City with the Eye of the Soul King, because there was no need to look further, he already knew the outcome of the battle. "I see, even though I did so many things in Hueco Mundo, Aizen's trajectory is different from the original. But the overall wheel of fate has not changed." Tuhiro sat up from the throne and muttered to himself. "Is it destiny?